Championships. I'm Aaron Barber. I'll be chatting with you for the next 8 hours, and I'm joined by Joe Corcione for the first 4.
Yes, good to be here. What's up, everybody? Joe Corcione here, and we got a beautiful morning here in Estrella Mountain Regional Park.
Hold on.
Oh.
Here's our audio. Yeah. I can't even hear.
I could speak really loud if needed to.
We're just yelling at you. Yeah, I'm like over here as well. Hold on. Going back to Lace Spring. Give me a minute. Hi, everyone. All right, good morning, folks. Welcome to the 24-hour USATF National Championships being broadcast by Mountain Outpost. I'm Aaron Barber. I'm here with Joe Corcione for the next 4 hours, and we'll be chatting about running all day.
Absolutely, and it's a beautiful morning here in Estrella Mountain Regional Park. A little brisk for Arizona, just over about 40 degrees or so, but it is a perfect temperature for running. They say that above 45 degrees Fahrenheit is where you start to see negative impact. So we're starting them right in the beautiful temps, but it's going to get a little hot later on.
Yeah, you get out here away from the actual metro area, and it really chills out, gets cold. This morning, I think it was like 49 at my house and 39 when I got to the park. But yeah, we're looking at like 75, 76 and sunny today. So take in the cool weather while they can.
100%. And like you see some athletes doing some heat training for this race, which, November, you don't really think too much about heat training, but in Arizona, anything can happen. I mean, we've seen some temps in 80 degrees out here. So 70 degrees might not seem that hot, but when you're running for 24 hours and you're trying to push the pace, like you have to have that heat training in there. So it'll definitely come to use today. And it'll be interesting to see how people approach the cooler morning going into the relatively hotter day today.
Yeah, and not even the raw temperature, but obviously the direct sunlight, and we have 0 clouds today, and it looks like it's going to stay that way all day. So sunscreen up, even though it's November, it's going to be could be a toasty one out there.
Exactly, yeah, and not too much shade on the course either. I mean, there's really not too much shade out in Arizona in general, so going to see a lot of topical cooling today. A lot of good cooling strategies out there in the course. It's going to be super, super pivotal. And we got some good runners out here today, which is like super awesome.
Into who we got today to look out for. So I think obviously there's 2-3 big names, but it really could be anyone's race. Never know what's going to happen when you're running for all day and all night. But I think the headliner's got to be Sage Canaday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And Sage is no stranger to the sport. I mean, just top results all across the board on many famous races, right? And it looks like he, according to Ultra Sign Up, it hasn't done, too many of the ultra distances. I know he's done some marathons here, there, and, you were even informed before this. He did the Taco Bell 50K. I guess explain that to us.
It's got to be his most prestigious result of his career. So those are little fat-ass races, so non-sanctioned or organized races that I know we do one here in Phoenix that's kind of local, but the one in Denver is pretty big. I think it draws like over 100 people, but it's a 50K. You get the route. You have to tie together like 8 or so Taco Bells and eat something at each one, and you can't double up your order. But I think Sage won that, and he ran like 7:01 per mile was his pace with eating a lot of Taco Bell. So he's ready.
I think if I ran 7:01 with Taco Bell in my stomach, I don't think my intestines would exist. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So that is good training. I mean, he's been putting in the work for this, though. Just looking at some of like his training on here too. He's been doing things he hasn't really done too much, like back-to-back long runs, really practicing a lot of steady paces. I mean, he did right after the Taco Bell 50K. So apparently, according to Strava, he had the course record on the Taco Bell 50K, and then the day after he runs basically a 50K and a 7:29 pace, which he said it was nice and chill in the heat of the afternoon. No gels, no music. So he's been getting dialed in on his training as always, and I think we're going to see some classic Sage Canada action out here. And he's a very fast marathoner, very high leg turnover.
209, 211.
Yeah, something like that.
PR.
Very fast, which I think can translate into these longer distances. But he's also good in the mountains as well. I mean, in 2023, 12th place at TDS. He's no stranger to some of these mountain races out there. I mean, former course record holder at Black Canyon when it was 90 plus degrees out there. It was a very hot year. So I think with the heat, the running out here, and just a lot of like good training, a season of good training, I think Sage is poised for a good day out here.
Oh, absolutely. With those fast marathon times in this course, it is flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
It's 100% concrete. So running efficiency is going to be a huge deal today.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we'll be seeing Sage out there. Another name that I was like looking at too, like right before there, is bib number 1, Michael DeGeorge. I mean, pulling up his ultra sign up here, he's got tons of wins in fixed time events and 24 hours events. I mean, most recently, earlier this year, May 11, 2024, the Dawn to Dusk to Dawn Ultra. Say that a few times, it's a tongue twister. 24 hours, 141 miles in 24 hours.
That is solid. That could get it done today.
That could. Yeah, I mean, you catch a good year. I mean, like, you can totally get that too. I mean, even so, he's got other wins as well. I mean, 100 miler on a treadmill looks like he did 12:29, which is a pretty fast 100-mile time as well. And then even about a year ago, at June 10th, at the Sri Chamoy 24-hour race, I mean, 1:37. So I mean, he's put up some good 24-hour fixed time events. So it'll be interesting to see what Michael can do out here today.
And it looks like he is a multi-sport athlete. Just kind of going through his Strava here. But he really puts in the hours. Like, it looks like, we've got weeks here, 29 hours of training, 30 hours of training. So it looks like he's averaging 30 hours a week between swimming, biking, and running. That's a lot.
That is a lot. And to put up like some fast times too here, like on top of just being able to grit it out, is huge.
So he's got the engine. So
that'd be interesting to see Michael out there too. Who else do you like in the men's field that you've been seeing?
Adam Dalton. I like Adam Dalton. I guess you wouldn't call it racing each other, but we were in the same race at Crown King this past March. He beat me by about an hour. So he's quick. This was a record year at Crown King where I think 4 or 5 people went under the 4-hour mark for a 50K that has 7,000 feet of vert. So he was 4th or 5th with a time that usually would take the win. But I don't know a ton about him aside from that, but I know, like, I've listened to some of his interviews, and his goals are he wants to be running at the end, which I think that's always a good goal, but I think he stated that 145 to 150 range.
And that could get it done today. That could get it done. So it'll be interesting to see Adam out there too. And yeah, I mean, to have even to come in top 5 with a race at Crown King with names like David Roche and Ryan Raff, which I mean, we all know David Roche this year's contender for Ultra Runner of the Year, and Ryan Raff is an incredibly fast runner, hailing out of the Arizona area. So it'll be cool to see what Adam can do out there today, which would be fun. Yeah,
it looks like he's been stacking it up as well in terms of training. Just pretty much putting together a bunch of 80-mile weeks, 70-mile weeks coming into it. So it looks like he's got a shot. I think those are, and some quick ones there too. So
Recovery Sunday at a 6:29 pace.
Yeah,
you love to see that.
Yep, and another 20-mile run at 6:28 pace, 10 at 6:47. So I see he's locked into his pace here. So we'll see how he goes out, because it looks like it's going to be that low 7, high 6s, low 7s. Maybe someone goes faster. Who knows?
Yeah, I think you generally see that with these kind of events is like if you can run on the 7s for this event pretty steadily, I mean you're gonna be in such a good spot. Like especially if you can hang on for most of the times. And we're seeing like a lot of big breakthroughs in fixed time this year. A lot of records being taken down and just a lot of popularity just coming into the sport too. So it's just it's always interesting because I feel like any time with these events, there's always a chance for something incredible to happen, which is so cool, right?
Yeah.
Because and then in about a month, less than a month, we have Desert Solstice coming up where that field's stacked too, and so it's just been so cool that like any one of these fixed time events, like I feel like I go into I Run Far. Is a fixed time event you don't hear too much of, and then some world record breaks or some American record breaks, and you're like, what the heck? Like, this is wild.
Yeah, we're watching the sport, ultra running, trail running, fixed time to go from here up to here, take the next step up.
100%. And maybe switching to the women's field too. I think a notable name is Arizona local here, Alyssa Jones. So Alyssa on the Air Viper racing team, she is no stranger to fixed times events. Early this year, first place at the 12-hour event at the Jackrabbit Jubilee, 63 miles as well. She also did 6 days in the Dome, which according to her didn't have her best race out there, but still 107 miles out there too. But I mean, she's got tons of different wins. I mean, she was here at Fat Ox last year, first place in the 6-hour at 39 miles, which is really, really great. And the cool thing about Alyssa is, I've gotten to talk with her, and she actually started working with Zach Bitter this year.
Oh, no kidding.
So, so Zach is no stranger to the fixed time events.
Right.
Former 100-mile world record holder at 6 days in the Dome. So, talking with her, like, she was telling me, like, how much she really wants to learn and be better. And, she was saying, like, this was her big, scary goal, and she wants to qualify for the national team out today. So, to see her take the steps of investing in a coach, learning these things, on top of all the experience she has, I think Alyssa's set up for an amazing day out here.
Yeah, and I think she's still, hopefully this is the day that she figures it out. I remember her 6 days in the Dome. She killed it for the first half. Yeah. Probably not the best second half, even according to her, but she did stick it out and see it through. But if she can hold on today, she's primed to take the win.
100%. And like I think in a race too where you have the 75 degrees, like to us Arizonans, like that's a cool day.
It's cold.
Yeah, exactly. So I think you got the heat on your side here if you're hailing from Phoenix. So it'll be awesome to see what Alyssa can do out there today.
Yeah, she's killing it. Her training too, same thing. She's been stacking 70, 80, 90-mile weeks. She's got some long runs right around that 9-minute pace. She has a 30-mile run at 7:54 pace on her Strava. So her training looks pretty good. She's a talented runner and local hero.
Local hero for sure. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome to see her out there too. I think like a cool, fun name to look out for is also Kaylee Frederick. So I mean, she is 20 years old. I think she's one of the youngest finishers at Badwater. So she did Badwater earlier this year, 8th place female at 20 years old, which is amazing, or 19 years old. She recently turned 20. She's 19 years old, but also too, I believe, I could be wrong, but she also completed Badwater when she was 18. So she's a multiple finisher at Badwater, young age as well too. And I think if you can do a race like Badwater, like at such a young age, you have like a good mindset out here just from like the flatness, relative flatness, the heat, all that stuff too. But even earlier this year, actually, quite frankly, almost about a month and a half ago in October, she ran a 24-hour race in 125 miles.
That is impressive.
That's pretty stout.
That could get it done.
It's pretty stout out there. So I think Kaylee's going to be an interesting story, if not a fun one to look for sure.
Definitely. And yeah, when I was 18, 19, 20 years old, like I was a runner. I ran all growing up, but man, 20 miles, that killed me back then.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't even running when I was like 19. I think 20 miles, if I ran 20 miles when I was 19, I wouldn't even be here right now. So that is awesome.
Oh, there's a great shot of the Estrella Mountains. We won't be going up into the mountains, but you're looking at our race village and the start line there. That's that wide sidewalk. That's what they're on the entire time. And then you're looking at the aid station and crew zone for the runners. They will be switching directions every 6 hours, I believe. So they get to do see both sides of the course. And that sounds like something really minor, but it helps on the mental side a ton when you can not look at the same things over and over again. And it sounds silly, but when you switch directions and it's like, oh, now this tree is on the left instead of the right, and maybe there might be a crack or a little incline, but you're hitting that in a different way. It's a good way to break up for the muscles and more importantly for the brain.
So true, so true. And it's so nice that you get like such good views out here, right? Like the mountains and just the beautiful landscape, which is awesome because the old event for the old venue for this, I believe, was Nardini Manor, correct?
I believe so,
Yeah, which for those who aren't familiar, Nardini Manor is it's a I don't know.
It's like a house.
Yeah, it's like
it's
hard
almost
to
like an
describe.
old plantation.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
It's like a 0.3 mile dirt track.
Yes, exactly. Just around like this house, and it's beautiful out there, but it's so different than this course because this course, it's like you really feel out here in the mountains, and I think that's like such a good strategy in these fixed time events to be able to like see something new on every lap. And I think when you have something as expansive as this venue, you can see something new at every lap, which is so cool. And then you get the sunrise in the morning and then the sunset at night, which in Arizona is just an absolute pleasure like to be and to see like out there too. So I think this course is a cool one for a fixed time event, and I love the course change for Fat Ox in particular.
Yeah, and then also something out here to watch out for is the wind. It's always wind. This is on the southwest side of Phoenix. It gets pretty windy out here. It's dead calm right now, but this is flat. The trees that we do have aren't the best at blocking the wind.
Yeah.
And when these guys and girls are running 7, 8, 9 minute miles, that does come into effect.
100%. Yeah. And, I think if you have a strong headwind coming your way, like whether it's early or even later in the race when you're trying to, battle the body like into deep fatigue, like that can take a lot, especially like on top of the monotony that comes with these fixed time events. And even just, I'm sure you've been there. I'm sure a lot of our listeners, even just watching in, can relate. Like running into a headwind when you're like knee deep in a long run or a race. I mean, it can just get frustrating, right? So I think that's what's the magic of these fixed time events is there's so much of the little things that can like make or break these distances.
A breeze or a wind will turn a flat course. It'll feel like you're going uphill for
right.
half of it.
Yeah, 100%. And I think like that's what the beauty of these events, and it'll be curious to see too, just like how people manage those little things in here, right? Like the efficiency at, filling bottles, the efficiency at stopping at their tables wherever they're at, working with their crew, right? Like those things matter in these kind of races where, you could potentially be battling miles and, how you manage the heat, topical cool, like taking your nutrition and on the stoppages, and I think a lot of that is evolving as we're seeing, like I said before, these records kind of breaking. So it'll just be cool to see the strategy coming in. I love like the setup over here where you kind of have the party over on the the start finish area.
All your crew zones and different tables. It's interesting to see how people set up that. Mm-hmm. So, Joe, you're no slouch to running. Got a couple top 15s at Javelina yourself, so you know what you're doing. But how would you attack this race today? Like, would you bank miles in the morning while it's cooler and then try to plan for a little bit of a slowdown as the sun comes up and then maybe reattack at night, try to go the same pace, maybe go the same heart rate? If you were running 24 hours today, how would you go about this?
It's a good question, and thank you for the good words. I appreciate it. I think it really depends on how well you can manage the heat and how good your heat training was. So, like, for example, like we were joking before, the Sage Candidate posted that he didn't feel not hot. Yeah. And I had to like sit there and think about like the triple negatives on that one. So I'm assuming that he feels pretty good, and I know he was on the treadmill all suited up because he's from Colorado, which is very cold and snowy now.
Right.
But he was doing a lot of heat training. So I think if you've done the heat training and you feel good in the heat, I think it's really smart to just kind of go a little bit on intensity, right? And try to kind of find that line where it's like, okay, can I keep the same intensity throughout, and then maybe just push it a little higher to the end where you can kind of give a little bit where you can withstand the heat a little bit more. You can topical cool, you're staying on top of fueling and stuff, but you kind of like manage your intensity with the heat almost, but you're able to push a little bit more in that heat because you have that heat adaptation and training to get guns. So I think that's one way to do it if you're really good heat training. If you're not as good in the heat, then I do think a good strategy of being able to maybe run a little closer to aerobic threshold early on where you're not burning yourself out, and then when the heat comes on, you're understandably knowing that you're going to go a little slower and you don't try to ride that line in that heat, right? I think that's why heat training is so important for races like this, Javelina, anytime where it's going to be, I would argue, over 70 degrees.
Yeah.
The better heat trained you are, the more that you can ride that line in that heat. And I think like if you look at even just Javelina this year with performances from David Roche, Riley Brady, right? These athletes like were all spectacular in the heat, and they were able to ride that line in those hot temperatures where you looked at a lot of people, they looked great in that first loop. Maybe they like went and banked miles, and then they just exploded at loops 2 and 3 because it was so hot. So I think
it hot this year at Javelina?
just a little bit, just a little hot. But I think like the biggest thing is I think the people who are the most heat adapted can take the bigger risks. And I think that is the question that you have to ask yourself towing the line here is, am I heat adapted enough to push a little bit harder? And I think that's going to lead to a great race. Now, obviously, there's risk. There always is. But if you manage your cooling, if you manage your hydration, if you manage like your intensity to not go over that aerobic threshold, I think that's what's gonna do it. But what about you, man? You're also no stranger to running as well, too. Like,
yeah,
and Phoenix too. Like you're a Phoenix local.
True.
So.
I like the heat, but I kind of live and die by the motto of go out hot and hold on. So it might not be the smartest thing all the time, but it's really fun. Sometimes there's tears at the end, but that's usually me. Pretty irresponsible with the pacing. But on a serious note, I'd probably go do the similar thing. Same intensity, same like RPE, so relative perceived effort, pushing the whole way. So it's going to feel better in the morning. So the pace might be a little higher in the morning in the cool weather and dip down a little bit. And then always in the end when I'm doing an overnight thing, I always think attack at night.
Yeah.
Because even if it's like a cooler day or 60s or 70s, you're not getting that direct sun exposure at night. And then I think too, it's natural to get tired after, it's going to be dark here at 10 or 12 hours into the race. People get tired and slow down and it's night and your body's saying, oh, it's time for sleep. And if you can push, just turn it up, 1% then in terms of competing against the other people, you'll be getting ahead. So.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I think that's the beauty of these 24-hour events is like you have a full night.
Yeah.
You have a full night. And I think you lose the race if you are struggling by the time that sun comes down. Like you have to be fresh when that sun comes down because you said it best, right? You can bank miles, you attack at the night, like your body temperature is more regulated. I think at that point, that's where you got to start managing like caffeine and all those things because you're going against the body's natural tendency to go to sleep. But I think like your race is done if you're struggling when that sun goes down. Yeah. Like you have to take care of yourself enough, which again, like I mentioned before with the heat training, it's like if you're not as good as the heat, don't push it because you can bank miles in that later section, which I think is something that can really just damage a lot of people, if they want to be strong in the night, but they push it a little too hard in the heat. And then that nighttime just becomes a night crawl, which is no good.
Yep. And I think too, there's the whole nutrition aspect of it.
Yes.
And people tend to stop fueling when it gets later in the race because the first couple hours you're fresh, your mind is fresh, you're going for it, you're thinking sharp and clear, and you're saying I need this many calories, this many carbs per hour, I need to hydrate. But you get 12, 13 hours into it, and all of a sudden you turn into zombie mode. Yeah. Or your stomach's upset and you don't want to eat, so I'll eat next lap, and that's diminishing returns right there.
Right, 100%. And I think if you're unfamiliar with the format of USATF, no pacers, no headphones, right? Is that correct? No headphones, no pacers. And I think a lot of times in those races, in traditional ultras here in America, that is like, right, you can have headphones, you can have pacers, and those can be a big boost. But here, you can't have those things. And so I think in the end of the day, like being able to not just physically make sure you're well, but mentally towards the end, because it's just you and your thoughts out there and it's you and you, right? Of course, you got all the other people out here too, but I think like there's a bigger downside mentally to going out too hot in this race because you really got to rely on yourself from a mental perspective in the USATF format. So in the end of the day, like I think it's just crucial to be able to manage the day the best that you can to the ability of your heat training, to the ability of your fitness. And I mean, you said it best, RPE, perceived effort. Like I think even so, like I mean, I remember at Javelina this year, like I had certain splits coming in and it was 98 degrees. And I just remember not hitting the splits that I planned because it was so hot. And that was a good decision that, I made, even though it was going a little slower. And I think people are going to have to also think about that this year is, if they're feeling a little hot, can I take a little bit off from a pace perspective so that I can run maybe faster than what my planned paces are at the nighttime?
Cool. Are you a music guy, Joe?
Big time. Yeah.
Okay. Like during training? Oh
yeah, 100%.
Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
I'm the opposite. I like headphones pre-run, post-run. I listen to music all day, every day. But man, when I if it's road or trail, I'm usually just like myself and my thoughts and
Really?
my footsteps. It's weird. I know I'm crazy. So
Well, so I'm curious about that because I think it relates to even this. Like, how have you felt that it's been like a net plus for you in racing and all these things? I mean, you raced in the Philippines last year, which, by the way, for those who are unfamiliar with the race, it's a gnarly. What's the race called again?
it's Hardcore 100.
Hardcore 100 nuts race, right? Like,
Yeah, 34,000 feet of vert.
how does
forest
training
speed.
with no music help you just in your day-to-day racing and when you show up to the
really
line?
lets you get introspective. I don't know. I just feel more in tune with myself and my body and what's going on then. So I don't mind being alone with my thoughts. It's always that battle of positive and negative and stuff like that. So you just got to know that the tough times are coming and get through it, and there will be positive ahead.
I love that. Well, I admire it because I listen to music most of my training, and I think at Javelina I listen to music, gosh, probably like half of the time out there.
Yeah, so we do have about that ticker at the top that's counting down to the start of the race. So just under 3 minutes to go. We'll be hitting this 24-hour national championship. We do have the live chat. I'm reading some of these comments. Thanks for tuning in, Chris, and everyone else there. So if you have any questions about the race, about just Joe or myself, we got a long time on air today, so we'll be taking the calls.
Exactly. A lot of love for Alyssa Jones in the chat too. Phoenix local here, as we were mentioning before. So we got a lot of love for her in the chat, which is awesome. And we also have Aravipa commentating legend Chris Warden in the chat. Shout out to Chris for paving the way for Aaron and I.
Right.
We have big shoes to fill. I mean, Chris is a commentating legend in my mind.
All right, and I haven't seen people. We don't have direct line of sight over to the start line. I haven't seen anyone really going crazy like strides or anything in terms of warm-up, but I'm sure they have. Not to mention, if you do see people running around, there was a 48-hour event that started yesterday morning, so there are plenty of people that have ticked off triple-digit miles already, or 75 plus. They've been going for about almost 24 hours as of right now, so they are just halfway done with their event.
It's crazy, and I think it's always so interesting. Like I can't even imagine just being in these events. You ran for 24 hours, and then you see people just starting their journey. Oh boy, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's just total mind game.
And there's a 6 hour. There was a 6 hour yesterday, so that's got to be. I don't know if that's discouraging or intimidating, but you see people starting and finishing the race, and then like going up on the podium and going home, and you're just still running in the same loop the whole time. So.
Right, and it's also interesting because there's also fixed distance events.
Right.
There's 100 miles out here, right? And so like the time is like how long you're going, whereas like 100 miles, it's like you have like that benchmark of distance too, and so it's cool to see the variety out here.
Oh yeah,
awesome.
We've got that 24, 48, 12, 6 for time, 100 mile, 100K, 50 mile or 50K for distance. So a little bit of everything. Looks like we were counting down right here.
We're about to get started here.
So 10 seconds to go right now. And we'll see if anyone goes out super, super hot.
Let's see.
And here they go. They'll be running. We're about 50 yards away from the start line, so they're coming by right now. It looks like Sage is in second place. His race is over.
He's taking it nice and steady. Everyone is.
But it looks like 3 went out. I'm assuming that's Adam, Sage, and George.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that his name? Sorry.
Oh, DeGeorge.
DeGeorge.
Yes.
And there's a whole bunch of them. Oh, it's great to see.
It's awesome.
So in addition to the elites and the people going for national championships, we do have age group awards and records for everything going through. So since we do have time to fill, we can kind of go through these.
Yeah.
We'll just go. We've got the open category, which goes up to age 40, or anyone can do it. But once you get to age 40, you can compete in masters or age group awards. But on the women's side, these are going to be all in kilometers covered over 24 hours. So if you want to do the math, feel free. But the open record for U.S. is going to be 270 kilometers. And then I'll just run down the age group: 40 to 44, 252, 45 to 49, 246, 50 to 54, 225. 55 to 59, 213, 60 to 64, 190, 65 to 69, 176, 70 to 74, 165, 75 to 79, 104, 80 to 84, 92.9 kilometers, and there is no female record for 85 to 89. So if anyone wants to age up and go for that next year, you've got a chance. On the men's side, we could be looking at the open record today, 278 kilometers. The 40 to 44, just shy of that, 277. 45 to 49, 275. Then we got to drop off when it gets to 50 to 54, 247, 55, 59, 227, 60 to 64, 215, 65 to 69, 194, 70 to 74, 179, 75 to 79, 176 kilometers, 80 to 84, 126 kilometers, 85 to 89, 146 kilometers, and then we have a 95 to 99 record, 18 kilometers. But if I'm 95, 96 years old, if I'm moving, I'll be happy.
If I'm running 18 kilometers in 24 hours when I'm 95, 99, I've lived a good life.
Yeah, absolutely.
So shout out to that record holder, which is awesome. We got some questions in the chat here. One from our very own Chris Warden. Do we expect Sage's training block to have him set up for success? So yeah, we were going through Sage's training. I think
we can revisit that. We had about a half-hour pre-race. I'm not sure if anyone tuned in, but again, we got a lot of time to kill here. So
yeah, I think we were pulling up some numbers on Sage's training, but I think one of the biggest things is that Sage has not raced that much in 24. He really hasn't raced much in 24, and I truly think that a lot of times if you really want to be great at like a specific race, like there is so much value in just that time training, right? Absolutely. And just that time training and not like stacking a lot of different races on board, so you can really get locked into this. And it looks like he's been putting a lot of time, effort, and even the train agrees over there. The train agrees over there. But a lot of time, effort, and focus into this one race, which Sage is no new athlete to the sport. I mean, he is one of the well-known names of our ultra running generation too. And I mean, he ran a marathon in December of last year, the Honolulu Marathon, and it was 2:31,
which is probably on the slower side for Sage.
Exactly. And looking at his training and looking at his back-to-back long runs and stacking efforts, like I think he's okay too. But like we were saying before, I mean, there are some names out here that can totally snipe him. Like Michael DeGeorge, I think is a dark horse for sure. Like as we were mentioning before, about like 141 miles in 24 hours ran in his last 24-hour race, which, I mean, that is to put into context. Like Nick Curry's American record is just shy of 175. Yeah. So like that is it is still a pretty interesting thing. So all that being said, I think Sage is going to be here strong, but who knows? I think we can have a dark horse.
We're looking at his peak weeks at the end of September and early October. Looks like he was running about 115 to 120 miles. And then since then, he's quote-unquote only been running in that 80 to 95 range in the 5 or 6 weeks leading up to the race. But a lot of quick runs. We're seeing marathons at 6:20 pace. Back-to-back long runs. And then really locking in that 7-minute range. We're kind of seeing in his training.
100%, which I think if you can run 7 minutes to 24 hours, you are in a good place. And I think I'll even pull up the pace calculator because I can't even do math on the top of my head. If you're running, let's see, let's go for distance here. So 24 hours, let's just say you run a 7:45 pace, right? That would equate to 185, which is over the American record. Massive. So, is Sage going for the American record? I'm actually not sure. I haven't, because I know Chris also asked, has he shared what his mileage expectations are today?
I've just heard make the team.
Yeah.
From Sage. So I think that's kind of a lot of people's goal today, but he could be. I mean, you're going to have goals that aren't vocal. You could be internally just saying, yep, if it's a good day, I could grab the record here.
100%. And I'll be curious to see, and I know obviously it's minutes in the scope of hours, but I'm curious to see what the first loop splits are. Yeah. Just to see where people are setting the tone and the pace at, right? Because you and I were talking beforehand. It's is this a strategy where you bank miles early, slow it down in the heat, and then just rip at night? Or do you just kind of go out hard and just have a steady fade throughout? It'll just be interesting to see. I mean, kind of talking about, again, bringing up good old Nick Curry here. I mean, he's the king of the negative split.
Oh, absolutely.
And we have been seeing, a lot of performances this year that have been the opposite side of that, where we just see big positive splits, right? So who knows what the strategy is going to be out here too.
Got some beautiful drone shots, and you will see people running opposite directions for a little bit. I think some of those 48 hours, they're going to be switching directions. They'll get everyone going the same direction at one point, but I know there was a little bit of a discrepancy for the very start of the race. So it's not 24 hours runners lost on course. Those are just 48-hour runners or potentially crew that are walking around out there. But some beautiful drone shots of the park. Just a great morning so far.
100%. So beautiful. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think we
They're coming around.
They're coming around for the first time. So let's just take a look.
And we got... Oh, yeah, here they come.
Here they come.
So we're at 7 minutes, just over 7 right now. That clock's going to be real nice for the first loop. Then we're going to have to start doing math. There they are. There's Sage in second place. And we got our race directors dancing at the start line. But, yeah, just over 7 minutes, about like 7:20 when they cross the line. So you can do the math, and they're on 200-mile pace right now.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. So they might be doing the bank strategy, but and I'm trying to peep the shoes. It looks like the front runner was wearing a carbon shoe.
Okay.
I couldn't.
Metaspeed?
Metaspeed.
A6 Metaspeed?
A6
Okay.
Metaspeed, and then I couldn't tell which Hoka model that Sage was wearing.
Sage is definitely wearing Hokas. We know that.
Yeah, but it didn't look. I couldn't tell if it was a plated shoe or not. So, which is interesting because I would have 100% seeing a plated shoe out here, but I'll have to take a better eye when he's around.
And then that is our female leader going by right now.
She's looking strong.
Did you get a number? I just see open on the back bib. And then we got a nice group right here
Big
running
group.
together. There's 6 of them with 4 women. Is that that's not Alyssa?
No, Alyssa.
Unless you went by already.
Was.
I'm going to work on getting timing up on here too so we can kind of see some live splits. But yeah, people are looking really fresh right now, as they should 1 mile into this race.
Yeah, if you're looking bad now, have fun the next 23 hours and 50 minutes.
This
That'd
looks
be
like
cool.
Alyssa Jones coming through. That's her in the pink shirt and the pigtails, so it looks like she's going out real smart.
Which is great.
Yeah, I know. There. Yep, she's
Yep.
got the pink shirt. Air Viper Racing Team kind of leading another little group going by, another 5 or 6 people.
Smart.
Looking nice
smart.
and smooth. Alyssa going with the sleeves so far. That's the first I've seen. I think Sage had a long sleeve shirt on as well.
He did. Yeah. And I'm wondering, are those yeah, I'm wondering, is that like a heat shirt? I can't tell.
Yeah. It was they're white sleeves, so I don't know if that's for cooling or
Yeah,
sun.
cooling or warmth. I mean, it could be for cooling. I mean, those sleeves,
Yeah.
very underrated cooling protocol. And I think maybe, because I used to work with Zach as well, and we mentioned before, Zach Bitter is Alyssa's coach. He got me onto arm sleeves for Javelina, and
Okay.
I've been sold ever since. So who knows? That might be a Zach Bitter passed down knowledge for
Absolutely.
when it gets a little hotter out there, and it keeps you nice and cooler when it's cold. So it's a little bit of a double usage there.
We did have John. I always mess up his last name, but Fagervisi.
Oh,
Fun fact about him: he is a Barkley finisher.
no way.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. I think 2018 or 2019, but he runs quite a few Air Viper races. Yeah, he made it in just under 60 hours, but he is an official Barkley finisher.
Wow, one of the few.
Yeah, what, 20-something?
Yeah.
Ever? So,
That's amazing. Do you know what else he's done in the past? Or because I feel like unless he was a sacrificial lamb that made it, he's got to have some good.
he does a lot of the longer stuff. He runs a lot. He races a lot. So, but yes, this year, holy cow, he has had a year. Started at Santan Scramble, Coldwater Rumble, Elephant Mountain, Black Canyon, Mesquite Canyon, San Juan Solstice, Jackrabbit Jubilee, Stagecoach just 55K at Stagecoach, Canyon de Chelly, and Mountain Masochist 50 miler, which I've never heard of that race, but it sounds delicious.
Oh my God, that is a stacked year.
Yeah.
And is that averaging an ultra a month?
That is 2 in January, 2 in February, 1 in March, little break, 1 in June. Then it looks like he took this July off, August, September, October, November, basically.
Wow.
So yeah, he gets around, but
He's no stranger. No stranger.
let's see if it's on. Barkley Fall Classic in 2019. I don't know if the actual... Yeah, Barkley Marathons, 20 miler, 60 miler, 20 miler. There it is. Yeah, 2012, 59:41. He finished Barkley, so 19 minutes to spare.
Wow. That is impressive.
But yeah, he's one of those just results page that has 142 races on Ultra Sign Up. So he gets around, he knows what he's doing. So it'll be fun to see him. That's used to the mountain races, and this is pretty much the opposite of that.
The exact opposite of Barkley. Yes.
So go, John. It's always good to see him out there.
That is awesome.
That's Lulu. That's the wife of one of our employees. She is a Tahoe finisher, first 200 miler this past summer.
That is awesome. A couple questions in the chat. Someone asked, do certain people do well at fixed distance versus fixed time? Yeah, I would agree. I think
100%.
Fixed time is such a different kind of beast, right? Because fixed time, I mean, think about it. It's just no matter what, you're running.
I hate it
the entire time. Yeah, and where I think it's not just a different mental game, right? Because like the miles you can kind of chip away, where it's the fixed time events. It's like I'm out here for a certain amount of time.
It doesn't matter how fast you run, how slow you run. You just have to be doing it.
You're out there, yeah. And I do think there's also more of like a logistical thing for these fixed time events, right? Because if you think about a race like this that's very flat, and you translate it to 100 miles, you can be done with that 100 miler if you're top of the pack anywhere between 12 to 18 hours.
Yeah.
Whereas like 24 hours, if you translate that, you are likely running more than 100 miles if you're trying to compete. So in the end of the day, right, and we think about, the longer that you go, the more logistics matter.
Absolutely.
Right? And
if you're having a good day, you could be adding a marathon onto your expected distance.
100%. And that's why I think like guys like Nick Curry are so good at this, because like if anyone's heard Nick in different podcasts or even just the blogs he put out, he's very meticulous.
Absolutely.
And I see a lot of people who do really well at these events just be so meticulous with the details, the logistics, like the planning onto it. So I think like whereas like 100-mile event that is on a similar course like this, you can run a lot on sheer fitness, and of course you still got to dial in the nutrition, hydration, all that stuff, but I think there's just a larger emphasis on the precision of the logistics in these 24-hour events, because you mess up something, like again, like that time is clicking no matter what. And in the end of the day, like you make a big mistake, who knows? And 24 hours is a long time for fast 100-mile runners.
And yeah, I'm like I said, no headphone run, so I like to count up to halfway, and then I start counting down the miles, and can't do that in a fixed time event.
Yeah, 100%. So that's a good question. Also, same person giving love to your hat. He said, I'm dipping the hats, especially what looks like a fox. Is it a race hat or brand? That is actually...
Speaking of this...
Good plug. That was not planted, by the way.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm a race director for Aravaipa. I put on quite a few events. So this is the McDowell Mountain Frenzy logo, which is held at the same location as Javelina 100, just across the... It's in the comp lot instead of the Four Peaks lot. But that has distances from 5 to 50 miles. And that is part of our Desert Runner Trail Series, our Sonoran Cup. So come and join us at McDowell Mountain Frenzy or any other Dirt Series race. You'll definitely see me there.
Mm-hmm. That was my first 50-miler, actually.
Oh, boy.
McDowell Frenzy. And new course this year.
Added some more climbing. There's our leader.
Oh, he's looking strong.
Yeah, looking really strong. Sage still right behind
him.
That is Michael DeGeorge in the lead, about 10 meters behind him, Sage Canada. And they are, they came through, they're at about 7:30 pace so far.
It's pretty good. We got some love for Michael DeGeorge from Jamie DeGeorge. Looks like a family member out there.
They're possibly related.
Possibly. Good guess, but that is awesome.
Running water, thanks. Need to get on that course. Yeah, so at McDowell Mountain Frenzy, we added the East End climb and the Wingate climb and then we already had the Thompson Peak climb. So it's a interesting 50-miler. It's really flat in the beginning, flat at the end, and mountains in the middle. But something for everyone on Frenzy weekend, or any of the Dirt Series races. We're actually out here in January for Coldwater Rumble. Mm-hmm. Direct that one as well. That has everything from 5 mile to 100 mile. Heidi Allen in the chat from Maryland. She's actually working the JFK race right now. She's part of our Aravaipa team. And we did a scouting run out there for the Frenzy course. So I think she's had better days when she was going up Thompson. That hurt.
So steep.
It's so steep.
That climb is so steep. And what's nuts is it's paved.
It is paved. It is.
And you wonder
brutal.
how the heck someone paved that.
Yeah, East End, same thing. That's a steep. So you hit East End first, then Wingate, and then Thompson. But it's a little brutal course. But after that, it's 17 miles of flat. So.
Mm-hmm.
And then looks like our first pack of ladies coming through.
We got like four.
Yeah,
four
and that's
ladies.
right at, we're at 1640, so 820 pace. They've come through, and yeah, they are moving well.
Wow. And they're chatting too, so they're going at conversational pace. Yeah. Like they're having full blown conversation out there. It looks like they're having a good time.
And it looks like everyone right now is kind of banking the miles in while they're fresh and it's cool out because, like, anything can happen. But again, the guys are on 200-mile pace, and we're looking at records falling everywhere. Obviously, 2 miles in, can't really extrapolate from that. But if it does hold, we're looking at a big day.
Big day. And someone asked, what's the high temperature today for Estrella? So actually, the high temp today is 76 and sunny.
That's toasty.
That is toasty for a race like this, and not a lot of clouds. It looks like either. Wind, not too bad. We were talking about wind. Yep. Wind 3 miles an hour, so really much a non-factor. Arizona, usually not humid at all, only humidity of 11%, so 76 today. I mean, yeah, it could be why people are banking a little bit, and it also could be why Alyssa might be taking it easy, because she maybe knows that she can withstand the heat a little stronger. But
probably another thing to note for Arizona right now, we're in and most of the country is in our least amount of daylight time, approaching that winter solstice. There's Alyssa right now. It's just under 18 minutes for 2 loops, so right under that 9-minute pace. But it gets dark at 6 o'clock tonight. It'll be dark, so the sun sets probably 5:20ish right now, and then you're looking at pitch black by 6 headlamp time.
Mm-hmm.
This course is decently well lit, so I'm not sure if people are going to be using their own lights or depending on the course lights. It's not a very technical course, so you could probably get by without it.
Yeah, 100%. And I think. Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think it's going to be who's going to be strongest into the night is going to determine what happens out here.
Yeah, but then a long night. We're looking at about 12 hours of actual darkness, not just like sunrise, sunset, where you get like the dusk and dawn where it's more perceived, but actual dark out for about 12 hours.
Yeah, and it's not like crazy chilly in the nighttime as well, too. I mean, if you look at like the temps, that's an interesting thing about Arizona. It really only gets like super, super cold in that early morning, because even at night, at 8 p.m., it's 62 degrees. Yeah. 62 degrees, that's not bad. And then 55, I mean, like, yes, if you're just standing out in 55, you can feel brisk, but when you're running, I mean, that's t-shirt and shorts weather.
Yeah, not too bad. And and this one, you're right at that point where you can probably still regulate your body temperature pretty decent. I know if you get in those 200 plus mile races, that's what I know. I experienced that at Cocodona, and I'm sure you did as well. But towards the end of the race, I could not keep cool. I could not keep hot. I was wearing my Pacers and shorts and a t-shirt, and I was in a winter jacket, just shaking a lot. So I don't think they're going to get quite into that territory, but it should be a beautiful night for them.
Exactly, it'll be nice. We got good temperatures all around, which is awesome. Chris Warden with a good nugget here. He's helping us commentate, even not being here. But Nick Curry sets his crew up during 24 hours of Ziploc bags that are labeled by lap. Lap. That is interesting.
And Chris says that he's seen Nick grab a bag labeled with 7 gummy bears in it. That is extremely specific.
That's Nick Curry specific right there. Yeah. But like that's what it takes. It's that precision, which is huge. I think one of my favorite years, like it's still in the Curry thing, unrelated to the fixed time thing, but at Western States this year, I remember seeing the live stream. He came in through one of the aid stations. I forgot which one. His crew literally just hands him a shopping bag, like a plastic shopping bag full of a bunch of stuff, and Nick just took it and ran with the shopping bag. And everyone was like, what the heck? And it's but I mean, it was interesting. I followed up with Zach Bitter, who paced him that year, and I asked him, I was like, what was that shopping bag thing? He's like, he just took that and was doing all of his stuff that he would do on the aid station on the run. So he was like cooling, restuffing his stuff, like all this, like he was doing it on the run. So it's all about like the efficiency. And to go back to that question before, like what makes the difference between fixed time versus fixed distance? I do think fixed distance, you have to be efficient, but efficiency pays off so much over here.
Yeah, another fun Nick Curry story for, I guess you could call it training for this event, but it was March of 2024, Crown King Scramble. It is a 50K with 7,000 feet of climbing. He did the 100K. Yeah. So he ran up to Crown King, so he did the 50K in the race, and then ran down. But the way he did his transition, he was racing the 100K. Like he didn't just go and be like, all right, I'm finished with the 50K. Let me do a little bit of cool down, and then I'll run back to the car. He hit the finish line, and he was ahead of me, so I didn't get to see this in person, but I guess he hit it like an active transition, swap vest, turned around, he was in Crown King for all of 10 seconds, and then started headed back down the mountain.
That is so good. And there's only like a select few people who have done it, right? Like I know Cole Farrenbraugh he did his own version, running from his house.
He ran from his house did a 50K to get to the start, and then climbed the mountain. Nick went up and down, but Yeah, Nick, I think he was in like the 440 range for the 50K climbing, and then low fours for the descent.
So good.
Just otherworldly athletes here. So. Anyone else in the chat? What's the high time? It went over that. Jamie DeJours, that's Michael DeJours' mom.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's great.
That is so good.
And yep, coming from New York. Thanks for tuning in. And then we do have JFK happened this morning too. Mountain Outpost is streaming that one as well. So if you want to check out JFK, that's probably still going on. I haven't had a chance to check what's going on with that one, but that's a big race out on the East Coast in Maryland. Point to point, 50 miler, a little bit of trail, a little bit of road. Fast one out there.
A classic. The oldest ultra marathon in the U.S., I believe.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It makes sense.
So cool. So if you want, we got Mountain Outpost on both ends of the United States today.
Taking over. All right, and then we got some times to show some people.
Sage has stripped the long sleeve. He is in short sleeve right now.
And still, he's about 15 meters behind Michael DeJours.
Yep. Michael DeJours looking strong. He still has his...
So a dark, looks like a sun hoodie. Doesn't look like too much of a warming hoodie, but yeah, Sage is not seeing a lot of gloves today. And as I say that, a runner comes by with gloves on. But not a ton of gloves this morning. What would you wear, Joe? How would you dress this morning?
You know, I have a rule for myself, and I think everybody should have like a benchmark of temperature, because I, for years, have had a problem of just overdressing at the start and then just shedding everything down the line. So for me, I always have a rule. If it's 40 degrees or higher, I start in a shorts and a t-shirt.
Okay, cool.
If it's anything below, I will add on a base layer and then have the option to potentially like stuff it later on. But I think I would just go shorts and t-shirt. And, you know, I think it's interesting because like, I don't really promote running while cold, because there is actually some studies that show that there is increased chance for injury or just muscles not being as functioning as properly. But, you know, usually if it's cold, like I remember I did this at Black Canyon 2 years ago, I think at the start it was like 38 degrees. I'll go ahead and warm up in like a hoodie and a sweatpants just to warm my body up, and then right at the start go shirt and t-shirt and shorts, and then feel pretty good on there. So I mean, and seeing how Sage has stripped so quick, and he's from Colorado, by the way.
Yeah,
Colorado. That's interesting. I'm trying to see I believe Michael DeJours, Albany, New York, according to Ultra Sign Up, which that is cold this time of year.
Yes.
And so my extended family's from Albany. We used to go there a lot, and it's cold. And speaking of people who are not cold right now, we got the women's lead pack coming in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ladies running together. Looks like some open and some 40 to 44 age group.
Who's in that lead pack?
Let's see. Try my best. I can definitely do this.
I got the Aravaipa staff tracking over here.
Yeah, we just got like the lap counter but Terry Joffrain, or no, that's on the men's side. The two of the women were Anna Haley and Lisa Cabiles. They're both in the 40 to 44 age group. Those are 2 of the 5 or 6 that we had. And then on the, let's see here, the flip side. Sorry? Horvath? Okay. Abigail Horvath was in that lead group as well.
Yep. Kayla Straub, it looks like, too.
And let's give, let's see.
Janelle Stark.
We'll look some of these people up as well. So Abigail Horvath is 22 years old, looks like.
Wow, that's awesome.
And yeah, it looks like Midwest, I'm assuming. Some races in Michigan and Ohio. But longest, she did a last person standing. But a lot of 50Ks, so this looks like uncharted territory for her. Yankee Springs Trail Run, Middleville, Michigan. I'm from Michigan originally. That's a great race just south of Grand Rapids, my hometown. And yeah, it looks like she's got some stout results in that 50K, 8-hour looped course. But yeah, definitely stepping up to the 24-hour distance and running well so far. She's in that lead group 3 miles into the race.
And Kayla Straub, she was marked, at least according to Air Viper Live, as the first coming through. So a little bit on her too as well. No stranger to the 100-mile distance. She's done several 100-milers. Most recently, she did the Hawk 100 in September of 2027. Second place female in 28 hours. And then she did Heartland 100-miler last year in October. First place female, 1934. And then she's also done 6 days in the Dome, 24 hours. This is 2023. Fourth place female, 112 miles. Pretty stout effort out there too. And looks like she's coming in from, let's see where she has her an ultra sign up and where she's hailing from. She's hailing from, it looks like, Kansas. Nice. So really it'll be warm.
Definitely.
Warm from Kansas. So Toto, this ain't Kansas out here. This is Arizona.
Yeah, we'll see. It is, still 0 clouds, no surprise there. And it's starting to warm up. I keep thinking about taking my jacket off, but we're in this tent, and I'm definitely not running, so it's still chilly. My hands aren't cold anymore, though, so that's a good thing.
I'm freezing my butt off, dude.
There's Kiefer Gilbert.
Arizona local.
Friend of Aravipa. Personal friend as well.
Yes, personal friend.
Today.
Everyday ultra coach.
Perfect.
Yup.
And he's looking strong. I think he's running the 12-hour today.
He's doing the 12-hour
fixed distance.
Yep.
To Kiefer. But yeah, looking real smooth early on. But he had some really good training going, looks like, and then maybe less than ideal taper. But I was talking to him pre-race, and maybe he's just more fresh than he'd want to be right now. But
yeah, there's a time to be nice and easy. It's the taper. So
yep.
I think he's probably the most tapered person going into this.
Yeah, there you go. So maybe not as much running in the last 3 weeks as he would have liked, but it could be a benefit.
Exactly.
And that's Andre Lee going by the camera right there. He's up there with Aravipa races. He's closing in on 200. There's a few people, Chris Warden included, that have just a real stout number of Aravipa races. Jeffrey Foote, Rich McKnight, they're all in that 140 to 190 range. And it's always fun to have them at the start line, trying to see who can rack up the most finishes. But Andre's doing the 48-hour today. And I think this morning I talked to him. Oh, sorry, he's doing the 100-mile. You don't want to do the 48?
So we just signed you up for the 48.
He was this morning when I got here at like 6 a.m. He was at 75 miles. So
nice.
Got just maybe 15 to 20 miles to go. I'm assuming right now.
Yeah, he just did Javelina too.
Oh, if it's a race, he's gonna be.
Yeah, he's gonna be there. I love it. Let's see.
And I'm actually getting some timing splits now, so we can kind of see people's pace and everything as well. But let's see, labs. Yeah, we're just going to go by distance here. But I just looked up, Adam Dalton was doing about 8 minutes and 20 seconds per lap. And let's see where that puts him compared to the leaders. Like Sage. Sage is looking at more of like that sub 7, just 7:30, 7:40 per lap for Sage Canaday. And then I'm assuming Michael DeGeorge is roughly the same. Yeah, looking at about 7:40 pace for Michael as well. So Adam's, I guess you could call it bleeding 20 seconds per lap right now, but it's just so early. You can't really extrapolate on this. So everyone's just gonna. And if I'm Adam, I'm probably gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna run my own race, and I'm not gonna try to stick with Sage or Michael because it's a long day.
Right, 100%. I mean, I've been in these. I did my first fixed time event earlier this year, Jackrabbit Jubilee, and there were so many people just going out way too hot in the beginning. Now, granted, it was 6 hours versus 24, but yeah, you never know. Like with these races, it's a long time to be out there, 24 hours, and you don't want to be in a position where you are running someone else's race. And I think especially in one of these events where it's like a lot much on you, like you really got to play your own game in the beginning and start to play more of the games like towards the end.
Absolutely. And I think you're seeing that from Sage Canaday right now, who they did just come by again for loop number 4. And Sage has been, I wouldn't say getting dropped, but I think they're both just running their own race because the gap to Michael, who's in the lead right now, it's gone from like 10 meters to 15 to 20. And we're talking he's losing 5 meters per mile. Nothing crazy like that. They're still 50 yards apart, but Michael just slowly pulling away, or Sage just sticking to his exact pace because even those like you talk about paces. I used to go through this with my my college roommate. Would go for runs, and we'd just be like 5-ish seconds per mile off each other, and it would always feel uncomfortable to run next to. I've got my pace, my conversational pace, and he'd always just be like just half stepping me, and I gotta like just work just to keep up a little bit. So it's kind of funny just how little pace adjustments can feel on your body. So sticking to your own natural gait and pace is definitely the plan.
And I'm wondering, it's hard to tell, but over here from where we're at, but I'm wondering if Sage maybe stopped, like at a crew stop, or maybe like
grabbing some food right now.
Who knows, like versus Michael. I'm not 100% sure, but like that is something where, you know, it's one of those games here. It's like, how often do you stop? For how long? Like, do you stop more frequent for shorter bursts? Do you stop longer for longer bursts, right? Like, who knows what might to come from there.
Yeah. There's our lead pack of women coming by too. Looks like
4 women.
Just finished lap number 4. Just another question in the chat. How much of the loop can we see? Chris Warden replied, they can probably see 90% or more. Technically true. I can look around and see most of the course right now. But as far as details, that far side, I see people moving. I can't tell who they are. Maybe some color there, but there's Lulu again.
She's looking strong.
See here. Michael DeGeorge came by. Still, and Michael DeGeorge, that same exact pace. We're getting, so what I'm seeing on my screen, I get their half-mile splits. He has just been every half-mile section 3:45 to 3:51. So just dead on the entire day so far. I guess not the most difficult thing to do, being only 5-ish miles into the race right now. But we'll see how that plays out once we get up into that 20, 30, 40-mile range. So when do you think they're going to start feeling it, Joe?
I think when the heat starts coming on. Okay. I mean, that's usually the part where I think you start to see a lot of people start to fade a bit, especially that's the moment where you start to feel, did I go out too hot or not?
Yeah.
Right? Because I think anyone can go out and hit really easy paces when it's nice and cold. But the problem is, like, once it starts to get hot, now all of a sudden your perceived effort is increasing at the same pace. Your heart rate is going up because it's starting to cool you down a little bit more. Plus, you got the fatigue of the early morning on the legs. And I think that's like the first sign where I think internally, you know, if you've been cooking a little hotter than you need to. So I think once it starts to creep up, which again, going back to the weather here, let me pull up the temperatures here. We're going to start seeing the 66s around about 11 o'clock. So we still got some time where it's going to be nice and chilly. I mean, it definitely feels cold. I can barely even feel my toes right now.
Yeah, it's chilly here.
But that is just me. I run cold, but still, like, it won't really. So I would say probably around that 11 o'clock range once it starts to get into the 60s. I feel like that's usually the time once the heat starts picking up, and then the peak of the heat's going to be around that 2 p.m. So I think at 11, might not see some fading, but I think internally that's where you can start to, you know, really see how people are going to be responding to the heat. So,
absolutely.
How about you? What do you think?
Sorry, for
like, when do you think people are going to start fading?
Yeah, you know, it's always around that. I don't know if fading's the right word, but definitely feeling it. I think no matter how in shape you are, you hit that 20-mile mark and it feels like you've done something.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
There's been plenty of races where I've gone through 15, 16, 17, on purpose feel like I'm fresh still, but no matter what, you get to 20, and it might be a mental thing too, where you just you can look at your watch, or you realize that I've been running for a while, so, and you still might feel good, but it starts to be real.
100%.
Because right now we're still in warm-up territory. 5 miles in, these gals probably feel like nothing. Like
nothing.
It feels like the race hasn't started yet.
Exactly.
This is like the prelude to the main course, right, coming up later today and this evening.
Yeah, and these like fixed time events are so interesting in the fact that it can really make time seem warped, right? Because if you think about a point-to-point race or even a race like Javelina where you have loops, you kind of know where you're at, right? Like, and of course, right, you have the tracking, you usually know what loop you're on, but like you are running the same portion of pavement like over and over for loops. And sometimes, like, from like a time perspective, it can feel like you're either, you know, been out there for longer than you have been or been out there shorter. So I think that's a big thing. Alyssa Jones coming in, big smile on her face.
Great job,
looking
Alyssa.
strong, having fun out there.
We did get a question in the chat about our M3 right now. Thierry Joffrain. He's not with the lead group with Sage and Michael. He's actually running with, it's the big group, the chase group we'll call it. There's, it looks like it's kind of thinned down to 3 women and him running together. But he's right with them and looking really strong. That whole group looks like they're working well together.
Mm-hmm.
And then Adam Dalton was running with, he's M4 right now, and he was running with Caitlin Yonk.
Mm-hmm.
But they were together. I saw them. They came by and they were chatting. It looks like they were just on a casual jog right now.
Just casual, nice and casual.
But yeah, little if you want to follow along, live.araviparunning.com. We've got the whole lap breakdown. But right now we've got Michael DeGeorge, Sage Canaday, in essence, running together about 20, 30 yards apart. Leading the way, about a minute and a half behind them, is the lead group of women and Terry Joffrain, M3. But your lead women, Anna Haley, Kayla Straub, and Abigail Horvath, all running together. 30 seconds behind them, Janelle Stark, Lisa Cabiles are running together as well. So those two have dropped off just a little bit, but that could be anything. They could have grabbed a bottle or something like that. And then we've got, like we said, Caitlin Yonke and Adam Dalton following shortly behind them, and that's kind of the breakdown of the race so far. Just we're on loop 5-ish right now.
We're still getting started.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is awesome.
And then we'll have a direction change, coming up real quick in 5 hours and 20 minutes.
In just a short time.
Just a short time. Joe will be
awesome.
gone and on his own run by then.
Run the cold water course.
Cool. Yeah, how many miles are you doing today, Joe?
I'm going for like 2.5 hours. I'm still building up from Javelina.
Just a short one.
Just a short one. But figure to go recon the cold water course and just check it out.
Are you running cold water?
Oh, Sierra's coming on. Nice.
Do we need headphones for that? Yeah, we do. All right, we do have a special guest joining us. Logging on right now. This is going to be someone that's no stranger to the fixed time events.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we get her on. Another beautiful shot of the Estrella Mountain Regional Park. And if you're wondering where Coldwater is held, it's actually in those mountains. We're actually like the camera's facing towards where Coldwater starts and finishes. So right over that first little hill behind that is the competitive track, and that's generally where the Coldwater Rumble takes place. Again, distance is 5 miles to 100 miles, part of the Desert Runner Trail Series, and really great race director.
It's the best race director in the valley.
Come see me at Coldwater. This is that
lead women's group. Now it's down to 3.
Yep.
It went from 6 to 5, and now it is 3.
They are moving.
Yeah.
They're going really strong right now.
Yup. They're clipping away.
They still look really comfortable, but it's definitely they're going faster than probably record pace right now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's early and it's chilly. So use it while you got it, I guess.
Exactly, and I'm looking to see who's exactly in that lead group. Looks like Kayla Straub, Anna Haley, and Abigail Horvath.
Yep.
All working together.
And our third male hasn't come through yet. He could be grabbing a bottle. And then there's our fourth woman. I think that's Janelle Stark. All right. And then we'll try to see some paces for these ladies as well. That was Horvath. So looks like, yeah, they're just clipping along too. They're Abigail Horvath right now is on sub 8 pace right now.
Woo.
For the last couple loops. So right around that 7:45 to 7:55 pace every half mile. So they are cruising right now. But you can already tell now the sun's a little bit higher in the sky. It's definitely going to start warming up here. And in addition to the warmth, just the exposure. So we had kind of a haze this morning. It tends to happen in Phoenix, especially on the colder days. And it's just smog. It's people's heaters and stuff like that, and car exhaust kind of get stuck in the valley. But during that sunrise, you weren't getting direct sunlight. But now as it gets higher and kind of burns off some of that haze, it's definitely going to start clearing up, and they'll feel that sun a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
This is Adam Dalton, just off for coming by the start-finish here, just chatting away, and he's running with... Looks like Caitlin Yonk, 35 years old. Where is she from?
Also, some stats on Anna Haley, who's in that lead pack too. So, most recent results, September, according to Ultra Sign Up, September 23, 2023, North Texas Ultra 100K, first place, 11 hours. And then it looks like, according to Ultra Sign Up, took a break from racing for a while, but in her past, I mean, she's gotten third place finish female at Rocky Raccoon 100 miler. Wow. She's raced Western States before, 25 hours and 11. Okay. 11th place female at Bandera in 2019. So looks like she did. Let's see. I'm looking at to see if there's any fixed time. According to Ultra Sign Up, no fixed time.
But definitely knows
events.
what she's doing.
Yeah, but she's out there.
Distance.
Exactly. Done a lot of. She's done Run Rabbit Run, Brazos Bend, Bandera, as I mentioned before, Western States. I mean, that is awesome. Rocky Raccoon. So definitely all different types of ultra experiences out here. 12th place female Run Rabbit Run. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's solid.
That's pretty good. So looks like she's having a day out there and got a lot of experience banking on, which is cool.
Cool. And then we're still. I'm assuming still working on No Sierra right now? All right.
Not at all.
Not at all. Gotcha. Well, that was fun.
We got another Aerovipa own in the chat, Jason Gerhardt, Colorado race director.
Yeah.
He is the best race director in Colorado for sure. Arizona, I think you overall at Aerovipa, I think you two need to have a showdown.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how much of a competition that's going to be. Sorry, Jason.
No.
I taught him everything he knows.
And then we have Shelby Farrell in the chat as well, too.
Ultra Sign-Up's own. It was fun. I was out in Arkansas last week. Saw both of them out there. We're doing the live stream for the Dirt Circus in Bentonville. Another national championship, the Trail 10K USATF Championship.
Yes.
What a blast.
So exciting. So exciting. It's super, super cool to see Ultra Sign Up doing a lot of like cool activations too, because we love and know Ultra Sign Up and maybe even sometimes regret Ultra Sign Up on some nights, but it's cool to see them doing a lot of like activations, and then to take that Dirt Circus series to a national championship event is so cool. So shout out to Ultra Sign Up for not only providing a great way for us to sign up for races, but activating the community that we all know and love in this ultra running space.
That was my best workout in probably the last 2 years. I was follow cam for the elites, and oh my god, I was running them into the finish, and it was like just 200-meter repeats where I was just running as fast as I could, because some of those guys, we were sub 4-minute pace closing and stuff, and then back out and bring another one in, and my hamstrings are still sore, and that was last weekend. But that's what happens when you get old.
I mean, Christian Allen, man, that guy is he is next level.
Oh yeah, I didn't want him to drop me.
Hello.
Hi, Alyssa.
I think the thing that I always appreciate about Alyssa Jones is like every time I see her, like she's always got the biggest smile on her face.
She might be the most smiley
which is amazing
in running.
And there's a lot of like scientific studies that do show that if you are smiling, like it actually produces the chemicals in your brain.
Even if you're in a bad mood and you just force yourself to make that face.
Yes, 100%. So I think there definitely is something to that. And I think Alyssa's just naturally just a very happy and kind person too. But I do think that is a superpower, especially in one of these events where it can get mundane. It can get just the ordinary. Like it can be... there are moments where you can easily feel bored in one of these events, but if you can make it fun and have that smile on your face, I think that can make a lot of the difference, not just mentally, but physically and how you're feeling with how you perform out there too. So I think that's why Alyssa does so well at these fixed time events.
I think so. And I mean, more anecdotally, but for me personally, I used to, in my early 20s when I was just a young buck out there, I used to race and run on a lot of like anger and passion, and just like I'd get mad, and that would make me like go faster. And as I've kind of grown up some more, it's been more on the positivity side and looking on the bright side and gratitude that I'm able to kind of do this stuff. And my results have they've gone up since that, and it's just more fun to race like that, I think. So just to be a happy person.
For sure, 100%.
All right, what do we? I just saw Sage come by again. I don't know if we missed. I probably missed Michael come by. Yeah, Michael's still in the lead. Sage is just shortly behind him. So they are currently 9 seconds apart. Both are just finished laps number 6. So there's your top 2: Michael DeGeorge, Sage Canaday. Andre, how much to go?
19.
Okay,
there you go.
That's Andre Lee doing the 100-miler. 19 miles to go for him. Getting it done. Another race for Andre. Another buckle for Andre.
I think we had a 100-mile finisher too recently. We heard some cheers over there, which is cool. So saw some cheers, saw some hands being thrown up by a runner.
It's always great to knock out a triple-digit run.
You're right, triple digits, so good.
And then they probably never want to see this park again.
Yeah, and this makes it really cool. Like if you want to get your first triple-digit run, because I mean the cutoff is so generous, because like the event goes on for several days. So like if you want to get the 100-mile distance and not have to be like pressured about cutoffs or anything, like this is such a cool event to do so.
And then you've got an aid station and crew access every mile.
Yes.
Once a mile. So there's always you don't have to. I think it takes a huge thing. A lot of responsibility off of it, where you don't have to carry anything if you don't want to.
Right.
It's not like a Mountain 100 where you have to pack down and required gear and load up and save an extra 10, 15 pounds potentially.
Right.
You could run 100 miles wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
100%, and it makes it accessible too. You don't have to worry about logistics, where you're going. I mean, I would hope not, at least out here.
Yeah. There hasn't been a lot of reports of people getting off course.
Right, exactly. And if it did, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised how far you go for 100 miles. But it is definitely a cool thing too. And we saw our female front pack now down to 2.
Down to 2.
Down to 2. It was 3. Now it's 2. Like it feels like almost every lap there's
so we're starting
one
to see
diminishing
some shakeups, and I can't imagine it's people having a bad day. I think it's just people finding their own rhythm and what they're going to be doing. So we're not going to jump to conclusions and say like, oh, they're falling off the pace. I think it's just kind of finding that spot where you feel comfortable running.
Yep, 100%.
And we've got, so it's kind of cool to see the dichotomy between some of the people that just started and some 48-hour runners coming through as well.
Yep.
And 100-mile runners that have been out here since yesterday morning. Fortunately, they had a great night. The weather overnight was cool, but it was clear. I know last year at this event, it was rainy and chilly.
Yes.
I worked the overnight on that, and it was pretty miserable, and all I did was sit in the timing tent. And so I can't imagine the people that were out here running. And did you see JFK this morning?
No. Was the weather bad?
It snowed all last night, all Maryland and stuff. So I don't know exactly how the race was, but I had some texts from some runners and some people that were working the race that just really cold and very snowy. So it could have been an interesting morning. Definitely happier to be here in Arizona than out in Maryland.
And the thing with that too is, yes, a lot of the course is road, but you start on the Appalachian Trail, which is rugged. It is not a buffed out, smooth trail. Like it is rocky, and when that gets wet, it is slippery. So it really makes for an interesting race out there too.
And I know a lot of people at that race do shoe changes. I can't imagine doing like a shoe change when your hands are freezing or it's sloppy and muddy and stuff like that. So really interesting day. So I'm excited to see how JFK went for. I know Ferdinand Clovis was running. He's on the Air Viper Racing team. Mm-hmm. And then we're obviously broadcasting it with Mountain Outpost. So it's cool to see some reports from the ground over there.
Yeah.
Shelby Farrell's hashtag drunk sign up for ultra sign up. Absolutely true. Definitely been victim to that before. Signed up for a last person standing. Didn't remember I did that in the morning.
I don't even drink, and I feel like I've had drunk signups. just that I'm drunk on bad decisions and a lust for getting back into the trail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's awesome.
I think they have a sticker. I think I have it on my laptop, but what is it? Yeah.
Best bad decisions.
Best bad decisions. I saw that. Got that in Arkansas from Ultra Sign Up. That was just perfect. So
that is awesome.
Let's see where we're at. Number 15. That's Caitlin Yonke right there. She was running with Adam Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
They were together. So she just came through for loop number 6. Just finished loop 6. But Adam Dalton is no longer with her. They were kind of the ones chatting together. So I don't know if Adam had dropped her a little bit. Looks like he did.
Yeah.
But again, she could just be finding her own rhythm, or grabbed a bottle, or stop rest. It could be anything. So
Yeah, and that's where you start to see people finding. Oh, there's Adam coming through right now.
oh, there's
There's
okay.
Adam. Yep, Adam's coming through right now. Yeah, I think this is starting to be the moment in these fixed time events where people start to make those stops at their crew stops, right? Even if it's only for like 1
It's
second.
almost an hour right now.
Right.
So.
Yeah. And this is the time, like, generally you might be filling bottles, right? It's still cold, so you're not like hydrating too much yet. But this is the moment where you probably start to see people dip into those reserves. And it'll be interesting to see like what the different strategies are of people. But I think this is an interesting thing because you get a lot of people who are in the same packs, but then start to break off, like you said, getting into their own groove and rhythm. And depending on how they plan to re-up their supplies at their table or tents or with their crews.
Yeah, and then I guess let's dig into that hydration perspective, because that's a whole book in itself.
Yeah.
Because even on these cold mornings, it's super important.
Yep.
And loading up on the electrolytes in preparation for the hotter day today, and even not just this morning, but it could have been all week.
Yes.
Just taking in that sodium and stuff. So.
Yeah, 100%. And it's one of those things, I mean, even, I was looking at Sage's Instagram just now, just trying to see if he was like dropping any inklings. And one thing it looked like he was getting really dialed in was his like sweat rate and sweat loss, right? Like, and that's been like a big proponent that's been touted in, sports science and the ultra running world for, the last couple of years now, like becoming prominent with people like Precision Hydration putting out tests. And even, just a lot of people talking about it, right? Like Jeff McGavero, who got the golden ticket at Javelina, credits his success to really dialing his sweat rate. Okay. And if you see guys like Sage or any athlete in general going out and getting dialed like that, you can really get precise in terms of how much water you need and how much sodium you need. And in the end of the day, and I learned this from Scott Treyer years ago, who's also, no stranger to the fixed time events too. And he's running Desert Solstice in just a couple weeks as well. But, he was saying, I remember he told me, he's like, for years, I've been telling people that to dial in your race well, you have to dial in your sodium and your fluid intake. And I think over just the past 2 years, like it's really just caught on, and we're starting to see a lot more people get on board of that and see massive increases in performance without like proportional gains in fitness, just from getting down a good hydration plan.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game changer for me when I got into the sport. I was mostly doing 50Ks and really struggling in the last 10 miles or so. And we like my coach and I tripled my sodium intake. And we were going like after sweat tests and stuff like that. But my goal was like a gram an hour, like total.
Wow.
For, in a shorter event like that, like a 50K. But yeah, then it's like, oh wow, now I feel no change in just nutrition or calories or carb intake, but just massive amounts of sodium and feeling strong in the last 10, that last hour-ish of racing. So big things. And then even like during the week, I know Jeff Browning, another big ultra runner, he's talking about doing 4 to 5 grams a day, just normal diet, like leading up to races and stuff, which is completely unhealthy if you're not like an ultra runner. If you go to a doctor and that's just your daily sodium intake, you have problems. But yeah, that's it's crazy what this sport does to people and how your body changes to handle that stuff.
100%. And, I think a lot of times, like the biggest cause of DNFs and ultramarathons is nutritional issues and GI. But a lot of times what people don't realize is a lot of that can stem from poor hydration. And people think that it's, the things that I'm not eating enough. But it's like, you might not be hydrating enough, because a lot of the times, like one of the first symptoms of dehydration is actually like nausea. It really is in there too. And also when your body is so hot, you have less blood in your digestive system because it's trying to cool you down. Like, and I always say this, like you can go 3 days without water before dying and then 3 weeks without food.
Yeah.
So if you're dehydrated, your body's going to prioritize keeping you hydrated and cool. And speaking about people looking cool, we have the two women, they are clicking away in the lead.
Yeah, they look strong.
Relentless.
They look fast right now.
Looking good.
Question from the chat, fueling strategy, liquids versus solids.
Liquids versus solids. Yeah, I mean, I think it really comes down to personal preference, but I will say for hotter races, liquids generally tend to be a little better just because for 2 different reasons. And this is also like from what I've seen from studies and also anecdotally, but think about it like this. Like, you have to put in a lot of liquid into your stomach.
Oh, yeah.
And if you can condense the amount of inputs coming in, it's going to be easier on your stomach. So if you're like, let's just say you're taking in anywhere between 750 to 1,000 milliliters of water an hour. And then on top of that, you're adding in like a lot of solid foods. Like, your stomach's probably going to just be overloaded with the amount of stuff. But if you can take in that same amount of liquid, and then with that liquid, get your carbs, your sodium, your calories, all those things in there, you have less inputs in your stomach, and you're getting all of the nutritional needs in there. So, I mean, for years, I've lived in Arizona for 5 years, very hot in the summer. When I first really started to get into longer distances, I was doing solid food and I would get sick.
Yep.
And then I switched to just liquid calories in the hotter races, and I felt great. I mean, even just this year at Javelina, it was 98 degrees. All I did the entire time was liquid calories and gels, and it was perfect. Whereas, like, if I do Cocodona, where you have the temperature fluctuations, at night I was doing a lot more solid food because my stomach could digest it a lot more. So, but what's your take on that too? Because you're also a USCA certified ultra running coach. You've done hot, cold races, all that stuff. So what's your take?
Same thing. I think it's really heat dependent. I've definitely been more on the liquid side. I think, again, probably more on the anecdotal side, but you get in those long races and there's a benefit to solid food just mentally too. It feels like you're a real person, like eating a burger or something like that, or a burrito. Just, it's a little, you feel it grounds you a little bit. But definitely the hotter it is, the less solids I'm going to do, and I'll even get away from gels because you just got to, there was a race I ran this summer, and I fueled almost 100% on Mountain Dew, and that's not even an exaggeration.
Mountain Dew?
Mountain Dew, yeah. It's, look at it's got 75 grams of carbs or something like that in it.
Oh my gosh.
So it was one of those things. It wasn't just like a I did this, but it was Phoenician 50K, so a little fat ass race like that. So it takes, I'm out there for 11 hours. It's 108 degrees, but every like crew stop or aid station, I was like, what's more likely to happen? Me eating 3 gels in this next segment when it's 100 and something degrees, trying to choke those down, or drinking Mountain Dew right now. So I'd have sports nutrition on me and some electrolytes in my vest for the between sections, but then I'd get to my crew zone and I'd sit down and I would just chug a 20-ounce Mountain Dew, and it was ice cold and refreshing and a little bit of mental boost, and I'm just getting a boatload of carbs. And then that would then I would kind of bridge to the next one with electrolytes and from the vest, but you still, it's so hot, you kind of got to choke it down. So it's just like, I would get to a spot and it would just be refreshing to have a cold liquid, and you could drink 2/3 of it without trying and then just drink the rest of it. So that was my fueling strategy. It wasn't the plan going in, but that's what was working because I couldn't do gels anymore when it was that hot. So we just we made the switch, and not I guess not the most traditional strategy, but it worked.
Yeah, and I think you made a good point there too, because it's like a lot of times you can think about liquid calories as just like these sports nutrition products, which are all amazing out there and great, but like Coca-Cola, Mountain Dew, like I had Harvey Lewis on my podcast, and he talked about at Badwater he did grape soda.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it's like you can use those things, and I think a lot of times like Coke is the staple of these ultra marathons, but there's other stuff out there like Mountain Dew, ginger ale, like all these other types out there too, so you can.
And they have the option at the aid station. We always have Coke, ginger ale, and Mountain Dew every Aravaipa event. At every aid station, it goes out there.
The Aravaipa aid stations are amazing, by the way. So good.
It's wild. Some of the bigger races we do, it's like a restaurant. It's when I did Cocodona, I was blown away.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you get like lasagna at some aid stations, like full blown breakfast burritos. It is amazing.
Were you using a lot when you did Cocodona? Were you using a lot of the aid station food or more?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
For sure. I think typically in a lot of races in general, I try to stay away from solid food because for me personally, like my stomach, I have a very sensitive stomach. However, Cocodona, you're not going as intense. You're going slower. And I do think because you're out there for 3-4 days, you're in such a huge deficit that you need these big calorie bombs to at least like suppress the deficit. So I was pretty much like past Crown King and on, like I was taking on a pretty big meal at like most aid stations. It sounds like similar for you, right?
Yeah, same thing. And I would even take something with me. We kind of talked about that just to, because some of the sections, it's 17 miles or so, and at that pace, that could be 6-7 hours. If you're taking naps or sitting down or something like that. So like for example, Sedona, I think I ate 2 burgers there and then put one in my vest, and I think that next section was right around that 16-17 miles. So we, like 8 miles into the section, we're like, no matter how we feel, me and my pacer, we're going to stop and we're going to have a burger. And it was like cold burger from my vest. But again, it's not a gel and it's not sports nutrition. It just felt good to like a planned stop just for 2-3 minutes just to like sit down and eat a burger and then continue going up Schnebly.
So good, yeah. And it's a really, really good thing to just have some of those real food options, like after having so much of like the gels or even just like sugar, right?
Yeah.
And just having to able to switch up to something else, which is good.
Comment, gels suck.
Gels suck. Hey, I love gels, man. I do, but like, yeah, I think you got to find what works for you.
Yeah,
you know, I'm a big fan of gels, but
I go back and forth. Sometimes it's like a necessary evil because they're just it's easy to pack and easy to eat.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and I think I'm totally on board with the high carb revolution going on right now.
Yeah.
The science is there, the studies are there. I mean, even like you see a guy like David Roche like putting down 150 grams of carbs an hour at Javelina, which is insane.
Like that's tough to do just sitting down
Yeah.
and eating a normal meal.
Right. And that was his second 100 miler in just months after Leadville 100, where he just obliterated the course record. And speaking about someone who's also obliterating the course for a second here too, Michael DeGeorge just looking strong coming in. And I think I saw Sage stop.
Did he stop?
And he was stopping over there.
And when we say stop, we mean cruise zone.
Right, cruise zone
he's
stop.
not dropping off.
Nothing's wrong with him.
Or anything like that.
He's stopping and getting his bearings together and everything too.
Because now it's going to be I'd say significant gap. I mean, in terms of if they're going to be going 140, 160, 70 miles today, not too much, but we got Michael DeGeorge is about 100 yards away from us now, and Sage is yet to come. So there is some separation happening. So they're out of the line of sight of each other for sure.
Yeah. And for context, too, just for people going, so Nick Curry, his exact American record is 173. Sage coming through actually
There's
right now.
Sage right there. So
he's got a bottle in his hand.
Okay, yeah, he's carrying a bottle this lap.
Yep.
And it just looks like it's not a handheld per se. It's just a normal bottle, like a BPA bottle. So he's probably got whatever mix he needs in that, and then just carry it for a lap, try to get it down. So instead of stopping and eating, he's going to be taking this lap as his food lap or nutrition lap.
And it'll be interesting to see, like, because those hard bottles are really good for topical cooling. It'll be interesting to see what people utilize out there. I mean, even top two
women right now
are coming through.
both have a handheld.
Both handheld. Yep.
And that is going to be...
Alyssa's got some food. She's fueling up.
Alyssa Jones has a croissant.
The Scott Trayer move. Look at that. That is awesome.
So she's munching on the go. Alyssa's still super peppy, smiley. Doesn't seem like she's working too hard right now at all. I did actually see Lulu Martinez come by. She's running the 6 hour. She's the wife of one of our employees at Aerovipa, so go Lulu. But she had headphones on and she was singing as she came by, which I thought was pretty great. Mm-hmm. Whatever you can do to keep your mind occupied.
Seeing a lot of bottles coming out in this loop. Still cold, but the sun is coming out. And that sun can make a difference. If you're just standing still, I mean, right now I'm definitely really, really cold, but I also did underdress. So, I'm wearing shorts right now under this table. You can't see. But all that being said, like that sun, you can definitely feel the impact on it when you're out there running, even if it is a 50-degree day. So I think this is a time where people are starting to hydrate and get that in their systems so that they're setting themselves up for later in the day. But just to give some reference too, for some people to, we mentioned Michael DeGeorge is running at, just under 8-minute pace. Sage is kind of trailing around that same thing. The American record for 24 miles, 173, set by Nick Curry. That pace for 24 hours is 8 minutes and 19 seconds.
Yeah.
So right now they are going under American record pace.
Oh, yeah.
Will they keep that? We'll see. I mean, time will tell.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Impossible to tell.
Impossible to tell early on, but that's just kind of some context to just kind of see where these front-running men are at. And then the women aren't too far behind them. I mean, they're probably running under men's American record pace too, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Let's
just double check their latest pace. So Kayla Straub is your technical leader, but Kayla Straub and Anna Haley running side by side. So just to double check on their pace, Kayla has been knocking out, still right on that. Their half-mile splits are right in that 350 range, so 740 pace.
740. Whew.
So they're moving. And just dead on every time. 349, 349, 346, 350. So not a lot of deviation, so they're metronomic right now.
Nice and steady. I love it. Jason asked in chat, Joe, what's your next race? I'm on the waiting list for Black Canyon. We'll see. But the next big race is that Arizona Monster 300 race. So, yeah.
Going long.
I can't help myself, I guess.
Who else we got? Oh, we got Love Old School Plain Goo. That's Jason Gerhardt from Colorado with the, I guess, outdated take.
Yeah. Running Water says pizza. Funny story, at Javelina 2 years ago, I was having because I had messed up my electrolytes early in the day, so my stomach was all kind of weird, but the only thing that sounded good for me was pizza on the last lap. So I had my crew literally buy me a pizza, and I had a naked belt, and I was like, I can only eat this. So we took the whole pizza and we shoved it in my naked belt.
Oh my gosh.
And I literally fueled the entire last lap just all on pizza, and it was incredible.
Perfect.
Yes.
So were you still taking pieces out, or just grabbing just a handful?
Oh, it was a because when I shoved it in there, just cheese everywhere.
Yeah.
The cheese made the crust a little just soft. So
if you've ever worn a naked belt, they are tight.
Oh, they're tight.
You're just making
it compressed. Pizza. It was like a pizza ball almost.
Fantastic.
And I was just pulling chunks out of there.
Love
so good thing to chat about, just eating pizza out of a naked belt at 9 a.m. here. This is
Running Water says boss move with the pizza naked belt.
Yeah, exactly. The pizza belt, we'll call it.
I don't think they had that in their plans when they designed the belt, but it works.
No, yeah. I know, we're going to send it to the R&D team being like, hey, you can market that you can have pizza in this thing now.
Or we're going to need some sort of pizza holders or something that can, slot in. So
yeah.
You're not grabbing just a bunch of stuff.
Exactly. Just have a triangle kind of holder in there.
Fits in a vest or something like that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then let's just update the leaders' pace. So Michael DeGeorge leading the way right now. And he is on the same thing, super steady. And he's actually running the same pace as the lead women right now. The only difference is his first couple laps, he was able to put some distance in. But right now, we're seeing 350s per half mile for the lead women and the lead men.
Oof.
Which is pretty cool to see.
Is amazing. Shelby asked, was that the Jester? Yes, the Jester is here. For those who don't know the Jester, Ed Eddinghausen, he's run over 200 100-mile races, which is insane. And I think, he runs almost 100-miler, I think almost every other week. It's crazy. Most 100-milers, I see him out there. So if you ever see a guy wearing literally a Jester costume with a Jester hat, that is him. And if you are curious about a 100-mile race, he's probably had run one of those races that you're looking to do. But it's crazy to see. He's out here.
No stranger to fixed time events, the flatter 100 stuff. You're always going to see him at.
Mm-hmm.
Across the years, jackpot ultras, other events like that we put on, where it's just running around in a loop and knocking out the laps for a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
Or distance.
Whew.
Okay. And Jason Gerhardt in the chat talking about alternative forms of fueling as well.
Oh, man.
Which we can't partake in that today because being the USATF, there is a USATA presence here. So they will be testing the leaders or the winners at the end of the day.
Which is cool. I think that's something that is so awesome to see Aravaipa doing for events like this. Javelina, Black Canyon later this year, or I should say early next year. It's really, really cool just because that's been an area in the sport that hasn't been as, widely accessible.
Absolutely.
And it's cool to see Aravaipa taking the moves to be able to put those in place at some of the competitive events like this one, Javelina, Black Canyon. So shout out to Aravaipa on making that accessible into the ultra running world.
Yeah, at Javelina, my job duty was actually the on-site coordinator for USATA, so it's kind of that liaison between USATA and Aravaipa. It was really cool to see, and it was the coolest thing was all the athletes that we tested were stoked to be tested.
Yeah.
They were thrilled to be pulled aside, get to pee in a cup, and go through the whole process. So I think even the elites and stuff, it's I don't want to jump to conclusions or anything like that.
Right.
I don't know the results or anything like that, but everyone was really happy to be that it was happening.
Yeah, and that's so cool. It's so cool because I think it never to say that it wasn't a legitimate thing, but it's so cool to see the growth of ultra running and this now becoming it to be a more established sport.
Yeah, adds some validity to results and the races in general.
Yeah. So first two women are coming by, and It looks like we had now switching attire from a pullover to now a tank top and arm sleeves.
I gotta see their bit because we know who they are. It's where was our top two? It was Kayla Straub and Anna Haley. I just don't know which one is which. So next time they come by, I gotta try to check the bibs and then we can see who is who because I'd like to know who they are. But definitely tank tops now, but they're still looking real smooth, running side by side, and they are third and fourth overall. So we're still Michael DeGeorge and Sage Canaday running about 20 seconds apart, and then not too far behind them, Kayla Straub and Anna Haley. Terrier Theory Joffrain is our third male, and he's about 2 minutes back of those top two ladies, and then our third lady is Janelle Stark. Looks like she's running just in front of Abigail Horvath. And then there's a little bit of a gap to Caitlin Yonke and Adam Dalton. And then M5, a little bit behind, that's Isaiah Jansen. Did have a chat question about
Yanni, right?
Yeah, Yanni.
He is M6 right now, 7 laps in just over an hour.
Yeah, we'll pull up his split, see how it's been.
And by the way, if you're ever curious about results, Aravipa Live.
Live.Aravipa.
Live.Aravipa, sorry, if we're at the syntax. Live.Aravipa, great live tracking throughout the day that you can check for not just Fat Ox, but any of the Aravipa events and also some partner events.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we do a lot of external timing for some other races, so just happy to be growing the sport. Yanni looks to be running really consistent. Looks like his half-mile splits are right around that 4:34:40 range, so just over 9 minutes a mile. And he's got just under 23 hours to go, so we'll see how that plays out. But right now, obviously impossible to extrapolate how the leaders are going to go, but they're running fast. Everyone's under American record pace right now. But it's very early and conditions are perfect, so it'll start heating up here shortly.
Yeah, once the heat comes, that'll be the game. And I think it's super cool with these events too, because now you start to get to the point where people are starting to spread out, and in the mind of competition, if you're trying to like win these things, you don't really sometimes know where people are exactly at. But you have like the screen is over there, right? With the they got the results screen. They can see laps. That's when those direction changes kind of get important too, where you can kind of, instead of running, you get one look to see face to face. Yes.
And so I know personally in races, I always try to put on like a nice strong face if I'm on an out and back like that, or even if I don't want to talk, I'll talk and try to sound super happy and just be like, hey, how's it going? But inside I might be like tears and crying and pain and stuff.
And that's a good point with these kind of events, because if you think about like traditional events where you have like aid station stops and you're in little remote sections, you can kind of have those moments where like maybe you don't look as good, and then you go into the aid station trying to put on a face and show. But here, like, everyone sees you, like like we can see almost the entire course now, so you gotta put that poker face on for the entire time out here if you want to even if you're hurting on the inside, if you want to look fearless for your competitors.
If they really want to go next level, they could probably just tune into the live stream and see how everyone's doing.
That is true. Was
it Kevin Goldberg in Cocodona? He's like one of the most active chat members, and he races Cocodona every year.
Yeah.
He's in the race, just hopping on the chat.
And top 10 Cocodona, too.
Oh, he's no joke. Watching Ryan W. watching from Florida. That's fantastic. Just getting the updates on Yanni. I'm not even going to try that. Babiolakis.
Babiolakis. I think it's the one.
Potentially Greek. Thierry.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. That's his wife jumping in the chat, saving us from the mispronunciations.
It is a cool name.
That's honestly one of the hardest parts about being a race director, is I see every sort of name and have to call it out on a microphone and just got to go with it,
Exactly.
That's when I see Jordan Schmidt. Looks like he's gearing up for a follow cam. I'm assuming the helmet he's going to be riding a bike. Doesn't need it for walking around. So we're probably going to get some bike follow cam footage here, so that'll be interesting to see.
Yep.
Perfect course for it, because it's being pavement, nice smooth shots and everything like that.
Exactly. Don't have to worry about anything technical out here.
Technical bumps, crashing over. Jason Gerhardt in the chat, our Colorado race director, he was in Arkansas. He had follow cam on a mountain bike, and I know he's a accomplished cyclist, but he was having
Yes.
trouble keeping up with the lead runners there too, because it's just some of those technical trails. It's faster on foot than on a bike.
Oh, for sure.
But just train harder, Jason. You'll get him next time.
Oh, that's awesome. We got someone coming in from the UK.
Oh boy.
Wow. That is
Damien
awesome.
Carr, watch from the UK. Thanks a lot.
Glad to have you here on your evening, which is awesome. And in that link that came through Mountain Outpost there, that is the live tracking link. So if you want to follow your favorite runners, friends, family, whoever you're tuning in for, check in on that link, and you can go ahead and track around. Your runners getting loopy out here.
And then Damien in the UK, if you're wondering what's above the mountains in the background, that's actually blue sky. So I don't know if you're used to seeing that over there, but yeah, no clouds here in Arizona today, just sunshine and blue sky.
Now I
Ooh,
believe.
Adam Dalton.
Yeah.
Okay, I think he. All right, I thought he was tripping. I think he's just. Nope, he's
No,
putting
he's
sunscreen
putting on
his legs.
sunscreen.
Okay.
Smart guy.
Sunscreen on the legs and the
I
neck.
saw that too.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
While running as well.
Well, right, yeah, he's moving, sunglasses off, spray bottle in hand, putting it on his neck and his legs.
So Shelby asking in the chat, current U.S. 24-hour record. So Nick Curry has the male record at 173.015, and then the women's record, just pulling that up real quick here to make sure I have that here. The current women's 24-hour record is held by Miho Nakata of Japan, and she ran 167.996 at the 2023 IAU 24-hour
That's
World
right.
Championships, breaking Camille Herron's previous record by 247 meters.
Oh, we got a little bit of a change in positioning
Oh.
so far. We got Michael DeJourge coming by, and then right on his heels is Sage Canaday. They
Sage
are,
Canaday right behind him.
yeah, like 10 feet apart now. Again, I don't know how much of a shakeup that actually is. They could just be, I can't imagine. They're both such accomplished runners. I don't think anyone's blowing up, but they're just running their own race, and those paces are gonna deviate a little bit here and there. And I can't tell if that's perspective or not. Sage might be in the lead next lap. He might be making a pass right now.
And they're definitely not running together. Like they're not working together.
No,
they're
no.
definitely doing very much their own thing, which is kind of different from the lead females. The lead females look like they are working together, or at least running in tandem, as they're coming through right now, side by side.
Yeah, that's 14 is in the tank top. So
Yep.
that was 14 is Anna Haley.
14 is Anna Haley.
So Kayla Straub is bib number 2. So Kayla is the taller one in the gray shirt, and Anna, if you see him on camera, Anna Haley is the green tank top with the arm sleeves right now.
Yep, and Kayla Straub is from Kansas, as we mentioned before. She's the one without the tank top, right? You were
Yeah.
saying, yeah. So she was wearing t-shirt and shorts from the jump,
Yep.
pretty much.
Yep.
Coming in from Kansas, this has got to be warm weather for
Definitely.
sure. And Anna Haley is from pulling up
Colorado
her
or Texas.
Texas.
Tioga, Texas.
So for here, that's cold.
yeah,
so that makes
yeah,
sense.
It could be.
That
Yep.
makes sense from that regards too. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, and Texas has that humidity too. So, and I think a lot of times, I know even anecdotally from the athletes I coach or my friends who have, been in humid environments and come to Arizona, they generally say that running in here is a lot cooler because that humidity is tough. You cannot.
Oh boy, is
A message for our
For Sierra
for
DeGroff.
Sierra DeGroff when she comes on here, saying this.
the sidewalk is getting old
Already.
and it's 10.
And we have
89 miles in.
we are an hour and 20 in. So
The 2 lead women, they did come through that 10-mile mark in hour 17, hour 18. So that's sub 8-minute pace
Woo.
for the first 10 miles, for them,
cooking.
which is well above any record that. But again, too early to extrapolate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shelby even asked, is there a difference between this and a track 24-hour record?
Shelby with the tough questions.
I would even just say from like a logistical standpoint, I would say yes, because a track, you get to see your crew a lot more often and you get to have more opportunities for like re-ups here.
Oh, absolutely.
Just because the sheer thing of like being able to hit that so quickly. Here, yes, even though it's still a very quick thing, you still got to run a mile or so before you see your crew again.
Running
and
surface
so,
too, lot smooth, softer on the track.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a lot softer on the track, so it's going to be like probably a lot better from a fatigue resistance standpoint. Whereas like this is just hard concrete. So yeah, I mean, I would say like the track is probably like if you're going to set a record, and I think that's no surprise that if you look at those American records, they're done on tracks now. I think that does make a difference in there. But again, like if someone were to set a record out here in these conditions, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise.
Yeah, and funny, interesting, the two lead women have actually pulled back a little time on Sage and Michael DeGeorge. They're within the same minute now. So they were about 90 seconds down, but Kayla Straub and Anna Haley, 45 seconds back of Sage Canaday and Michael DeGeorge. So we could be...
it's like an overall race for the top four.
Top four, running
top four.
Pretty close. Then we got about a 2-minute gap to Abby Horvath and Thierry.
Alyssa coming through, smiling as always.
Alyssa's on, I think she just started lap number 9, so she's about almost a lap back, but again, so early right now. She's good at sticking to her own thing, and that's what you have to do in this. You can't run someone else's race.
Mm-hmm. And, Sage and Alyssa both sharing same goals to qualify for the national team for the 24 hours, and pulling up the qualification standards just for people to have that in the back of their mind as I get this pulled up here.
Graham Howes from South Africa checking in. That's crazy.
South Africa. Cape Town is happening today too, right?
Is it?
Ultra Trail Cape Town.
Jeez.
Yeah, I believe that is happening today too. So,
Damien from the UK. Haven't seen blue skies for a while. Well, thanks for tuning in. We'll enjoy the sunshine for you.
Mm-hmm. So for the USA Track and Field 2025 U.S. National 24-Hour Team, so there's a few ways to qualify. So minimum standards for consideration: males have to run 140 miles, females 125 miles. So that is the minimum standards out there as well too.
Oh, and then coming by our front right now is Rich McKnight. He's done a couple Air Viper races, so he's doing the 48-hour. He's closing in on Air Viper race number 200.
Mm-hmm.
So he's husband of maybe our MVP staff member, Erin McKnight. She works registration, office administrator, makes the trains run on time, kind of holds everything together. But Erin and Rich are great, and Rich is always running.
So good. And for reference, per the standards for qualification for the U.S. 24-hour team, the winner of the 2024 U.S. National 24-hour Championship, if contested, will receive automatic selection to the 2025 World Championship, providing runners achieve the minimum distance of 145 for males and 130 for females. So winning the championship, they have to hit that mark, and they get an automatic entry in. But if they don't, it's not automatic because they're on that minimum standards. And even if they go above the minimum standards at 142, if they don't for males and then like 130 for females, if they don't achieve that, it's not an automatic entry in, but they still minimally qualify. Yep. So there's still a chance to get in, and that just depends on how well other athletes do relative to their own performance. Yep. So like, for example, if someone wins this at for females at 130, and there was someone else who ran 132 or 133, they're probably going to have precedence over that person to get into the thing too. So the reason why I share this out here is because we know vocally people's goals out here. Some of them are to qualify for the 24-hour team. Alyssa Jones, as we were mentioning before, that's one of her goals. Sage Canaday mentions he wants to go for the team as well. So that is the standard benchmark that they have to go to do that. So a win plus hitting those mileage things gets them in automatically, and at least the 140 to 125 for both males and females respectively will qualify them for consideration into the team, pending on where they are relative to other people who have met those qualifications.
Sage and Michael went through the halfway check for this current lap 1 second apart, so they're still in essence side by side.
Wow.
So we did see Michael pull away. Oh, and they just came through the start finish. And now Sage maybe stopped for a bottle because now we see Michael and don't see Sage.
Michael's pulling away. Oh, Sage is right
There he
here,
is.
right behind him.
So they're kind of
no bottle on Sage now.
No bottle now. And Sage running that Hoka tank or singlet tank top.
He just changed, because he was wearing he was in the so he went from he was wearing long sleeve,
yep.
Then regular shirt, now he's tank top.
So maybe that's why there's a little more separation now, and by a little separation we're talking 40, 50 yards, so nothing crazy, but they were side by side briefly, and then Sage with a quick shirt change, just dropping back just a touch.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still doing they're still 740 pace or so for that last loop. They actually picked it up a little bit. They were creeping up towards 8-minute miles, and that last one was 7:38.
Here's our little lead women still clipping
right
along.
Behind them too.
Just looking strong, focused.
Let's get an update on that. They are, now it's 40 seconds.
They are close.
The women are running are running faster than Michael and Sage right now.
That is awesome.
So not significantly, but like clawing back 5 or so seconds per mile.
Mm-hmm.
So really interesting to see how that plays out because they are smoking it right now.
Yeah, they're looking strong.
Did we have the open record for women 270 kilometers? So 0.116 km. We're just going to be doing the conversion to Americans right now. 167.84 is the women's record. And then what does that pace go out to? Yeah, they're way ahead of that. Because if they're running 740s.
So you said 167?
Yeah.
Yeah, 167.96. So that would be, thank gosh for calculators, am I right?
Right.
24 for 169. This is 169, right? Yep.
Yeah.
8 minutes and 31 seconds.
Oh, yeah, they're killing it.
They are well ahead. Well ahead.
What does 8-minute miles get you?
8-minute miles is a good question. So 8-minute miles, go distance
That's
here.
in essence what they're on pace for. A little more than that. But.
So for reference, so that's 180 miles. That is faster than the overall American record.
And they're going faster than that. They're going 740 something right now, 750s-ish right now. So, yeah, so our top two women are ahead of the overall 24-hour record. But, again, incredibly earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm. Running at altitude says, with the congestion on this track, does it have any effect on runners' pace? I mean, it's pretty wide enough, and
they're pretty spread out for the most part. This one's not like those other events at like Nardini Manor where it's a little bit narrower of a path and a shorter loop. It can come into play, but for the most part, I've seen some of the faster runners kind of have to change their stride when they're passing a group, but everyone seems to be pretty like aware, even if you're, because we got 48-hour runners just in a group, just kind of walking or strolling along, and then getting passed by the faster runners. But looks like the slower people are sticking to the outside and giving up that, I guess, quote unquote, inside lane to the runners, the faster runners.
And just some stats again on the course. It is a 0.9 mile loop, and according to Strava, 0 feet of elevation gain.
Yeah, it is flat. It is flat as flat could be. So and I know, I think we had some for a scouting, because we did just change courses last year. I know during a scouting trip, our Airvipe employee and good friend Bryce Brooks had the record for the one loop time, and that recently got broken. I know he was really
what was
distraught
the record?
about that. Bryce ran like 5:14 or something like that.
This is Bryce fashion right there.
And then someone came in and beat him by a couple seconds. But I think Bryce is coming out here today. I want to kind of goad him into going for it, because that'd be fun to see him just rip out like a 5-minute mile while everyone is doing their long races.
It should be the halftime show for the live.
Every 10 miles, we would do a hot loop. So that was really fun. We just like, last person standing, you just got 15 minutes to do the mile, and we were doing like 5:40 or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
It was actually great because it got like the blood pumping, and then it was like you're used to coming in per lap at like 12 minutes and just having like 3 minutes to rest, and it's like, oh, you run it in 6 minutes, and now all of a sudden you have 9 minutes to sit down. It feels like an eternity.
Yeah, you could sleep.
So every 10, and we weren't. I mean, I can't say that we took it too seriously. We just kind of. We were out there for a fun day. We knew we weren't going to go with the Jeff Garmeyers and Michael McKnights and go for 48 hours or whatever, but we had fun for the 12 hours we were out there.
And Mike won that year, right?
That was actually, no, he didn't. Mike won last year. It was Jeff and is it Paul?
Oh, yeah.
He's from Colorado. Yeah. He's older, but he was dialed in.
That's awesome.
I remember showing up to that race, and he had a whole table with like hour by hour laid up, and I had like a drawstring bag with like a water bottle in it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm batting above my pay grade here.
Another fixed time event here in the Arizona area across the years, the flagship New Year's event over here.
Yep. That has a 6-day that goes on. So
6-day.
Every sort of distance and time that you can run for all week going on.
Yeah.
Including a 6-day event, which I've never done and really have no desire to do.
6 days is a long, I mean, like, think about that. Like, most people aren't out there for Cocodona for 6 days.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is so if you really want to test your mettle, there you go.
Right.
There you have it. 6 days at Across the Years.
New location this year for Across the Years.
Yes,
so up at the Peoria Sports Complex. 1.4 mile loop, from what I've seen from the course, looks just beautiful. Little different scenery. You're running through through the baseball fields and the concourse and everything like that. So that'll be an interesting one this year to see how that plays out. Always a last person standing too.
Yep.
Starting at noon on December 31st. So if you go over 12 hours in the last person standing, you get to actually go across the years.
Across the years. And the new, it just became part of a Mount to Coast series, right? I saw that yesterday.
Sponsored by Mount to Coast.
Which is cool.
So at Mount to Coast, really nice plush, almost like ultra road shoes.
Yes.
And I've heard a trail version coming out shortly as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like when you think about ultra running, right? Like a majority of the very famous ultra runs are on trails, and so a lot of the times they'll come out with specific trail shoes that are good for ultras. But if you look at a race like this, if you're doing 24 hours, like you're likely, very very likely, most everyone's going to have the ultra distance on there, and so. It's so cool to see that there's now new innovations coming out for road-specific ultra shoes, especially when you see the fixed time distances becoming so popular now and so prevalent. So it's super cool to see that. And Michael DeGeorge coming in, Sage right behind him. Behind him. Sage got a bottle now again. I think Michael has been carrying a bottle for pretty much the entire race.
Yep. And that gap is 15 meters now or so, maybe 10 meters. Both still looking really strong. And they both started, that was lap number 12 that they just finished up.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And we should likely see the women coming through potentially soon as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see that gap because it was 40-ish seconds last loop. So they've probably got to be like the next ones coming through here.
Yep.
John Fager VCR Barkley finisher from 2012. Probably our only one from Arizona.
Yeah, that is true.
Unless I get in, I'll knock it out.
There you go.
Just get me in the race.
Oh, and now we have a sole female leader.
We do.
Sole female leader. And
it's bib 2. That's Kayla Straub.
Kayla Straub is now the sole female leader.
So Anna Haley, we're going to be waiting on her. She was running in second place, and they were together, so they were third and fourth overall. And again, it's not
early
saying that she's getting dropped or blowing up or anything like that. It could be a restroom stop. It could be a nutrition stop.
Right.
Crew zone, anything like that. Changing clothes.
Right. Anything can happen in these races.
Yeah.
I mean, fixed time, point-to-point 100-miler, like any of these things that are very long distance, like the early does not, it does not determine what's going to happen.
We're still in pre-race mode right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you could be a lap or two down, and you're not out of it or anything like that. It's so early, and you're going to be running so far today.
Mm-hmm. I think it's so cool that we bring the live streaming to this fixed time format, and I think just live streaming in general has been a cool thing for the sport, because I always, and I'm sure like you can probably agree to this, even just, you know, being a race director, being at all these events, it's like seeing what people do at the crew stops, how they pace themselves, how they handle this. And by the way, here's our second place female coming in right here.
That's Anna.
Anna Haley's coming in.
So that was a maybe 30-second gap. We can get the actual times here.
And that is the first time all race we've seen those two women split up.
Yeah, very true.
So first time. So we're about hour and 35 minutes in. They ran the first hour and 35 together. And at this point they had more, so this is the time in the race where you start to take care of yourself, your crew, and everybody usually has different crew strategies. So this is where you start to see a little bit more split into the pack. Because I think with these events, because it's so hard to be on that same page crew-wise, it's really hard to have these kind of events where you're working together as much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just the general nature of how the crews are set up, where, you know, you look at events that have typical aid stations, it can be a lot easier because usually it's pretty standard what people are stopping for, whereas here it's kind of dealer's choice on how often you want to spend at these stations when you finish a loop.
So we're just going to wait for that timing to update, and it just did. So our official gap for the top two women is actually 1 minute and 19 seconds. So all things considered, a pretty substantial stop for Anna Haley. That's too much to be. She didn't just get dropped running. She had to get stopped.
Exactly. And
her pace didn't slow that much in 1 mile. So.
Right, exactly. And I'm laughing because we have Michael DeGeorge in the chat saying, "Let's go, Michael DeGeorge." I don't know if that's the Michael DeGeorge.
Oh, please be him.
Or just or just the same thing. We might have to confirm that. So we could be pulling a Kevin Goldberg here.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
That is awesome.
So that'll be interesting for the guys too, because it seems like Sage has been doing more stops than Michael so far.
Yeah.
Like Sage has been, it's bottle, no bottle, then a shirt change, then another shirt change, and Michael seems to have been just more consistently running the whole time. So, but Sage will drop back on a stop and then claw right back up behind him, and then it seems like a stop again. So I guess Sage is probably running faster when he's running right now, and Michael's more consistent with less stops.
Hey. Little hello.
Alrighty.
And you know what's interesting is, I think a lot of that, if I were to guess, just based on observation here, Michael's had a bottle the entire time.
Yeah.
Sage is not.
Yep.
So it makes you think with these kind of events: is it more beneficial to have a bottle and stop less, or to run with essentially less weight, which you know, in tandem doesn't seem like a lot, but you expand that over 24 hours, like. Who knows? You got to kind of think about, like, you know, what's the better strategy? And
if you're not carrying something too, you still have, at the pace they're running, 8 minutes between nutrition stops. So versus, like, I always kind of call it, if I'm wearing a vest, like a slow drip that I can do. It's like you don't have to shove everything in all at once. It can just be kind of just slowly take a sip here, take a sip here, and just to kind of have a consistent flow of calories, carbs, electrolytes going into your system.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and I think, I mean, if we remember our good friend Chris Warden mentioning before how Nick Curry had a bag for each lap, or each loop, with 7 gummy bears, and that's each loop. That's not like a certain amount of times. Like, it seems like Nick Curry sounds like he takes the strategy more so of just, let me just take it per loop and go from there. And we all know that Nick's been very, very successful for sure.
That's a good question in the chat. Do you always carry the bottle in the That's a great question for you, Joe, because I think you used to be a double bottle holder. I don't know if you still rock that.
So I was double bottles in Javelina this year. I've been double bottles every year. You know, it's funny for me what I actually do. So I used to run with the hard bottles, and I didn't like it as much just because it really does like kind of hurt your hands after a while.
And the sound gets to me too. It's like shaking and stuff.
Yeah, I don't really. So I switched to the soft flasks, and what I actually do is for the most part, like I'll either have 2 in one hand or have 1 in each hand, or I'll just do 2 in one hand.
Oh, interesting.
And so I always kind of have like a free hand, and I don't know, I like the free hand because then I can like pull out a gel or do things like that. So I'll usually switch on and off, but in terms of which hand, I usually like to keep it like balanced because you don't want to, like, again, in a vacuum, that one little thing of having more weight on one side doesn't seem like a lot, but you expand that over 100 miles, 10 plus hours, like you can get like a sore arm, or like you put too much more weight on one side than another. So usually I'll like kind of do a little bit of a like a juggling thing of like, so if you look at like the pictures of me javeline, I have somewhere I have both bottles in the right hand, both bottles in the left hand, 2 bottles in each hand. So I usually do that same thing. What about you?
So I've never done 100 on just handhelds. All the hundreds I've done have been like big mountain ones. So it's like that's vest territory.
Yeah, right.
A couple of 50 milers. I've done double bottles. I used to do the amphipod hard ones, mostly just for the volume.
Yeah.
But now I tend to use the soft flask. And I'm a one-hand guy. My last 50 mile I raced, I just did 1 bottle in my right hand, super jacked on the right side.
Yeah.
So it just made sense.
Just doing some bicep curls out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, but it does get sore.
It does.
No, I kind of balance it out with the Coros Vertex 2 on the left wrist, so it's about the same weight.
It's a rock. The Vertex, this thing is a rock, man. That is awesome. And I guess for context too, so Michael DeGeorge looks like he's doing, I can't tell if it's a hard or a soft flask, but it's definitely in an insulated thing. So Sage has been doing a hard bottle, just for reference out there. Running Water says best bottle then. I mean, I'll go by personal preference. We've been talking hard flasks, soft flasks. I like the soft flasks. The Hydro Pack Sky Flask I think is just the best.
That's
best
good.
in class.
I don't even know I just got one from Nathan. That's like, it's a soft flask, but it's insulated. And it's got a little pocket. That's fantastic. I mean, it depends where you are too. I mean,
right.
Arizona insulated is almost a must in the summer months, because everything gets hot.
Yes.
Like, no matter what, if you insulate it, you put ice in it, it's gonna get hot no matter what. But just if you can grasp onto a little bit of cold before it gets to 100-degree water or electrolytes, nothing's more satisfying than some like LMNT in a really hot flask. Like,
oh god, it is the worst. Like when you get on the summer and you just have
warm,
like warm
water.
electrolyte drink. It is disgusting. Speaking of electrolyte drinks, looks like our first place leader for the women just came in. Kayla, she dropped her bottle. You can hear the thud. So it was definitely a hard bottle. And switching it out, she's got her table right by the broadcast. So just to give you some context of what we're seeing here, of what it looks like, in case anyone wants to visually think about it, she's got a table set up. She's got someone helping out crew, but she's got like tons of plastic shopping bags full with a bunch of stuff. Looks like she's got a bunch of gels and different assorted nutritional items just all laid out, just very like organized. A really common practice in these fixed time events where you can literally just run in and just grab and go and making those things. But I mean, she dropped the bottle, picked it up, and was maybe in there for, I would say, like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's that quick. And again, like going back to what Aaron and I were talking before, it's that precision over the long periods of time that can really, really make a great performance on top of just the good fitness
Things
out there.
add up like that.
Yeah.
Another great drone shot. Sorry. Oh, perfect.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So that's our drone zooming around the course.
Beautiful.
Pre-programmed flight path. Thanks, Jamil. But yeah, that kind of gives you the layout of the course. If you're seeing mountains in the background, we don't go up any of those. It is pancake flat. It's on that cement paved loop where you see the runners. All those middle sections they don't use. It's kind of a in the foreground you'll see the runners. The loop goes by the trees right in front of that foothill right there. It's kind of where they come around. And we're just going by some of the parking. You're seeing some of those crew tents. And this is the part of the course that we actually can't quite... I can see those ramadas, but actually seeing the runners where the drone is showing right now is kind of out of our line of sight, or at least for detailed.
Yeah, and what's interesting too, just kind of even speaking a little bit about Kayla's crew spot, it's away from a lot of the main hubbub that's like by the start finish. So most people, just based on just looking and eyeballing it, like numbers wise, have their crew set up by the start finish area. But Kayla's is a little bit more far removed, which is interesting, right? Because it makes you think about like, do you want to be in the hubbub or do you want to be a little bit more removed from like the action, right? And maybe it's less congestion.
The big thing is probably the proximity to the official aid station.
Oh, yes.
So like, because I would prefer to be away from the commotion.
Yeah.
But but then I have to have all my own water, and I'm
Right.
mostly dependent on like being self-supported.
Right.
Versus like if you have a table next to the aid station, at least that's where your water and liquid can be, and you just have to pack powders. Or if your crew's there, they can just easily go to the aid station, get the water, mix it up, have the bottle ready for you. But you see a lot of tables like down by us that have aquatainers or bigger coolers and stuff. But I'd assume that's the reasoning why people want to be right next to the main aid station, and supplement stuff they brought with food from the aid station, because that's where you don't want to be, is making a stop at the aid station and then again at your crew tent.
Right.
Just because it doesn't sound like a lot, but 2 stops every lap or every other lap, it'll add up over time.
That's a lot for this, for sure. It's like you want to be stopping once when you're stopping, for sure. If you're stopping twice per loop, it would be tough for sure.
Then restrooms are also located over by the main aid station as well. So that's always
true.
The things you got to think about for strategy for some of these looped courses where you're going to be running the same loop, at this rate, 180 times.
Yes. It's
So
a lot
we'll
of
see if
loops.
they hold on.
Good proximity to the bathroom.
It does look like Michael and Sage picked up the pace just a touch. We did say that Kayla was gaining on them. She was. They were running more 750s around like lap 8, 9, 10, and Kayla was running 740s. Now they've switched. Kayla's back at that 750 pace. Sage and Michael are down 738 now for the last couple laps.
They're picking up.
Yep, the gap has Kayla pulled within 40 seconds of him. Now it's about a minute 20 that Kayla's behind. But she is running in third overall to Sage Canaday and Michael DeGeorge. All right, some bathrooms equal good, at least early.
Yes.
Yeah, bathrooms are always good.
Bathrooms are good. And let's see. Yeah, I even remember thinking about Nick Curry and his American record attempt, or when he broke it, I should say, not attempt, completion. He was talking about how he was drinking a lot of fruit smoothie out there.
Oh, yeah.
And because of all the fiber in there, he had to go to the bathroom more times than he thought. And it seemed like the consensus was from his kind of explanation of that was that if he didn't have to go to the bathroom as much, he could have probably gone gone better. And again, to bring back at the theme, the thing you and I are talking about, it's like those little things can matter, right?
Sure
I mean,
do.
he ended up getting the record, but like, who knows if you have less fiber out there, like,
Right.
and you go to the bathroom a lot less, like, who knows what you can do out there.
See if they've come through the halfway yet, and they have. Looks like Michael's still in the lead over Sage by just, they're still right next to each other, so we should be seeing them come finish loop 13 right now and start loop 14 in the next few minutes or so. And then, Kayla's right behind him. Right now on the lead lap, we've got, did they just come through?
Here they come.
Yeah, right there. Okay, I was going to say it just ticked. So Michael and Sage, still interesting with them too. It seems like Sage has been running behind Michael the whole time,
right?
Never side by side.
Never.
Yep. So maybe they hate each other. I'm sure they don't. But it's personally, I don't like to run next to people during a race. I'd rather be a little bit back or a little bit behind. I'm not much for conversation during the race. I just kind of like to be, intrinsically focused.
Well, that thing, like the talking can exert energy,
Yep.
right? And if you have 24 hours where you have to be so focused in on that energy, like you don't, and by the way, like I think the only time that I've seen people talk out here for the USATF field is in the beginning when you had those lead women. It was like loops 1 and 2. And then you saw Adam talking with was it Brittany or Caitlin, right? Abigail, sorry.
Abigail Horvath,
They were talking together, and then since then it's been quiet. And I think now you're getting into the heat of the day, you're a little bit more fatigued. It's like you want to save that energy as much as possible.
Yeah.
And Kayla just coming through,
there she is,
looking strong over here, saying good job too, cheering on other runners too in the field, which is awesome. So super cool to see that.
That's her table right there with the
Yep.
Yep, she's got a boat. It looks like they made a Target stop because there's a bunch of Target grocery bags. But Kayla was saying something to her crew member for next lap that she wanted something, so we'll see exactly what that is. It looks like they're getting a bag ready.
Yep.
Maybe. All the interesting things we talk about.
Multiple bags over here.
Yeah. Kiefer's looking strong too.
Kiefer's looking good. AZ says guys are gonna run out of stuff to talk about real quick.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know, man. I can keep talking. I'm a, you know me. I can just talk for.
Oh yeah, this Mr. Joe Corcione, Everyday Ultra podcast. He talks all the time, so he's no stranger to. Yeah, what was your Cocodona recap? What was the run time on that one?
It was 5 hours.
5-hour podcast.
And then the Javelina one was like 4.5.
Oh man.
And that's just me.
Yeah, just talking to him, talking to everyone. So.
My poor wife will agree too that I don't stop talking.
If we want to, yeah. So if we need time to fill, we'll just ask Joe about a race.
And just fill the whole time.
I'm going to briefly step away for 1 minute.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
Very shortly.
Sweet. I will be here. And the sun is coming out now in full force. Just 10 minutes shy of 10 a.m. here in beautiful Goodyear, Arizona. We have our second place women coming through right now. Anna Haley. She's looking good. She's looking strong. Adam Dalton just coming through M4. Running with Abigail Horvath. Looking good, in good spirits out here. And the name of the game so far for it looks like a lot of the athletes running is just steady, right? Just steady and easy pacing. And I think that is the name of the game when it comes to these long efforts, is steady. You want to try to avoid maybe fast bursts or even just slowing down for a little bit, barring that maybe the heat would kind of be an exception where maybe you take a little bit less so you can go strong in the nighttime. But if you look at a lot of these runners who are in the front pack right now, and again, it's early, they're running pretty steady paces out here. Nice and easy. Looks like they're exerting not much effort out here, nor would you want to in the early names of the 24-hour event over here. So everyone looking strong, happy, and having a good thing out here. Running Water, what's the podcast name? Everyday Ultra. Thank you so much for asking. I appreciate it. And looking through here, Aaron's running now. He has just joined the right. No, I'm kidding. Imagine that. That would be the biggest plot twist. You're like, I'm going to step away for a second, puts on a bib, and starts ripping it out.
No, that was just a too much coffee in the morning thing. So.
There you go.
Feeling good. It did feel really good to move, though.
Yeah,
it's way warmer out there.
Really?
We got the shade blocking us back here, but you get in the sun, it's warmer.
Oh, nice.
So lost the jacket. So there's your weather update.
There you go.
Really good to warmer outside than in the tent.
Yeah, I'm seeing really not many people right now wearing outerwear, warm clothes right now. In the morning, stark difference. A lot more people wearing warmer stuff, but now pretty much almost anyone has been relegated to t-shirts, tank tops. There's one guy coming through right now, no shirt.
I don't know who this runner is. I don't see a bib. He runs a lot of our races, but he started with, I think, tights and a jacket on, and he's down to shorts, t-shirt, bucket hat.
That's awesome. That is awesome. We got no shirt here. That is awesome.
That's a fun, so kind of side topic. I raced in the Philippines this May, and this kind of made a little bit of headlines in like the niche sport of ultra running, but the winner of the race, Jacob, actually got disqualified for not wearing a shirt. So apparently it's like a federal law about exposing your body and stuff like that in the Philippines, which I actually didn't know that because I got off the plane and I wanted to, I've been on a plane from like LA to Taiwan to the Philippines. So I've been in the same clothes for like all day. So I was like, I need to change out of this. So I was just like in the terminal, ripped off my shirt, quick put on a new one and stuff like that. And who knows, I could have been penalized or something like that for that. But yeah, during the race, really hot over there. So he just took off a shirt, did like the last half in just a vest, won the race overall, but then was later disqualified.
Wow.
So, interesting rules over there. So keep that in mind if you ever want to race in the Philippines. Keep your shirt on.
Yeah, that is definitely something. That is crazy.
And heartbreaking because it's like that race is the winning times. It's 100 mile. The winning time's like 36 hours.
Whoa.
So it's a slow race. So it doesn't run like 100. So putting that much effort in just to have a technical DNF.
From not having a shirt too. Something that is just so you wouldn't even think about.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That just goes to show sometimes you gotta look at the rules and the laws in other countries as well too. Similar with over here too. I mean, there's specific rules for the USATF format as we talked about before. No headphones.
Yep.
No pacers. Stay on the path.
Staying on the path. Did a comment. Sidewalk's a little narrow for that number of runners. It's pretty good. It's like it's not a standard. It's a little bit wider than a standard sidewalk you'd find like in a on like a next to a road. It's like a walking path in a park. I don't know, maybe 6-8 feet wide total, probably more like 8. But I haven't really noticed too much congestion. It's pretty spread out. You might get a group of 2 or 3 here, but so far everyone's looking pretty good. On like slower folks keep to the outside. It looks like the faster runners keeping to the inside.
Yep.
Inside being the left right now. And they do switch directions once every 6 hours. So they get a whole new scenery, brand new course, we say, when it's a direction change.
Brand new course indeed. And we got Michael George coming in here.
And
Michael DeGeorge.
just like every loop, Sage Canaday right behind him.
Right behind him.
Ooh, Sage is a white or a right hand watch.
That is interesting.
That is interesting.
That is interesting.
It like hurts my brain to like try to look at my watch.
Yeah,
like
the
that.
right hand. And Sage also wearing, it looks like a armband as
it's
well.
that's
Heart rate. The Koros heart rate band.
monitor.
Yep. So if anyone's wondering what Sage is wearing on his left arm, it is a heart rate band, which has been touted to be more comfortable than the chest strap, and I would agree,
Yeah, I would
and
agree as
also
well.
a little bit more accurate too,
Yep.
which is cool. Which there's a whole different thing on training theory and application on terms of heart rate, but
Sure.
if you're someone who's trying to be dialed in on a heart rate, which in a 24-hour event would make sense
Definitely.
in a lot of applications,
Especially where it's flat like this too, and it's you can associate the heart rate with the effort
Right.
more so than traditional trail running, where that's going to depend on if you're going uphill or
Yes.
downhill or technical terrain or sandy or anything like that. So.
Right. And that's such a good distinction, right? Because I think a lot of times, even for my camp, I'm usually against heart rate, but it's mostly because it's the ultra trail
Yeah.
technical specific aspects of that, whereas like this, it's a very controlled environment.
Yep.
I think a lot of the times wearing something like a armband or a chest strap is useful because the wrist based is not always
Not the best.
reliable.
We got Kayla getting a bottle and a gel, it looks
Look
like.
at this. Yes. So she's coming through. Yeah, just a quick handoff.
Yep,
That
so
was
she's
it.
She has a handheld, looked like an SIS gel, but
Oh,
I can go over and see what they are.
SIS. I mean, David Roche has been touting that.
I'm a big fan. I just like the consistency of them because, again, back to that whole gel conversation, like the viscosity is a big thing.
Yeah.
So, goo, like the old hammer is a little thicker.
the ham-
but, yeah,
yep.
back in the day. But yeah, SIS, more watery, liquidy. Don't get as many calories or carbs per serving.
Yeah.
But it goes down easier, and you're more likely to have one. So
Yeah.
That's another thing with nutrition too. It's like the likelihood that you are to
Yes.
have them and drink them or eat them.
Yeah, I always say this, like if you're in training and even if it's like a 6-hour run and it is disgusting to you, hard to get down in that 6-hour run,
Yeah.
you can guarantee that it's not going to be a good move probably on
Absolutely.
race day. And so that's cool to see that, especially like in this event where it's going to get hot, you're going to be eating for 24 hours straight. Like you need to have that good stuff coming down. Actually, those the beta fuel gels have 40 grams of carbs.
Yeah,
which
those
is
are-
insane. Yeah.
They don't taste as great, but it does the job.
Yeah. If you're just immune to the taste, which
Yep.
I don't think anyone really is out here.
Yeah, the last 50K I did, I had a couple of those, and I was just like, chemicals.
Chemicals and 40 grams of carbs.
Yep,
Yeah.
But yeah, then you read it, I'm just like, oh, cool. It's like double a normal one.
Yes. Right.
Kiefer Gilbert coming by again. He's just running the 12-hour, but looking really strong. He might be leading the 12-hour right now.
He's looking
Gotta
good. He's looking good.
Jump on that. We'll see.
Kiefer did his first 100 miler last year, Coldwater.
Yeah.
Just right a stone's throw away.
Right over those mountains in the
Yup.
background.
You can actually see a glimpse of the course on the current drone view over yonder, because
Yeah, we get really close to here. So old Coldwater used to stage out of the same spot and used to go up those hills right right behind us or right in front of us.
now it's a more runnable course, right? It's like a 8K gain, right?
Yeah, way more
Yeah.
run. I think, it right around 11 for the 100.
Oh, 11
12.
for the 100. Okay, nice.
until there's a probably going to change in the next couple years. There's it's not even proposed. They're working on it right now, but they're expanding a trail in the park to actually go into the Estrellas. So it's about a 1,000-foot climb.
Ooh.
And if you know anything about me, that'll definitely be in the course.
Yeah. I mean, leave it to Aaron to even just add a bunch of vert into McDowell Frenzy this year.
Yeah.
And that's cool because like the Estrellas, you look at those mountains and, we're so blessed here in Phoenix to be able to go into a lot of mountains, but a lot of the Estrellas you can't really go into out here.
And that's the thing. They wanted to make it's Estrella Mountain Regional Park, and it's more or less in the foothills of the Estrellas and in the valleys and stuff, but you don't get the mountains themselves. They go up over 4,000 feet.
Yeah.
Or right near maybe 39, but real close to that. So they're pretty iconic. You can see them everywhere in Phoenix. So having a trail that'll go not to the peak of one, because there is with the land and everything, there's native land.
Yeah.
And it's a whole mess. But the park does own part of it, so they're building a trail that does go up to one saddle and then down another way. So that'll be, whenever it's completed, we'll put that on the course. So it'll be one climb per blue loop, if you're familiar with how the course lays out. So if you're in the 100 mile, you'll be doing the climb 3 times, but give it a little bit of a feature there. So not the hardest climb in the world. I got to see most of the new trails they're building in Phoenix, they stick to a specific gradient. So I can't imagine it's going to be the most steep or technical climb, but there will be some vert added. I always like that. Break it up a little bit, because right now, being a flatter race with a lot of washes, using the same muscle groups for the majority of the time. So that might be a good chance to hike a little bit.
Yeah, it was a very runnable course this past year. Which is awesome. I mean, Jeff Browning's winning time was what, 15:46?
Yeah, and I gave him crap about that because he said he was going to be 15:45.
Oh,
was his plan. He said 15:45 to 15:50. He's so specific
so
and dialed.
specific.
And then he came like 15:46:10. I was like, wow, you're late.
Yeah.
So, but then he had a laminated piece of paper on his wrist the whole time about like all the aid station splits and the time he needed to hit those and stuff. Wow. So he was dialed. He knew exactly what he could do. Yeah, that'll be fun to watch him. He's in Western States this year.
Yep.
Got the sponsor spot. Like the lottery hasn't happened yet, but he's in it.
Yep.
He's going to be going for the 50 to 54 record.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, super cool. A lot of times, I was speaking with Jeff a while back, as everyone remembers his Cocodona performance this year. Pretty much had the race in the bag, but then suffered some respiratory issues from an infection and a sickness he had weeks before into it. And Harry Sabertas came out of from behind and just gapped him when Jeff was walking down Eldon. A lot of people thought, oh, is he coming back to Cocodona? But with the opportunity like Western States, he couldn't pass it down.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah.
So he'll be doing that, and I know he's wanted to take significant time off the record. I don't know off the top of my head what the 50 to 54 record was, but he's talking like in terms of hours, not minutes. So I think he wants to go in that same time, right around that 16-hour mark plus or minus.
And he could do it. He could
absolutely.
do it. There's someone who just gets better and better. It is Jeff Browning, one of the most accomplished.
It was at September 28th, and he was saying that he's like, speed work's already started. You need speed work for Western States. I've never run the race personally, but he says you got to race the last 50K like it's an open 50K.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like even from like Forest Hill on, right?
Yeah,
like Forest Hill on is just like so runnable, and it's like if you can be in that position and just be able to run strong after beating your legs up on that downhill, like you're in a good position. And Michael DeGeorge coming in here. Looking good. Sage, no Sage
right
in
now.
sight right now. I'm trying to see if maybe he stopped by, but
Michael's got carrying the bottle.
Yep.
And
black arm sleeves.
Black arm sleeves. Interesting choice.
That is very interesting.
We'll see if they'll come off in the next few hours or so. It's gonna start warming up here pretty quick. Already is definitely warmer than this morning. I don't have my puffy on anymore. There's Scott Trayer himself.
Scott Trayer.
You want to come over, Scott? Yeah, give me one. Okay.
Scott is competing in Desert Solstice coming up in a few, and he just pumped out this past weekend a 42-mile run at basically an 8 flat pace.
Yeah.
And I sent him a message after. I was like, this man's a legend, and he commented back 2 words, feeling fit.
That's
feeling fit.
That's the word around the office that he's going to smash it at Solstice this year.
Oh, yeah, and here's Sage coming through now. Sage coming through with a bottle.
A gap opening up between the two. We'll get you the exact time split. And it is, that was the last lap.
I'm trying to get the read on what shoes Sage is wearing. It doesn't, I don't know if it's a plated Hoka model, because usually those ones have a distinction, but
it's impressive to watch Sage run. I don't know, just as a big gait person.
yeah.
You can definitely tell he's a 2:11 marathoner that in his life, and really talented runner. He looks really smooth out there, and just how his foot hits the ground and how his knees track over, just all those nerdy things, but really, really cool to watch. And we're just going to wait till this updates their most recent lap, but I'm guessing that gap was right around 30 seconds. And here's Kayla. Kayla's caught up.
Kayla is looking
Definitely
strong.
closed some time on Sage, but I think Sage did another stop.
Yep.
Nutrition, something like that.
And Kayla came through the first time and just took a gel and some liquid and just kept running. And then she came back this loop and tossed trash and then just kept running too. So she's kind of doing moving stops out here. Moving stops. And we get a perfect view because her crew stop is right here.
Right in front of us. So that last, we've got almost a minute between Sage and Michael DeGeorge, followed by Sage Canaday. So 58 seconds. We got Michael DeGeorge coming through at 2:03:09, Sage 2:04:07, and then 2:04:51 for Kayla.
Nearly 5 minutes over Anna Haley now. They were running neck and neck for pretty much 90 minutes of the race, neck and neck, and then Anna pulled back a little bit again, not because she's fading or anything from what we can see, and it's early on in the race, probably more from, and it doesn't look like Kayla has physically stopped once from what we've seen. She's hasn't physically really stopped, so it's just
smoking right now. She's
right.
She's flying.
Yeah, because I think everything that we've seen, because we have direct eyes on Kayla's crew spot, we don't have direct eyes on Anna's, but we haven't seen Kayla stop here once. It's all been moving stops, where it looks like maybe Anna has been physically stopping it a few times, which again, like, it's all a matter of strategy and how things are going. And and it's very, very early on. We got some time here. Alyssa Jones just coming through F11, looking steady, smiling as always.
Did we talk about Kayla's, her accolades and her history? Because she's fast. She's got a 7:11 50-miler in Kansas. That's fast.
And that's earlier this year, March 23rd.
Yeah, and a 19:30 100-miler looks like. 17:18 100-miler. Yeah, she's quick.
She's fast.
16:28. Yeah, just going through her ultra sign up.
16:28 100-miler.
16:28 is great. Fast.
Wins too, by the way. She according to ultra sign up, she has not finished a race outside of the podium. Or no, one in 6 days in the Dome. Besides the 6 days in the Dome, which she came fourth female, all of her other races, according to Ultra Sign Up, have been on the podium. Most of them wins.
But 7:11 and 16:28 for 50 miles and 100 miles, respectively, that is elite.
That's fast.
So most of these, she's from Kansas. A lot of these races are from Kansas. So, but that's probably great training for here.
Yeah, 100%.
I know Kansas has some rolling hills, but overall pretty flat. And that's how I describe this course as well. Very
flat. I want to see if she has Strava. Let's take a look.
All right. Podcast name. If you're talking about Joe's podcast, it's Everyday Ultra.
Oh, thank you.
It's questions from the chat. Sage also has a podcast.
Yes.
I don't know which one his is.
I will look it up.
And then.
Hello, we are live streaming. Yes.
All right. And let's see the rest of our women's field as they come through. So a little update on the race. We got Kayla. She's running in third overall. She's on lap 6, just finished lap 16, so she's on lap 17 right now. Anna Haley is 3 minutes behind, 2.5 minutes behind. And Janelle Stark is catching up to Anna Haley. So 30 seconds behind Anna Haley is Janelle Stark. Thierry Joffrain is your third male.
Mm-hmm.
1 lap down. And he's running close to Abigail Horvath. But yeah, we're looking at Kayla with a little bit of a gap over Anna and Janelle, who have a little bit of a gap over Abigail, and who's opened up like 6 minutes on Brittany Keeley, Jenna Maffey, Caitlin Yonke.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going down to 2 laps down. On the men's side, we've got our top 2, Michael George, Sage Canaday, Thierry Joffrain in third, and then Adam Dalton 2 laps off the lead loop. But Adam's no slouch of a runner himself, so he's probably just running his own race. And then fifth, he's also on lap 14, Isaiah Jensen and Nicholas Budson. So that's kind of your breakdown of the race so far. All right.
And one thing to kind of keep in mind that's really interesting, if you look at the leaderboard right now, the condensing of the field in terms of the gaps between the top 10 women are way narrower than the top 10 men. So, like, basically, F1 through F3 are pretty tight. F4 through F7 are pretty tight. F8 and F9 are tight. And think about it this way, F9 is all the way above M5.
Yeah.
So in terms of like how close the races are, the women's race is definitely a closer, tighter race right now.
Absolutely.
For sure. Whereas Sage, Michael, and even Thierry Joffrain, they're pretty well ahead. Adam Dalton is kind of the next big gap between the top 3. So the women's race is close for sure. It is
and
close.
You still have people like, I know we bring her up a lot, but Alyssa Jones, just because she's a local and we're familiar with her, but she's all the way, like, quote unquote, down F11 right now, which is, it might be surprising if you hear that. I think she's got bigger goals than F11, but
for sure.
It's still very early.
Right, 100%. And I think, I would not, it's incredibly early. And you still got the heat out there. You still got the heat. And so I think with Alyssa, she knows what she's doing. I think she's very much running her own race out there, which is very, very smart. And I think she'll be dialed in the right way. So Sage coming through.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap now.
A little bit.
Are we going to get some? I see Jamil Curry on the electric mountain bike with the helmet cam. This is follow cam right now. This is jam cam, I guess you could call it. He's got the helmet with the camera strapped to his head, and he's on the e-mountain bike kind of going through the course. He's going to be catching up to Sage Canaday here pretty quick, just working his way through the field. But this will give you a good there's Sage right there, right?
Right there, yep.
Yeah. But this will tell you about the course, show you the course. Now they're getting to areas that we can't see from the broadcast tent. But same layout. It's the same sidewalk the whole way around, just under a mile loop. And then you can kind of see how the congestion is. I don't even know if I'd call it congestion, but Sage have to deviate a little bit, but nothing crazy. But that stuff might be fun. Keep your mind fresh, too, zigzagging through people.
For sure. Keeps you alert, too.
Yep. And there is some, the course does weave a little bit like that, so it's not just a straight, square or anything like that. It kind of flows in and out and generally makes a somewhat of an oval shape.
And as you see on your screen right now, we have Mr. Run Fasta himself, Scott Schreier. Scott, what's up, man?
What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Fresh off of a nice 40-miler the other day, huh?
Yeah.
You should have gone faster.
Hey, race pace, 24-hour pace.
There you go.
Dial it in.
How is the Desert Solstice training going, my friend?
It's going excellent.
Yes.
I'm pretty excited about it. We're 3 weeks out and going to take a big swing and go for that American record that Nick has.
All right.
Who knows? Maybe someone will break that record here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be shooting for the new record.
They're on pace right now, but it's still obviously early.
It is early.
Why are you here, Scott? You got a
supporting Jared Irvin, who is running in the 6 hour, and then just it's a great event.
Yeah,
Came
perfect.
Come see it.
Heck
Beautiful day here at Australia.
And Scott, you're no stranger to these fixed time events. Desert Solstice last year had an excellent performance, breaking the Masters record, which is so cool to see. And now you're coming back this year, going for the American record, which is awesome. So from like a broad base level, right? We've been talking about this. What do you think is like some of the biggest keys to?
They're coming to Desert Solstice, and this will be my 7th 24-hour event.
Wow.
There's a lot to it. I feel like a lot of us maybe got into the sport running 100-mile events, and on the faster end of the sport, it's important to remember that the faster athletes are running 100 miles in 12 hours or 13 hours, so it's literally double the duration.
Yeah.
So that, and I think a lot of athletes in their first or second or even third 24-hour event, the faster athletes maybe don't consider that, and they're just like, oh yeah, like, let me just start the race. Fatigue and muscle breakdown that's going to bring early. So those were definitely some early lessons for me in my first few 24-hour races. And I don't think there's a right or wrong way. But for me, trying to run as even splits as possible will be, important for me. But then again, if we look at when Camille Herron broke the 2018 world record at Desert Solstice, she also broke the 100-mile world record at that run, and she had a pretty, a bigger positive split. I think she broke 100 miles in 13:30, and then came through with 167 miles. So people do it differently, but I'm going to try to keep it pretty even.
Yeah. Do you take the weather conditions into play at all when you do this? Like, do you try to bank miles in the morning, or go, like, is it effort wise or is it pace wise that you're going off of?
The great part about running this time of year is even if it's a hot day, it's not hot for long. The sun goes down at 4 or 5 p.m. So they really only have, at this event, they may have 4 or 5 hours of actual heat. But I'll keep the pace the same then, and at an event like this or at Desert Solstice, you have access to your crew very often. So if it does get hot, just using those cooling strategies. So yeah, like Desert Solstice, always icing down. I'm usually one of the first people to start using ice. And if I was at this event, I would be starting to use ice right around now.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as it gets about 60 degrees or right around there, I'm trying to stay cool. So I do think it's important, but again, the heat period is a little shorter, so I think that's nice about racing in November or December or January here.
And we've been commentating too on like people with like stoppage strategies. So how do you kind of think about that going into Desert Solstice? Like, how often are you stopping? What do those stops look like? Do you do the rolling stops? Like, what does your crew strategy look like?
Yeah.
And you've been famous too for taking a little bit of a French approach to it over the past year.
Yeah, for me, I won't stop at all. So 0 stops for me. The only time I'll stop is to use the restroom. But again, I think it takes a really, really strong athlete to be able to run for 24 hours without stopping. So unless you're one of those really high caliber athletes, I think a better approach would be actually using a run-walk approach. Even if you're a really, really stout athlete, it's just so hard to run for 24 consecutive hours. Even if you're doing mountain racing, that's 24 hours long. Like, you're taking those walks on the uphills, and then so you are getting a little change. Whereas in a race like this, your gait cycle is identical, step after step. So I would, if they're newer to the sport or maybe in a mid-pack athlete, I think the run-walk approach is kind of the way to go. So, but at Desert Solstice, yeah, I'll do all running. The crew kind of just hands me stuff as I need, and hope for the best late, right? I mean, I think, it's just really tough. I think the other piece on these races and them being so long, and I'm going to give a shout out to someone who's given me a lot of advice, is Nick Corey. And I remember going into World Championships last year. Nick was on the team, and we were talking a lot, and he gave me one piece of advice which I kind of knew, but then when he said it, it really resonated, is that even if you can conserve physical energy via pacing, right? If you're pacing at a really slow effort and conserving physical energy, you can burn a lot of mental energy, which you don't want to do early. So that really, really helped me last year setting those American age group records, in that I just wanted to like mentally just be super relaxed for, coming through at least 100 miles worth of running. Because if you think of it, you still have 10 or 12 hours of running to go. And I know some athletes, we're seeing it now, like Western States can like race from the start. And that's just like, mentally, that's just, it's overwhelming for me to even think of. So I feel like I know how much bandwidth mentally I have. And that's a big component for me. And it will be this year. And if I think back to last year, and maybe one of the mistakes I kind of made, I kind of like faltered a little bit towards the end of the race, and it was literally a mental breakdown. I didn't have the bandwidth. So going in this year, it's something I've really worked on almost every single run, is just some mental performance pieces that I hope will help late in the race there.
What are some of those like things? Like, I know you mentioned like kind of like one big thing is like not racing early, right? Because racing, you have that mental focus. But what are some other things, like maybe for someone listening who maybe gets a little on edge in the beginning or kind of wastes that stuff? Like, what are some of those things you've been practicing?
Sure. Yeah, and I think people that have seen me race there, or in general, I'm usually making some jokes like, I am not concerned what place I'm at. Even like here, you have the leaderboard. Every time you come through that checkpoint, you can see, okay, how many miles am I at? Where are the competitors at? All of this stuff. Last year, I made a conscious decision not to look at that leaderboard for the first 12 hours.
Oh, wow.
Sorry to interrupt quick. Yeah. We just had our lead, Kayla Straub just came by, and I think she grabbed a cake pop from Starbucks. From our crew right there. I think that's what they handed her.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Different fueling strategies. So.
Yeah. So to me, that it's tough, right? Like, you want to look at that, you want to know, but again, it's burning energy every lap. If you're looking at things, being like, all right, where am I at? Where are they at? Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Those first 8 or 10 hours of a 24-hour event, err on the side of conservative. And yeah, maybe in the last third of the race, you're really dialed in. But I think you just have to stay so relaxed on so many levels early, because the event is so long. And I think we see it in the pacing, right? If you go back and look at, data from all 24-hour racing and most races in general, and the pacing, there's usually some major fallbacks late, right? Like, athletes aren't losing seconds, they're losing minutes per mile. And that's like, if you think of like, hey, at the start of the race, people are super concerned about, I'm 5 seconds slower, 5 seconds faster than what I'm supposed to be here. But then at the end of the race, they're 2 or 3 minutes per mile slower. It's like, hey, like, you got to take the low-hanging fruit. Like, right, we need to, like, we're not so concerned with like, hey, how the front few miles. It's more like, hey, we don't want to slow down on the back few miles. So if you got to take 10 or 15 seconds per mile off of your starting effort, so you can do a little better on the back half, I think that's really, it's, at least for me, that's really, really important.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too, because Nick, I mean, negative split hits.
Split
so he negative, and he's like the king of that, right?
Amazing performance. Yeah, I went out and I was running with Nick last week, and we were talking strategy, and I generally try to negative split as well. At a little insight into this year's pacing, I'm actually planning that I might have a slight positive split here. My goal is to go up. So Nick's record at 173.01 miles, that comes out to 8:19 pace per mile.
Okay.
And yes, Nick did run a negative split. I was on the track with him during that race. It was incredible to see. This year during the race, I'm actually planning on going out in between 8:05 and 8:10 per mile, so faster than American record. And my goal is to cut the slow down by less than 3%. And so that's kind of my goal. And if I think of why am I doing that, I feel there's a lot of reasons why. The main one is I feel like if I am close to that record in the final 4 or 6 hours, it'll be really motivating for me to be able to hold that and push. Whereas if I was trying to run a negative split and I'm behind that record, it might feel overwhelming to me. So I think I'm taking a little bit of a risk here. And what I told Nick is I'm going to be 44 in a few weeks. I don't have too many more chances to take a shot at this American record reality just from age-wise. So like I said, I don't know. I'm going for it.
Yeah, and your last run that you did, I mean, it was like I said before, it was like 40-something miles at an 8 pace, and it felt good. And I remember you commented back to me, you're like, feeling fit.
Yeah, I've had a unique training cycle, but I'm feeling super fit. But yeah, all of my long runs, I've done them at race pace, so right in between 8 and 8:10 or 8:05 and 8:10. And that helps me just make sure the fueling strategy is going to work, the hydration strategies, all these things. You digest differently at different intensities. You burn through more or less when you're moving faster or slower. So it's just kind of getting all that stuff dialed in, and I got it all dialed in.
Yeah, it's so funny too, because even earlier in the broadcast here, we were talking about how important hydration's out here, and we actually brought your name up, and I was like, Scott Schreier has been saying the sweat test for years and years, and now it seems like it's this new thing, but it's been around for a while, and now you're seeing like the revolution in high carb and all that kind of stuff too. So I guess when you're taking the strategy into this year, like what is your fueling strategy? How do you kind of approach that in a race like that? Are you high carb side? I know you're also high croissant, which is great, but what's your fueling strategy going into this year's Solstice?
Sure. Yeah, to kind of touch on that, it's a little unique. The high carb revolution, it's excellent, right? I think we see carbohydrates are the easiest energy source to burn, takes the less oxygen to burn carbohydrate over fat. But the other piece, like I mentioned earlier, is when you're racing this distance, 24 hours, and you need to reduce output, you're moving at a lower power output. So again, if I'm out on a typical easy run in a normal training cycle, I might be moving at 7-minute per mile pace. Whereas, like I said, at this race or when I'm trying to set that record, I'm moving closer to 8 or 8:10 pace. Mm-hmm. So it feels really, really, really easy. So I'm actually burning less fuel. So if I was to go into, say, a 50K race, I might be, fueling at 90 grams of carbohydrate per hour. But when I come into Desert Solstice and I'm actually burning less, the hourly rate is actually going to be 60 to 70 grams per hour. And so that'll be my hourly rate. And then the croissants come into play.
All right.
So I have noticed, I have been able to get through 100-mile races just on sports drink and gel. And it hasn't been a successful strategy in my earlier 24-hour races. And I knew I needed some real food. And I was just thinking, like, what real food could work for me? What food am I excited to eat? I think that's a big piece, because if the fuel stays on your aid table or stays in your pocket, it's no good. So you have to actually want to be able to eat it. So I'm a croissant guy, which I know is nowhere near the science you want to hear. A lot of fat in there, a lot of saturated fat, but it really works for me. I train with them. Again, it's not a fuel source I would use if I was racing 50K, but at this really, really low output, it's something I can digest early. So a little fun fact, the first 11 hours of Desert Solstice last year, I went through 5.5 croissants and just sports drink. So the only thing I put in was sports drink and croissant. I'm tweaking that strategy a little bit this year to go with that, like I told you, the 60 to 70 grams of carbohydrate hourly, and then croissants as I see fit, which I believe is going to be about every 3 to 4 hours having a croissant.
Okay. I thought you were going to say 3 to 4 laps. I was like,
no,
my gosh.
Wow, that's a lot of croissant.
Yeah, every 3 to 4 hours, I think I'll dip into a croissant, and it just works for me. So I think, again, that long of a duration, I just realize I need some real food. I want to be excited about it. And then late in the event, I have other options that are real food that are kind of like, if I need them, they're there. I've tested them. They feel good. So being able to adapt late will be important, but I think I have all the tools in place. I have the nutrition. I have the hydration. And a big piece for me is like at these events or at Desert Solstice, and this is maybe unique to me, I draw a lot of inspiration off my friends and family and crowd. And as you know, I know the Aravaipa community is like a family to me, and they're out at the event, and then I bring all my friends to the event.
Perfect.
So when I get to see them every quarter mile, it is so uplifting to me, opposed to a mountain 100 mile, right? You might see them 4 times throughout the whole race, and yeah, you do get that boost when you see them, and it definitely boosts you throughout the next 20 minutes or so. But being able to see them often reminds me of like why I'm there, and it's just, for me, that's why I love Desert Solstice, right? My 5th time coming back, so
Heck yeah.
I'm stoked, guys.
Oh, I'll see you there.
It's gonna be awesome.
It will be great. Why don't I'll turn it back to you two so you can get on with this amazing event going on. And, yeah, I'll be here all day cheering. So if people are coming out to Fat Ox, come find me, come say hi. And if you come to Desert Solstice, December 15th, Central High School, Phoenix, we're going to try to set some records.
Ladies and
Perfect.
gentlemen, Scott Trayer here, Run Fasta coach, Phoenix legend, and potential new American record holder in just a few weeks here at Desert Solstice. So, Scott, thanks for coming on, man. This is awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks for
guys. Have a
stopping
great
by.
day.
Hey, we'll
Take
see you
care.
out there.
Oh, that was awesome. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, that was Scott Trayer joining us
Yes.
for some Desert Solstice preview and insights into his training and nutrition. A lot of good points.
I will say, if you're not following Scott, like, you gotta be following him. I
Yeah.
think he's not only like one of the most like entertaining and just like awesome dudes that I know, but just so knowledgeable. I mean, I've learned a ton from Scott, even just, you know, on runs and listening to him on podcasts. Like, he's got so much knowledge in the sport. So he posts a lot of great stuff. He's been on a lot of great podcasts. So give him a follow if you haven't already, and cheer him on at Desert Solstice in just a few weeks here.
Fantastic. And on screen right now, this is our F2 Anna Haley. This is the Jam Cam. Jamil on the electric mountain bike. That is Anna Haley making her way around the loop. So she is in 2nd place. She's a little bit down from Kayla Straub right now. It's about 3.5 minutes, 3:18. So about a half lap down.
Yep. And what's so interesting too about this race, and we were kind of talking about this before, like in the top 15, there are way more women than men out there, which
Insane.
is awesome.
It's great.
It is so awesome. So even just the top 10, right? The top 10, top 5 right now, it is 3 women in the top 5 overall right now, which is awesome. So we got a race on our hands here.
It's great to see. Like I think two of the last 3 races I've directed, I've had a woman take the overall win in the 50K distance.
Yeah.
At Sky Peaks and at Pass Mountain a couple weeks ago. Just really cool to see.
So good. So good.
And then we've got our lead woman, Kayla Straub, she is right up there she's running in 3rd overall, and she is right behind Sage Canaday and Michael DeGeorge.
Yeah, and you know, it's really interesting because, you know, we just had Scott Trayer on here, and he was talking. We asked him, hey, like, what's your strategy for like stopping? He's like, I don't stop. And we haven't seen Kayla Straub stop once.
Oh no, she's running her tables
right through,
right across the tent from us, so we can we get to see her aid station or crew station stops. But she's been moving the whole time. Looks like she's got crew or family members, whoever it is, but they're dialed. So one lap she'll say what she needs. Next lap she comes by and either drops something off or picks something up, or both. And then even like a little bit farther, like the USATF 24-hour championship field, not the biggest field of the event today, but 35 runners total. Looks like 33 started. Looks like we have 2 DNSs. But everyone is at least on loop 10. But yeah, I was looking through some of the stuff. Mandy Miller, 63 years old. She's right on pace with that record.
Wow.
So it's still really early, obviously, but she'll need to hit right around 109 miles in the 24 hours to do the 60 to 64 record, and she's slightly ahead of it. So that's about 12-minute. I think she's like 4.5 miles an hour roughly.
So awesome.
So she's running 12s right now, which is 5 miles an hour. So we'll see how that plays out. That's a good record to watch. But we'll kind of dig through some of the data and see if we're in record hunt. Who else did we talk about earlier? She was, if I see the name, the 20-year-old. She was killing it too. Now her name's passed me by, of course. But aside from our top two men, Thierry Jaffrain, he's still running in third place. He is a lap down from Sage and Michael. Adam Dalton, speak of the devil, running by us right now. He's our M4, looking really smooth. He's just been running his own race the whole time, whether it's with someone and chatting or just kind of by himself, which he's been solo lately.
Alyssa Jones moving up a little bit. She was F11, now she is F10, moving up steady.
Okay.
Keeping a very steady pace, which is what you want to see.
And then I don't think it's going to show it in the tracking because it happened between timing checkpoints, but Sage Canaday was ahead of Michael George very briefly, and then I believe Michael repassed him, and I think the reason that the pass was made originally, Michael has reclaimed the lead, but they're still 4 seconds apart, so nothing big. And then on camera right now, it is Sage Canaday. This is Jamil Curry on the mountain bike following Sage right now, so you can see how he's running. Sage with the calf sleeves. It's probably the only of the contenders in the field. I haven't seen anyone with calf sleeves.
Yeah, that is a first for the field, which is interesting.
And then the rest of the women's field too does look like Janelle Stark has moved ahead of Anna Haley recently. So Janelle Stark, she's 37. Let's get some information on her. I know we talked about her earlier, but still that 8-minute per mile pace, which is pretty cool to see. Yeah, she's back. She had a couple laps where she was Enumclaw, Washington, 37. Let's see if she's got some results on herself. She's doing across the years. It's another one, just a stacked ultra sign up results page for her. So she's got some good results there. 20 miles, 610. Yeah, she's definitely ventured into the triple digits in terms of 24-hour racing.
That's awesome.
So we'll see how that goes for her. Kayla Straub coming by again.
Let's see. Oh, a little bit of
first stop. Like salt tabs. She's taking right now.
Chugging a water.
Yeah, but this is the first time we've actually seen her. She's standing by her crew table right now, down in whatever her mix is, and it looks like she's Dr. Pepper as well, and a coffee.
Big smile.
Starbucks. Yeah, yeah, she looks fresh, but she had a cake pop from Starbucks a couple laps ago, and she's actually drinking a coffee or whatever's in the cup right now.
Yep.
And a Dr. Pepper, so it looks like the caffeine and sugar has started. But again, that's like nice, real food, not real food, but drinks, you know.
Yes.
It's not a sports drink. It's not a big salty mix. It's coffee and Dr. Pepper, grounds you a little bit, brings you back to reality.
100%. Yeah, that was for those seeing on the camera. We have Sage Canaday on camera, and what Aaron and I are describing. We have our lead woman, Kayla Straub. Her crew is set up right near the broadcast tent, so we had full eyes on it over there too. And for her first stop, which was 2 hours and 38 minutes in. Yeah,
we're getting there. So it's and question in the chat about say if he's going to put a shirt on later, something to block the sun, because being from training in the greater Denver area, it's sunny up there. It's Denver gets sun 300 days of sun a year up there, but it's way more direct. We're significantly farther south down in Phoenix, and we're in the outskirts right now. So it's definitely something to take in mind or to pay attention to, covering up if you're not used to it all months of the year. So not as much daylight this time of year, but that direct sunlight, it still will do damage.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's, when you have that out here, a lot of people think about like heat as just temperature, but it's like the amount of sunlight too, because you have 70 degrees and cloudy. It's way different than the heat exposure. I mean, even think when you're doing a mountain race and you're 6,000 to 7,000 feet up and the temperature might be 55, it might feel like it's 80 because you're so much closer to that sun.
Absolutely.
And using things like arm sleeves, protective gear like sun shirts, sun hoodies, those things can get really, really useful, because that inherently, like, there's the body temperature and there's also your skin temperature.
Yeah.
And I think it's a very underlooked part, and I think a lot of times people can think like, oh, I want to maybe wear with less clothes, but sometimes like wearing a little bit more protection is good. And I think another big thing that people don't realize also is that if you topical cool, like in this, right, you throw water on yourself, like your shirt stays wet. Whereas if you just have a lot of skin, it'll evaporate. And essentially you don't have enough like water on you to keep that cooling factor. So sometimes like having things like shirts, arm sleeves, things that are going to stay wet and cool actually keep you cooler, even though, you're wearing a little bit more clothing, can add an increased topical cooling effect, especially in a very, very dry climate like Arizona out here.
Oh, I did Elephant Mountain 50 miler, which is the first week in February, a couple years ago. And I wore a singlet because it was like 35 at the start and the high temperature was in the 60s. But the tan lines I had on me, it was crazy. You don't think of that sometimes. I'm fortunate enough I usually don't have to deal with sunburns, but that was one of the worst burns I've got, was in early February. But yeah, so that sun is still direct being in Arizona.
And Chris Warden over here, predicting some carnage as he's seeing Megan Alvarado and Whitney Richmond. They are very strong runners.
They know what they're doing.
As Chris was saying. So Whitney Richmond, just an extensive ultra sign up. And by the way, Rim to River 100 miler champion from this year on October 26th. So not even a month ago. And she got first place in 20 hours on that course, which is amazing too. 24 hours. She's got a lot of different finishes on there. Desert Solstice, 6 days in the Dome. So she's got experience for sure, and she is fast and she is strong. And she, like Chris was saying, F9. And even you have something like...
And that's on camera right now. That's Alyssa Jones and... Who else next to her? Alyssa Jones is in the pink shirt.
Yep.
The yellow shirt, I'm not 100% sure who it is. I'm assuming it's Lisa Caballes, because, it's got to be Lisa Caballes.
Mm-hmm.
So they're running neck and neck. And again, thanks, Jamil, for riding the mountain bike around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, our top, and now Michael DeGeorge, his shirt is soaked now. His tank top, and I can't imagine it's all from the ice melting. It looks like he's doing the cooling strategies have started. It still feels cold in the tent here, but out there in the running in the sun, you can tell it's getting a little bit warmer. And Alyssa Jones putting a hat on. And Lisa Caballes are running together, chatting away. That's F10 and F11 running next to each other, but both stout runners. They know what they're doing, so they're in it for the long haul.
Mm-hmm. And just to give you even some context on Megan Alvarado, I mean, she has, if you look at her ultra sign up, it is fixed time galore, 100 miler galore. There's tons of amazing results on here. 6 days in the Dome, 24-hour Desert Solstice winner for the female Desert Solstice 24 hours in 2023. 106 miles, 6 days in the Dome, 112 miles back in 2023. So she's got tons of experience, a lot of wins on there, even from 100 miles as well, too. Running 100 miles at Desert Solstice in 23 in 21-hour mark as well, too. So, I mean, if you just look at her ultra sign up, it is just experience out of experience in terms of these fixed time events. So... in the way that, these races kind of play out, it is very, very early. And you're seeing very experienced fixed-time athletes, like, in the low top 10s. I mean, that's where... And now you're seeing the time where the heat's starting to come out. Like, here is the time where you get to really see, like, who are the strong runners, who are the people who are going to have a great race. And I think this is the time to tune in for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, because we're starting to see a little bit of shakeup happening versus like we're 21, 22 laps in for the guys, and Kayla's on lap 21. The majority of the women's field's on lap 18, 19. So yeah, a little things are starting to happen. People are starting to feel it now. I think that's what we were talking about. They're getting over that. We're closing on 3 hours here, so it's definitely felt like they've been doing something.
For sure, and I can feel the heat radiating into the commentator booth now. Yeah.
And yeah, like the high today, it's 10:45 a.m. right now, but we're looking at mid 70s.
Oh yeah.
I'd say unseasonably warm, not by much. It's not like record set. Yeah.
So, and that's relatively normal around here, but this is a pretty unusually warm day out here.
But yeah, we're still looking not too much shake-up. Lately, we've still got Kayla Straub leading the way on the women's side. Janelle Stark and Anna Haley are about 3 minutes down. Janelle Stark's 3 minutes down. Anna Haley's an additional 3 minutes down, so 6 minutes down of the lead. Abigail Horvath is a lap down with Jenna Maffey and Brittany Keeley. And then we've got our top 2 men, Michael DeGeorge, Sage Canaday, have been in the same position all day. Like they're separated by 10 to 50 yards or so, and just kind of bungeing like that depending on who's going to stop for what and when. Thierry Joffrain and Adam Dalton rounding out the top 4. And then there's a bit of a gap to Nicholas Budson in number 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kayla this time, she stopped, a lap or 2 ago, but now she's just blown by her crew zone. So she got her nutrition and hydration in.
And she went, she was wearing a tank top before. Now she's wearing like more of a sleeveless shirt.
Yeah, a little more flowy, like airflow and stuff in there, not quite as tight to the skin, which is great. But even in just the rest of the field too, whether it's like the 6-hour, 12-hour, 48-hour, you're starting to see the ice bandanas come out a little bit more. I've been seeing that.
Oh, yes. This is the time. I mean, it was interesting. Like Scott Trayer was in here before, and he said he would have started cooling about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And I don't think we saw one person. Actually, no, we did see Michael DeGeorge put on the ice bandana.
Yep.
But he was really the only one.
But even so far, like some of the field we're seeing here, just 3 hours in, starting to see some fatigue showing just in terms of like gait and how they're leaning and how they're breathing and the lack of talking. So things are starting to get real, especially like some of our, I guess, less experienced runners at this format. You know, you could have that first 2 hours when it's nice and cold out seem a little bit easier, and now things are reality setting in where they've been going around the loop for a while now, and they still have 21 hours to go of it. So
it is. We still haven't even cracked the surface on how far. We still got 20 plus hours to go
through the heat of the day, and then going through the night.
Chris Warden, I can't wait to see Trayer at Desert Solstice. Yes, he was actually on here, spoken on record, saying he was going after Nick Curry's American record.
He made
on record.
He wasn't quiet about that.
Yeah,
he's fit. So we talked about his 44-mile training run that he did the other day. He posted some stuff on Instagram, and I don't know when those videos were taken, but when he was getting a croissant from Cali, it looked like it was 1 mile into it, and I'm sure it was 50K in or so.
Not a bead of sweat.
Yep, and just, happy as a clam, fresh as a daisy.
Which, I mean, that's kind of thinking about this, right? Like we look at a lot of these athletes now. It's like if you can, I think regardless of whether you're at in the field, whether it's 10th place or first place, like if you are feeling fresh 44 miles into this thing, or even just, 6 hours into this thing, like you are in a good spot, and it is still there. And like it is anyone's race, especially in the women's field right now. Like it is anyone's race. So I think, right now, looking at the field of the whole women, I think it's anyone's game right now. Yeah. It is anyone's game. So, we're over here talking like placement and stuff, and we do that for the sake of updates and everything, but by no means will this be the same standings even 10 hours from now.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I think what makes it exciting about these long events is that like it is, anyone's race in the end of the day.
All right. No, no idea. But we can go. We can give an update all the way down our top. We can do the whole field if we want to. It's not too big. So let's do like a quick rundown on the women's side first. So we've got, let's do a quick refresh to see where everyone's at. Again, we've got our usual Beth and Brittany Keeley, and Caitlin Yonke, and Jenna Maffey, Megan Alvarado. They're all, and Whitney Richmond, all on above lap 18, lap 19. Behind that, we got Lisa Caballos and Alyssa Jones and Lana Hoegberg. And that takes us all the way down to F12. And they are going to be 2 laps down from the leaders right now. And like we said earlier, the women are... So... All right, welcome back. Just some technical adjustments on our side over here, but we'll be back for the race. All right, not too much change right now. Still have our usual suspects in the lead, but whoever did that was it just ran by. Was that Abigail Horvath?
I believe so.
But another addition of an ice bandana. So we're seeing more of those be prevalent as it does start to warm up. Like I said, I was in my puffy jacket earlier today to start the broadcast, down to the sun hoodie and probably t-shirt soon. It's getting warmer in the tent, so it's definitely warmer out there as well when we're in the shade. So
64 right now.
It's going to start feeling warmer than that. And again, high 76. We did have people talking in the chat earlier about the lows tonight. I know when I pulled up this morning at 5 something, it was 39 degrees here. Probably similar tonight. I think we're looking at low 40s. We are outside of the actual downtown Phoenix area. We're right by the very southwest corner, butted right up against the Estrella Mountains. So it does get a little cooler out here. So we're maybe upper 30s, but yeah, not a lot to keep the heat in. Very low humidity and not a cloud in sight.
And I think you mentioned this before with some of the longer events, and I think it still applies here, especially because you're running and taking a lot of beating. But that cold temperature can feel a lot colder.
Oh yeah.
And I think about, I'm sure you felt the same way. Even just racing out here in Phoenix and being in hotter races during the day. You're constantly throwing water on yourself, using ice and everything like that too. You're spending so much of your day trying to cool yourself, and then the sun goes down, and it's harder to regulate your body temperature.
Yeah.
If you don't do things like change your shirt or get into drier clothes, you can go hypothermic. I think about Desert Solstice. Arlen Glick
Yeah.
When he did it, Desert Solstice, I think it was like 2-3 years ago. He had hypothermia at night.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
didn't
which
hear
is
about that.
which is crazy. He was telling me that because it was like pretty hot during the day, but he never changed his shirt, and he like ended up getting like so cold that he got like hypothermic towards the end. It was like crazy.
Oof. And then the mental side of that too, man. Just like a shirt change, that could feel like you're a new person.
Oh, dude, new person.
I did see Nicholas Budson come by. I finally got his bib number. He's got the longer hair and the beard, but he has a nice bandana too. I think he's running in 5th place right now. California, he's a stout runner as well. Looks like he's got some experience at the distance and the fixed time stuff too. But a lot of 50Ks on here, a lot of 4-hour 50Ks, so like low 4-hour 50Ks. So he's got the foot speed and putting together a nice, strong, solid race at the moment. And we haven't had... I'm just trying to see bib numbers here because Brooks' shirt in the blue, he's looked consistent the whole time too. So he 60-64, he could be going for one of the records. So we'll check up on if I can get a bib number for his next lap. I'll kind of see where he's at, and we'll give you an update on if he's close to a record, potentially at a record, and just kind of see how he's pacing the day. But I got to see the bib number first because I don't know him by name yet.
Yes, we will. And we'll see him again.
Yep.
Chris, thanks for the shout out here. This is, it's interesting. This is Aaron and I's first broadcast together. This is my first time on a stream, but Aaron, I mean, we're friends here too. Aaron actually paced me at Black Canyon, so I mean, he's seen me at my worst for sure. Because that race was that year he paced me was not my best, but we have good chemistry. So I think from the pacing side, we are here.
Yeah,
and
no, we go way back.
We go way back.
That was a super fun day. Probably more fun for me than Joe at Black Canyon.
It was fun, man. I mean, it's good when you're not doing great in a race and you pick up a pacer, and we ended up still having fun and moving up the field, which is good.
Yeah, that was great. I remember one time you tripped going up a hill and
Yep.
your like bottle fell down, and you looked so dejected, and I was like, I'll go get it for you. But that was great.
Yes, and so Aaron is not only my commentator in partner in crime here, he's also been my pacer partner in crime as well.
Michael DeGeorge coming by, still ice bandana, looking strong. No Sage in sight yet, so he probably stopped again. That's kind of been the theme of the day. Michael's been a little bit more consistent runner and carrying his stuff, and it looks like Sage is doing more stops, but then Sage will catch up and then stop again and catch up. That's kind of been the name of the game on the men's side. Women's side, it's just been the Kayla Straub show so far. She's been pushing. She's on the same lap as Sage and Michael. Mm-hmm. There's Sage right there. Sage putting on an ice bandana himself and adding a visor. So
bright yellow visor.
Making the changes to address the heat. And Janelle Stark moving up quite a bit. She's catching up to Kayla. So Janelle making a bit of a move. She was in 5th. She's up to F2. She's on the same lap now, and she's actually only a minute and a half behind Kayla. We haven't seen that in quite some time. And
she looks like, according to the tracker, she's picking up speed. So
yeah, she's knocking out laps in 750s now.
Yeah, she started out 802, 801, 812. Now she's clocking 750s. So she's picking up speed in the heat.
Interesting.
That's an interesting move to see.
Kayla's lap times, 8:13, 8:40, 8:11 for the last few. So Janelle really closing the gap pretty quickly at this point in the day. So we'll see how that plays out. So at that pace, we could be seeing a pass for the lead on the women's side in the next 2 or 3 laps.
And I'm looking up Janelle over here.
Yeah, I got her pulled up. So she's, again, a lot of Cascade Crest. Doesn't look like her best race, but a lot of wins. 70 miles in a 12-hour.
That's pretty good.
That's solid. That's really solid. 103. So yeah, not a ton of 24 or 100-mile results, but you never know. We'll see I'll see if I can pull her up on Strava too, see how the training's been going.
And like you mentioned before, Aaron, she's from Washington, which is interesting because I feel like getting a little faster in the heat, it's an aggressive move. But hey, maybe she is someone who maybe just thrives in it, or maybe she just needed some time to warm up, and maybe she's going for more of like a negative splitish approach.
Yep.
But I think it's cool. I think it's fun to see because everyone's kind of got a different approach. I mean, Scott Traer was saying before, you had Camille Herron, who when she set the record, she had a big positive split.
Yep.
And then you think about Nick Curry setting the American record, he had a negative split. And even Scott Traer this year going for the American record, he's going for a slightly positive split. So everybody kind of has different strategies and approaches to this too, and it's, I think, once you start to see later into the race, is where you start to see a lot of the strategies. Like, you see Alyssa Jones coming in now, like she's definitely saying hello to us. She's positive attitude as always. You think of Alyssa and Megan Alvarado and all these like experienced talented runners towards the back of the top 10, they're probably playing more of a let's close late strategy, right? Where, as you don't know, maybe in the top of the field, they're playing more of a let's be a little bit more aggressive up front. What's right, what's wrong? I think, time will tell. But I also think there's the art of knowing what's best for you as well.
Oh, absolutely. Like Scott said, he's going to try to do the same pace the whole time for his 12-hour or 24-hour attempt. I can't imagine our 2 leaders today are going to hold the same pace,
right?
Or else we're going to see a 200-mile day.
Oh yeah,
which,
for sure.
I mean, I don't want to be negative Nancy over here, but I will bet against that.
I think it's a pretty safe bet. But if it happens, that'd be awesome.
But yeah, so like the men so far, and Kayla, she's ahead of the overall record right now. So again, I don't see it holding up, but it's early still. But maybe that's the move that they was pre-planned. Maybe bank miles when you're feeling fresh and it's cool. Maybe slow it down a little bit during the heat of the day. Attack at night. A lot of different ways you can go about running these long ones. And sorry, Adam Dalton coming by. I tried to hear what he was saying because he's talking to I think that's Abigail Horvath. They've been kind of partnering up for a lot of the day today.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if they're on the same, because they split up for a bit. I wonder if they're still on the same lap. And Caitlin Yonke is who he's running with right now. So that's Caitlin, and they're same time. So F7 and M4 are running side by side right now. So Caitlin Yonke, 7th place in the women's field, and Adam Dalton 4th in the men's field, running side by side. Got a good group of women, 3 to 7th, of Anna Haley, Abigail Horvath, Brittany Keeley, and Jenna Maffey and Caitlin Yonke, all running within the same lap, and only a couple minutes apart, like 2 minutes separating 3 through 7.
And even F11, Lisa, I apologize if I'm saying the name wrong, Lisa Cabiles?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. So please correct me if I mentioned that wrong, but I'm looking at her ultra sign up too, and she's got some great results to her name. I mean, jackpot, the 100-mile USATF National Championship, 2nd place in 16:42.
Right, so she has a silver medal in a national championship event.
A 16:42 100-miler, which is
and right now she's
good.
running with Alyssa Jones in what are they, 9th and 10th and 11th right now?
Yeah.
But they are chatting away. Alyssa's waving to us every time she comes by, smiling. So definitely some experienced runners further down in the field that, playing the long game, probably as they should.
Right. And even so, I mentioned her before, Kaylee Frederick, she's F13, 2-time Badwater finisher. And it's going to be hot today. So for her...
And, Badwater, a lot of road.
A lot of road, yeah. And this is flatter, not as much climbing, and not as hot. So, and I know I believe, I want to say she's Florida. I could be wrong from that. Which, if you're a humid heat person, let me just double check that real quick. Fact check myself.
Yeah. Checking out on the chat. Zach Mayfield says, hi, Aaron. He's actually working today. He's Air Vipa staff. Fun fact, Zach's from Michigan with me. Same shout out Grand Valley State University Lakers. That's where we went. Chris Warden, always Mr. Positive. Heidi Allen, she's on our live stream team. She's in Maryland right now, doing videography for JFK, which is probably done by now, right? They're 2 hours ahead.
Gotta be. Let's check that. Let me check.
And then, yeah, shade on the course. Thanks for the answer, Chris, on that. Almost none, and yeah, we can vouch for that. So
yes,
you're looking at
none.
a static cam right now. That camera is probably the shadiest part of the course, and as you can see, there's none. But yeah, definitely a hard surface, concrete, but almost exactly a mile, and 8 every lap. So I guess there's pros and cons. And a lot of, I know, we don't know what shoe Sage is in. Someone told us that Michael DeGeorge was in Metaspeed, ASIC Metaspeed.
Mm-hmm. I cannot get a read on what Sage is on.
I mean, he's pretty, it could be prototype too, who knows? Or no, it can't be, because if he's going for, I gotta check into that.
Yeah, because I don't think you can wear pro.
Yeah, right,
yeah.
with the, going for records and stuff like that for official with you, or if he's going to set something.
Maybe I'll when he comes around again, maybe I'll just take a step up and
go
closer.
Oh, just
and
jog with him for
get a closer
bit.
look.
Yeah, do a
commentating from the
step
field.
away for a quick interview and see what kind of shoes he's wearing.
Yeah, it didn't look like a plated shoe, but I could be wrong, which is very interesting because usually the plated shoes are.
Oh, it's just the move right now, right? Like.
Yeah.
And then we did see Michael DeGeorge come by starting lap 25.
So let's see here, Sage.
And then Sage is right now. Again, Sage.
Oh, now he has a new pair of shoes. He's got the Hoka Rocket X2 on.
That's
what it was. He changed his shoes. Well, he changed. It's a new shoe now.
That's what's put him back a little bit.
Yeah, so he changed shoes, and now he is wearing the Hoka Rocket X2, which is a full carbon plate road shoe.
So we've had Sage Canaday in the first 3 hours of the race do 2 shirt changes, add a visor, add a ice bandana, and do a shoe change.
Oh my gosh. The shoe change is interesting because it looked like in the beginning he wasn't wearing a plated shoe. So I'm wondering, because there are some, these fixed time events, those plated shoes are really mostly meant to be worn for road marathons. And I know from experience, I've run a lot of them. They can be very hard on your feet if you wear them for long periods of time. I've worn them for a fixed time event earlier this year at Jackrabbit Jubilee for 6 hours. And after that, my feet were pretty torched. And so I'm wondering if maybe he's strategically using them in a way where he's not using a plate the full time.
Right.
Because in the beginning, and again, I couldn't get the read on the model, but it looked like maybe he was wearing Clifton or some sort of just, regular trainer road shoe.
And your plates are always going to help you, but it's going to be, at what cost?
Yeah.
So that's a great point. Especially Sage, too, with this. He's a fast guy.
Right.
So running 7:30, 8-minute miles, it's a jog for him.
Right.
So he's probably not going to need the plate for propulsion as much as if he's going all out for, a 50K or a road marathon where he's running, low 5-minute pace or something like that.
Right. Yeah, and maybe he's using it in the heat, and this is all speculation here, but maybe he's using it in the heat just because knowing that you're going to be a little slower from an intensity perspective, you can get a little bit more of the benefits from the running economy that a plated shoe gives you to kind of give you more propulsion when you're slowing yourself down.
Yeah, it has been interesting to watch the, battle between Michael and Sage, with Michael definitely being just more consistent on the laps, and Sage just doing a lot of stops, catching up, but Michael has a lot less of that. Women's side, Kayla, she's been running almost the whole time. I think we've seen her stop just the one time where she actually physically stopped to drink a coffee and a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the rest of the women, Kayla, we're fortunate enough with Kayla because her crew zone is directly across from her.
Yes. Yeah.
I can't quite see what the other girls are doing, and they've been yo-yoing a little bit more. We've actually got Janelle Stark she's within 2 minutes of Kayla now, which is so we'll see if that continues on. Yeah, it looks like a minute 50-ish right now. But that pass could be happening. Janelle still running sub 8-minute laps right now.
Oof.
7:51.
That is so fast.
And on the flip side, Kayla 8:25 for her last one. So we're looking 30 seconds a lap right now.
So in the chat, someone's saying, "Oh my gosh, Sage is starting way too fast."
Yeah, I think
It's an interesting call because Sage is a very, very, very fit individual, right? He's very fit, and maybe he is
and smart.
Right,
Like
he's fit and smart. Yes.
He knows what he's doing right now.
Yes.
Whatever that plan is, it's intentional.
Right, and so he might be maybe going for a little bit of an aggressive thing. Like who
Yep.
knows, right? Potentially, but like I think even just to give some context, like I'm pulling up Sage's Strava here just to get some numbers on. But like for him, like a shakeout jog. And where he claims, again, is the funny quote that Aaron and I were mentioning before. His words is, "I didn't feel not hot." 750.
Yeah.
And to him, I believe that. That's a very easy pace. So I think even for him...
Does he have heart rate data on Strava?
Let's check. Let's take a look.
Alyssa Jones stopping to give her friend Brittany a hug right now.
So awesome. Yeah, so he, at least for his heart... Well, I guess we can look from the jog. He does have heart rate data. It was 117.
Okay.
For 750.
117 for 750 pace. I quit.
Yeah, that makes me feel bad about myself. I want to look to see maybe because I know he had.
Please don't look at my Strava.
Oh gosh. Okay, so I'll look at let's pull up some data. So he did the Taco Bell 50K. Which Aaron was mentioning before. It's a 50K, and you have to have 9 Taco Bell stops and having a different Taco Bell item each time. He ends up getting the course record at 7:12 on there, fueled by burritos, tacos, and Taco Bell. But then the day after that, he ran another 50K at a 7:29 pace the day after, mentioning that his fueling strategies was, oh my gosh, he did this no gels and no music.
Oh, that sounds like me.
Total of 90 grams of carbs in total. That's very interesting. But his heart rate. So given that, This is the day after a 50K, barely any carbohydrates, no music, average heart rate 117.
Okay, that's disgusting.
That's
insane.
That's pretty insane.
So back-to-back 50Ks running at low 7s pace. And
Nadine just goes psycho.
Heart rate 117.
Wow.
He probably had excess carbs from the Taco Bell the day before, though.
That's true. You are carb loading. Yeah, he might have been in a very he might have been a caloric even after 50K after all that Taco Bell. Who knows? Time will tell. We got a lot of good race. I know Sage has been heat training, and when you're coming from Colorado to sunny Phoenix, Arizona, you have to, especially on a relatively warmer day like today.
Looking back at, I think we've got Brittany Keeley making a little bit of a move too. Yep. Brittany Keeley moving up to 4th from 5th. Just made a passing Abigail Horvath. Again, I don't know if that's a blow up or a stop or anything like that, but got a new F4 right now. Brittany Keeley looking up her ultra sign up. Some solid results. What is it? Lumberjack 100 miler, first place, second overall in Washington. So it was 23:37. I'm assuming that course is pretty tough up there. But yeah, it looks like she's kind of a couple 100 milers, but definitely new to 24-hour racing as far as ultra sign up says. A couple fixed time events, but yeah, Washington, probably a lot of mountain stuff. So we'll see how the flat race plays out.
So, and I think a name, Lana Halberg, was on the IAU 24-hour World Championship in 2012, and she ran 129 and in 24 hours. And then in her last 24-hour race, according to Ultra Sign Up, was April 15th of 2023, and she ran 120 miles in 24 hours. So former 24-hour World Championship team women, and 120 miles in 24 hours. Strong effort. And she is currently in F11, I believe. Or sorry, yes, F11. And so, again, another person who has a lot of experience hanging back. So this is like anybody's race, which is awesome. So a lot of cool things to see on here too. And Tiberio says, remembering what Nick Curry talks about paying that debt in the end of a 24-hour. Yeah, Scott Traer was even talking about that. We had Scott Traer earlier on before, who's racing Desert Solstice, and he's had a lot of experience in that event, and he was saying that one of the best pieces of advice that Nick Curry gave to him was to not burn up mental energy in the beginning, because obviously there's the physical energy of not going out too hard or anything, but that mental energy stacks up, especially for people who are really fast, whether no matter like what you are. If you're a fast 100 miler, you could essentially be like, 1.5 times the amount of time at least of what you're going to be running 100 miles in out here at 24 hours. And that mental energy bleeds out over a long period of time. So absolutely. I think, Tiberio mentions a good point on here too. And Sage is also a newbie in the 24-hour. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, who knows? I think he's very knowledgeable. I think even though this might be a newer event for him, I think he can still have a great day out here. But time will tell.
I just did some very brief math on my calculator here, and so Sage and Michael are on pace for 184 miles right now.
Woo!
So that would be a new record, pretty significant. I don't think we're planning to see that number today, because we're getting to the heat of the day. So if that was intentional to bank time in the morning, I guess time will tell. We'll see how this plays out. But if you're in the chat and saying, yeah, they're going out fast, it's because they are. They're both of them are running at record pace right now, and we'll see if that holds on.
And and I say this because I don't think we're going to see it, but I think it's just good to know for reference. The
right.
World record. So this is the world record for women. Miho Nakata, who also has the 24-hour record as well. Or she's got the 24-hour 24-hour world record. So 167.996. And then Alexander Sorokin for males is 319 kilometers, 198 miles.
198.
198. So to give you some context, like they're running on pace that is less than 15 from world record.
Between American and world record.
Yeah.
Above American record pace, below world record pace.
Yeah. And Chris said a good point too. Like Sage probably has huge blocks of research. Yeah, I mean he's a coach too. He's coached many athletes. So yeah, I mean, you kind of look like, I always think of it like the David Roche effect, right? So David Roche's first 100 miler, he ends up obliterating a Leadville course record that hadn't been touched in years. And I think for him, like, of course he's very fit, of course he put in the training, but he's also coached tons of athletes. He's done tons of research and things like that too. So I always and I used to be in the mode of that, of being like, oh, this is their first time, or they're new at the distance. And so I was uncertain about how they'd handle that. But I think experience and knowledge, like over long periods of time, can compound in those things. So that's where I think, like, even if Sage doesn't have the full 24-hour experience, he's got the experience, the knowledge on his side, big time.
I gotta see who that bib is too. There was someone just came by, like, because we were saying how Janelle Starks potentially could take the lead here soon. I don't know who Janelle Stark is, like what she looks like.
Yeah,
I haven't noticed her yet. I'm sure we've seen her come by, but I don't know which one she is. But someone just came by moving real quick.
She's flying.
And then Thierry Joffrain still holding steady in third place on the men's side. We'll see the actual time gap when he hits this next lap. I don't think we've looked much on him either.
I'm going to step away for 1 second. You cool?
You got it.
Cool.
Yeah, go enjoy some sunshine real quick. We'll see how, we'll just do an update on Thierry Joffrain real quick here. So 48 years old, running in third place right now, third overall right now. Or, sorry, not third overall. Third on the men's side right now. But looks pretty experienced runner here. We've got triple digit 24-hour finishes, some quicker 50Ks. So I know his family was tuning into the chat. If they're still there, we'd love to hear his goals, or if he's going for a time goal or wants a spot on the team, or if he's looking for an age group record or anything like that. But Thierry, Holden Strong, third male, and fifth overall. We've got Kayla and Janelle, both ahead of him. They're running first and second female and third and fourth overall. Kayla did just come by. Didn't stop at her crew zone, and then we're just going to look at this time check. It was right around a minute 40 last lap, so we'll see what the time gap is this time around, coming to Janelle. And then one lap down from them, we've got Anna Haley, followed by Brittany Keeley and Caitlin Yonke and Abigail Horvath. So Abigail Horvath has actually dropped again. She was in fourth. Now she's in sixth. And Brittany Keeley's moving up and actually closing the gap on Anna Haley as well. And then right now on camera, this is looking at your aid station area, aid station and crew zone. So on the left side of the screen, that's going to be the official aid station, kind of in the Ramadas next to that A-frame. That's where they change up the menu all the time, every few hours or so. So like this morning it was pancakes, and then it's going to be, burritos or something else. And then on the right side of the screen, the inside of the loop, those are all crew zone tents and tables where you can grab a table and put whatever you want up. So some people have it broken down hour by hour or lap by lap. We did just have Adam Dalton come by again. He changed his shirt. Looks like he put on more of a UV protective, like flowy short sleeve shirt on. And then a lap ahead of him, we are having Michael DeGeorge and Sage Canaday come by. Sage still with the ice bandana and closing the gap again on Michael DeGeorge. All right.
I can confirm that it is warm out there.
Yep. And now that the gap for the women's race, like I said, it was a minute 40 last lap. Now it is a minute 11. So 30 seconds per lap. So the next 2 to 3 laps, if things hold like they have been, we could be seeing a new women's leader, and that would be Janelle Stark.
Wow, she is flying.
Yeah, that last one, 8:16, 8:04 for the last two, compared to Kayla's 8:23, 8:34. So not 30 seconds a lap anymore, but she's still making grounds. But yeah, how was Joe venturing outside of the tent? We're out of the shade.
Did.
So could we get a weather update, like exact on course conditions right now?
So it is warm. And to give y'all some perspective, like Aaron and I are sitting under this like big shaded thing, and I was trying not to mention on here, I was freezing my butt off the first two.
Oh yeah, I couldn't feel my
toes.
toes.
I'm in like,
I have pants on.
Yeah,
Joe's got shorts on.
I got shorts on. I have these shoes that have holes in it, recovery shoes, and I was freezing. And then I'm wearing a sweatshirt, and I walked outside, and immediately just hot. And I was like, wow. So it is definitely hot for sure out there.
I could just tell by when Sage came by last time, his singlet was soaked. So I don't know if he poured water on himself, or that was the ice bandana melting, or it's sweat. But it's you're starting to see the heat take effect. And again, it's 11:24 a.m. So we've got a fair bit of sun and direct sunlight, and probably 10 to 15 more degrees to warm up yet.
Yes, it's still not even at peak heat, which is crazy. Chris says, good chat. Did you guys share how Fat Ox got his name? So I don't know the extent details, but what I do know from the story is that Nick Curry was doing his college thesis on fat oxidation, and was putting on like the event to support the research in the thesis he was doing, showing on ultra runners and fat oxidation as well. And I think through that it became an official event from Aravaipa on that way. So I don't know the details and the ins and outs, but I do know that it was bred from Nick Curry's research on fat oxidation.
Yeah, Joe officially knows more than I do on it, so I can't contribute anything to how the event got its name, but that sounds correct and fun story. But yeah, fat oxidation makes sense to me. Yeah, okay. We've got confirmation from our producer Jordan that that's the story.
Well, that's good because I was like, that's what I heard, and I was like, if this is wrong, then I think I would get fired for broadcasting in the future.
Yeah, so Derek Anthony asked what the distance difference is between the straightest short line. So basically running the tangents, because there are some curves here. It probably is significant. The course is certified, so they do take that into account. The official start lines for like the distance ones and how we're going to measure records, taken by that official distance, which does cut the tangents and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
And this became USATF certified once it moved to this, because in Nardini it cannot be
Correct.
USATF.
Yep. So that was last year was the first year at this new place, but again, way better weather than last year. I was sitting out here in the timing tent, freezing my butt off. I did an overnight shift and just pouring rain, and a lot of people that you come out here to do a 48 or 24-hour race and it's 38 and raining. There was like 2 people out on course. Everyone just went into their tents and just like, all right, I'm going to take some time off. But I'm glad it might be a little warm, but I'm glad we have at least a runnable day.
Oh, Nick Curry in the chat is confirming that it was his younger brother, Nathan. So actually it wasn't Nick, it was Nathan. So Nick Curry, they put on a 50-mile for Nathan to study 12 runners, measured their food intake, also measured fat oxidation rates and VO2 max and fat oxidation. And look at that. So fat oxidation rate was a better predictor of ultra running performance, especially for untrained athletes. So Nick, thank you coming in and confirming the story on here. And awesome to have that on.
Pretty cool.
Look at that.
Celebrity sighting in the chat.
Look at that.
So thanks, Nick. And
Nick, you have, I think if you take a tally of every runner that we've mentioned that's not racing, I think you have the most mentions on the stream today.
22. Is that Abigail Horvath in the yellow? I thought I saw 20.
I think it's Kaylee.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. Still trying to find, like, now that before we'd see groups of people, so we're just like, okay, I see a group of runners. Now people are more solo, so we can kind of put what they're wearing and pair it more with the name now that they've spread out and aren't together and stuff. So.
And people are changing shirts, they're changing clothing, and I think a lot of people can relate, like where if you have runners, like you can spot them by the certain clothing, but now we're seeing like people are just wearing just different stuff from the morning.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, when you were or wherever you were, Adam Dalton, he changed shirts. We saw that, put on more of a flowy sun type shirt. And no surprise, we still have our 2 leaders running together. We'll keep an eye on the lead women. Speak of the devil, we got Kayla Straub running by us right now.
Oh, asking for a gel.
What is it? Another SIS.
Yeah, it looks like an SIS.
Citrus. Or lemon lime. It's one of the green ones.
Yup.
And then we'll look at that. So she's come through for her lap time. So it's gone from a minute 40 to, a minute 13. And then we'll see what this next lap is for Janelle.
Is that Janelle? Maybe. That might be Janelle.
In the green?
No, in the black.
Oh, I think it's the one in the...
Oh, in the green. Hoodie. Oh, yes. That actually looks right, yeah. I'm trying to get a bib on that.
Yeah, the bibs are tough to see with how they're placed. Because for the USATF Championship one, they wear their bib number in the front, and then on the back it just says if they're racing in the open category, it's like it's a race-specific number on the front side and a USATF bib on the back. So it says like 45 to 49 or open, basically so you can see if you're chasing someone down, if they're in your race or not. This is 4th and 5th running together. That's Adam Dalton and Nick Budzen. So Nick Budzen has actually caught up to Adam Dalton. They were about a half a lap apart.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing. Michael George looks like he's giving a little bit of effort.
It does. I have noticed that.
Yeah.
Sage
Honestly, yeah, if I were to compare them two, it looks like Sage is working a lot less.
It does. Yep.
It looks like Michael George is kind of breathing a little heavier, kind of putting his head down a little more. So it's starting to get hot. This is when we were talking about this before. This is when it starts to get like the oh gosh moment if you have overcooked yourself a little bit.
So for reference, we are 3 hours and 30 minutes into the race, and our leaders will be crossing the marathon mark this lap. So in the next probably 3 or 4 minutes, they will be going over that marathon barrier. So they're going to be running about a 3:34 marathon, and they just have, 5 more to go?
Yeah.
6 more to go.
6 more to go.
So still early, but they can definitely feel it now. I think now it's for sure. We talked about how it was the prelude and they should feel like they've done nothing, but with the distance they've covered and the conditions, with it being sunny and toasty out, there's an effort. You can see some people's faces have a little bit more of a grimace on them.
I think this is the make or break. Like, I think this, from now until 2 p.m. is really going to be the time where you're either going to set yourself up for a good race or you're going to throw your whole race away. And it might not seem like, and I know even though like people might be listening and be like, what? Like, it's 24 hours. Like, there's still so much time. yes, but if you overcook all yourself in the beginning, like, and you raise your body temperature too much,
you'd think if you're digging yourself a hole and sometimes it's too deep to get out of.
Right, exactly. Yes. So, like, I mean, I don't think position-wise this will determine, but I think how you manage the heat today, that will be a big factor into what goes in, because I think the key is, like, get to the sundown fresh, relatively fresh, I should say, because at that point, it's going to be possible to be fresh, but if you can be in that nighttime relatively fresh and you can hunt and really prowl, you're setting yourself for a good race.
If Nick is still listening, I'd love to hear how he would attack a day like today, where it's colder and chillier in the morning and hot in the middle of the day. Are you going same effort, same pace? Are you going to try to plan for a slowdown during the day? I know Nick always negative splits. So how easy would Nick be going for the day? Does he attack at night? So if you want to chime in on that, Nick, that'd be great. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
And Nick, if you're in Phoenix, just
or just hop by.
Just hop by. We'd love to talk.
Yeah, awesome to see Nick negative split Curry in the chat. I'm sure we'll see him at a race soon. It seems like he's always showing up for like at least my dirt series races, running the longer ones. So maybe Frenzy. And then let's see if we got that time split on the women's side. Yep, we're gonna have a pass soon. So 3:28.19 was Kayla. 3:28.50 was Janelle for this most recent lap. So my quick math tells me that's 31 seconds. So it's like been a minute 40, minute 12, 50, 31. So yeah, 2 laps. This lap, they're going to be real close.
Wow. We got a race, folks.
And then yeah, Janelle's just been another 7:53 lap for Janelle versus Kayla's 8:33. So yeah, 40 seconds that lap.
And it looks like it's 11:30, so I think my shift is.
Oh yeah.
My watch has ended here.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
Well, Aaron, it's been a pleasure.
Oh, absolutely.
Who's coming in after me?
That's a great question. Jordan, do you know? Do we have another person? You just might be stuck with me for a little bit.
Solo Aaron.
Cool. Solo Aaron for a couple hours. Maybe Jamil.
Oh.
So we'll
okay.
see.
Oh, well, we got a Nick Curry response. I can't leave without seeing
boy.
that. So so for those who just tuned in, Aaron asked the question, how would Nick approach this race? With it being relatively cold in the beginning, hotter during the day and out there. And Nick is the current American world record or American record holder for 24 hours, clocking in just over 173 miles. So Nick says massive heat mitigation starting at 8 or 9 a.m. until the sun goes down and the temperature drops. Ideally, you can cool enough to not slow down, but your body needs to be cold as a 40 to 50 degree day. If you get behind during the day, there's no real way to keep it up all night with some significant slowdown for a good part of it.
So yeah, we've had 2, I call them titans of the sport, Nick Curry and Scott Traer.
Yeah.
Saying almost the same exact thing.
Yes.
Start the heat mitigation early with ice or topical cooling or however you want to do it. But I mean, at 9 o'clock in the morning, it still feels cold out.
For sure.
And
We
you still
didn't
get-
see anyone cooling at 8 and 9,
Yep.
at least from what we saw. We saw no one cooling from 8 to 9
Yeah.
a.m. Like, I think the first cool was when Scott came on, which was 10?
Yes, roughly that.
10? Yeah. Interesting. Well, Nick, thanks for the insight. Aaron, thanks for...
Thanks for stopping by,
Dude, this was awesome.
Yeah,
This is
killer.
awesome. And thanks to everybody in the chat for listening. You are in good hands for the rest of the next few hours with Aaron. I appreciate y'all. Enjoy the rest of the race. And hopefully we'll see you on another stream real soon.
Sounds great. See you soon, Joe. Thank you. Let's do a little... Oh, hell yeah, dude. Whoops. Live TV.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. So let's just do a soft reset now that I lost my partner in crime, Joe. So we've got our top two, as they've been all day, Michael DeGeorge and Sage Canaday. Kayla Straub is leading the women's race, followed by Janelle Stark. We're expecting a pass in the next lap or two. The lead women are running in 3rd and 4th overall right now. And then Thierry Joffrain is your M3, 5th overall. Then you have a big group of Anna Haley, Brittany Keeley, and Caitlin Yonke. Brittany Keeley making a little bit of a move as well, from like 6th or 7th up to 4th and potentially 3rd here really soon. And then you have Nicholas Budson and Adam Dalton running together for 4th and 5th on the men's side.
We're going to reboot real quick.
Okay. Cool.
We're going to do just a quick reboot. So if it lags for 60 seconds, we'll be right back. I'm going to jump in with you.
Okay. I'm going to grab a food thing
Yeah.
real quick.
Do it. Is this his? And hello, we are back. Thank you so much for continuing to tune in today with us. We are live from Estrella Mountain Regional Park here in Goodyear, Arizona for the 2024 Fat Ox Endurance Runs. And of course, we are watching the USATF 24-hour road national championships today. We've got a field of 33 athletes joining us today. A wide range of ages. We've got our oldest competitor, Ed Rousseau, 85 years young. And our current race leader is Michael DeGeorge, followed closely by Sage Canaday. These guys are actually running very, very close together in the lead. And we've got, on the women's side, Janelle Stark, 3rd overall, and Kayla Straub. They're approximately 1 lap behind the men's leaders. The women are doing quite well. We've got 5 in the top 10. And actually, looks like 8 in the top 13. So it's going to be exciting to watch as we progress through the day. Of course, we are not even 4 hours in yet to this year's 24-hour race, and it's really warming up out there. that what we did before? Okay. Why does it not work? Okay. Can you install? Sure. All right, we are going to try one more time to restart so that we can bring in a remote commentator guest this afternoon, Sierra DeGroff. So please bear with us. We might freeze up for another minute. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we're back. My video's lagging still, but oh, sweet. There we go. Thank you for joining us. We are back. We should have all of our tech issues sorted by now. And if you're just joining in, we are live from Estrella Mountain Regional Park here in Goodyear, Arizona, which is southwest side of Phoenix. And we're here for the 24-hour USATF Road National Championship. I'm Jamil Curry, joined by Aaron Barber.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Jamil.
Yeah, of course. We're filling in some commentary holes. It's going to be, I think a good time out here. The first two editions of this race, when we moved it over here to Estrella Mountain Regional Park, saw like torrential downpours. Course was flooded.
Yeah.
And this year, we don't have a cloud in the sky, and it's going to be flirting with 80 degrees this afternoon, which I think is non-ideal.
Yeah, I think that's the name of the game today. Or the headlining story is probably going to be the heat in the next couple hours or so. It's already toasty out there at 10 minutes to noon right now.
Yeah, I mean, the shorter days this time of the year, it's not going to last all afternoon, but I would say the next probably 3 hours, maybe 4, are going to be
they'll
intense.
have to address it regardless. And
I mean, I did see a couple people with some ice bandanas on already, and that's going to be the name of the game, I think.
Yeah, ice bandanas, sleeves, especially if you're not from Arizona. The sun's still pretty direct.
Yeah, it's the intensity, not only the temperature, but the intensity of the sun. So I think they said they had a bit of a breeze yesterday for the first day of the 48-hour.
It's like dead still
it's
right now.
It's pretty still at the moment, so that'll be interesting to see. We were just recapping, if you guys didn't catch it, JFK 50 miles also being broadcast on Mountain Outpost today, and we had some fast times out there, men's and women's course records. David Sinclair was the men's winner in 5:08, and Rachel Drake for the women. First woman to ever break 6 hours at JFK 50 in 5:57. So it's a great day for endurance sports.
Just crazy fast, and from what I saw, it looked like a chilly morning, but obviously that led to some pretty good times. So I think there was snow last night, but
yeah, some snow. It didn't seem like it affected it too much. I was listening to Leah talking about that. So,
but yeah, if you can do the math on that, 5 hours, that's pretty much 6 flat pace for 50 miles.
I think they were saying 6:10 pace for 50 miles. It's impressive. I think one of the most impressive things I saw was, so Eli Hemming, he ended up, it's funny because he was in the co-lead with David, like on the beginnings of the towpath, about halfway through. And he fell apart and still ran like a 5:33, compared to David, who hung on, but it's still amazing.
Yeah.
But his transition, if you go and look at Shit in the Woods on Instagram, Mike McMonigal caught him. They come off the Appalachian Trail, trail shoes. I think he was wearing the Agarvik Speed Ultra from Terex, Adidas Terex. He switched to probably some road super shoes.
Yeah.
And I think he's a former triathlete. He came through. It was literally like a 4-second exchange to change both shoes. Like as he's standing, he comes in, flicks off one shoe with the other foot, slips it on, does the same thing, slips the other one on, and is gone.
Oh,
like
so yeah, they're just...
It was like pre-tied, ready to go. It was impressive to see.
And then we did have a pass in the women's race too. New leader, Janelle Stark.
There you go.
Yeah. Kayla Straub's been leading pretty much all day. And then we've kind of seen it coming for the last few laps, but Janelle's kind of making a move right now, pulling back 20 to 30 seconds a lap on Kayla and finally made the pass, so we'll see where that one goes. But same thing on the men's side. Michael DeGeorge, Sage Canaday, first and second. One lap behind them is Janelle Stark and Kayla Straub, and Thierry Joffrain is your round out your podium on the men's side. Anna Haley, Brittany Keeley right behind him.
I think we had Nick Curry in the chat a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit ago.
Yeah, we were asking Nick about heat mitigation stuff and how he'd run this today.
What was he recommending?
Scott Trejo stopped by the tent earlier, and they said basically the same thing, that they both would have started cooling strategies around 9 a.m. this morning.
Okay, before it really felt
it
hot.
it felt cold still.
Yes.
But yeah, just to get ahead of it, because once you fall behind on that, you're not going to be able to do it. So getting yourself ready for sunset and staying cool for the brief but intense sun that's going to be today. And then Nick also jumping in the chat and talking about how the race got its name, which I was unaware of.
Yeah, went through all that.
Yep, the fat oxidation
Research study. I'm pretty sure I took the win in that one.
Oh, yeah?
I got to go check this because I ran it myself. I was one of the test subjects.
Okay.
But yeah, it was our younger brother, Nathan, and it was his thesis for college.
Oh, fun.
So we did that back in... I'm going to actually have to look this up. You'll have to give me a second, but I'll fill in the gaps. See you, man. Thanks.
All right.
Go on a historical deep dive here.
Perfect. Michael DeGeorge just came by again. Looks a little labored, honestly. He's got some KT tape on his knee. Still looking strong, but it's definitely about 4 hours in. You can start to feel that you've done something now. And then we'll just see what that gap is to Sage. Last lap they were 8 seconds apart. There's Sage right here.
He's got the ice bandana
Ice
on.
bandana. No bottle this time. The name of the game has been Sage stopping more. Michael DeGeorge not stopping. So Sage will fall back.
Because he's like
yeah,
doing stuff with his crew.
Yep. So either ice bandana or an outfit change or add a hat. He already did a shoe change. Sage did at like the 3-hour mark. So Sage will drop back 100 yards and then come back. And Michael DeGeorge has been steady the whole time.
Nice. So I was looking up. We were talking about Fat Ox. You know, where this name come from. It sounds kind of weird, right? Like, what is this?
Yeah.
But it's fat oxidation. There was a study. It was actually November 20th, 2010. It was at Nardini Manor, and so we were looping 500-meter loops. Proud to say I took the win in 8:22.
Okay.
So not quite JFK times, but you know, we did have to kind of stop. They were tracking everything we ate throughout the entire thing. And there was actually, Ed Eddinghausen was there. He got third that day. He's out here. Thomas Varga. It's actually a lot of the same people that I'm seeing out here today, which is funny. Jeremy Doherty, Noah's brother, was out there.
Yeah.
He was 7th that day. Robert Andrulis, he's a local. Deborah Goodwin. This was 2010.
Okay.
So there were 16 finishers of the 50-mile that day. There was another, looks like a dozen or so people that were out there running, didn't quite get to 50 miles. And yeah, we decided a few years back to bring back the event as kind of like a fall event at Nardini Manor, once we kind of regained access to the venue after a few years not hosting any events there. And eventually we got booted from there because they do a bunch of weddings, and
Yeah, this time.
you know,
The good time
they
of
built
year.
this concrete loop out here at Estrella Park that's the same width all the way around, and figured it'd be a good place to host an event. And here we are. The event's grown, I think, each year since we've hosted it here. This is the biggest year we've seen. Close to 200 athletes throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah, this it looks, and you were out on a bike earlier. Did you notice much like congestion on the course or anything like that?
Wasn't terrible. Like obviously it's still not super wide. I think
Right.
really if you are going faster, you're doing a little bit of weaving here and there. It just depends. But it's not too bad.
Yeah, from what we could tell, it didn't look, I mean, for our brief 150 yards that we can see really well,
Yeah.
it didn't look too bad. It looked like people were kind of following the slower traffic to the right.
Yeah,
faster
and there's
to
a
the left.
couple spots on the course where it does kind of weave back and forth to the left, so actually the tangent will kind of change sides.
Yeah.
Like the shortest path won't always be to that inside. It will kind of switch a couple times. So, but yeah, hopefully we can get a bike cam back out there in a little bit here and get
Cool.
some shots for you guys that are tuning in.
Someone in the chat said, watch out for Philip Sebastiani. He's a stud in the Texas Panhandle. Really good ultrasign-up score. Looks like he got third at Sedona Canyons earlier this year.
Okay, so he's biding his time right now, back in 9th male.
Yep.
And that's the thing about these 24 hours. Like, I mean, I think really 20 hours in is when we're really going to know who's in
Yeah,
contention for this thing, because so much can happen in a race this long.
Definitely see it. We've gone from like it was kind of like an appetizer for the first 2 hours where everyone's running in groups and chatting and looks fresh as a daisy. Starting to see a little fatigue set in, but still definitely the very early parts of the race today. Lots of time to shake up. They still got 20 hours to go.
Yeah, I haven't seen who's out here crewing for Sage. Did you go? Have you seen?
I didn't
did
see
you
where
catch
he's
a
set up.
glimpse?
I know
Yeah.
he's set up over by the aid station. It might be that giant blue tent.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Maybe we can get some eyes on that a little bit later. Got Jake Jackson in the chat. Welcome.
Yeah, it says seems like he's stopping a lot earlier in the race. That's true. Sage is definitely, especially between the top two, Michael and Sage. Sage has stopped considerably more. So he'll drop back 100 yards. He's probably running the fastest in the field right now. He's just stopping more as well. So I don't know if that's a good strategy or not, but he's done a shoe change, a couple shirt changes, added an ice bandana, added a visor. Sometimes he has a bottle, sometimes he doesn't. On the flip side, Michael DeGeorge, handheld, just running the whole time. And then we've got our leader for most of the day in the women's field, who was recently passed. So our F2 right now, Kayla Straub, her table is this one right here, right across from us. So it's been
We got good eyes on that then.
interesting to see hers. But she's one of the only contenders that we can have eyes on their actual crew zone.
Nice.
That is running by us in the yellow. Who was it? That's Lisa Caballos. So she's F11 right now, but she's a stout runner with a lot of experience at the fixed time and 24-hour distance. And I
Yeah,
think
she placed really well at Jackpot
Yeah.
a couple years ago. I believe she had a biking accident after that.
okay, second at Jackpot and the 100-mile,
Yeah.
16:42.
Yep. And so I know she's been on the comeback train since that accident a couple years ago. So we got a nice shot here of our course. You can see we're located in the red tents in the center, north center of your shot there. And I think it's a great venue for endurance race.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a perfect setup where you
It's
can
fun
park
having-
right up there too.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about that. You can see that like row of tents for camping and stuff, not far from the course, and then that whole group of tents with the big one aid station, main area. So you come back by that once every mile. Bathrooms right on site too.
Yep. What I love about this setting is we are at the base of the foothills of the Estrella Mountains, which is, one of the most rugged mountain ranges in all of Arizona, believe it or not. And it's just right outside Phoenix. They describe it as like a relentless series of knife edge ridges.
Yes, that's what it looks like. I definitely.
Unfortunately, there are not a lot of trails up there.
Not a lot.
And about half the range is on native reservation land. So maybe someday we'll get a mountain trail.
That's they're building one right now.
Called the Dream Trail.
Yeah, is that
That's
the
what
name
they
of
say.
it? Okay.
I think it's a dream. It's a long-term dream.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the official name, but
Down was I guess construction started last year. It's not going to be ready for
Ooh.
Coldwater this year, but maybe.
You think Coldwater will elevate up to that?
I mean, come on, it's got it. It's
It
like
has
a 1,000
to.
foot climb. So.
Yeah, I guess with the new course, it wouldn't be 5 times that.
It'd be, the 100-mile would hit it 3 times if that's how we did it.
That would be epic.
It'd add some feature to it.
Yeah, because out of all the regional parks, really the only one that goes up into the mountains currently is White Tank Mountain Regional Park.
Yeah.
But to have another park with a serious climb would be pretty amazing.
Well, we'll see how Frenzy goes this year. They're going to be doing some climbing in the 50 mile.
People might be cursing.
Yeah.
They definitely will be cursing. So, shot on screen here, we've got a couple camera feeds on the far side of the course, which I think is amazing to have. So we just passed the 4-hour mark here.
That shot does probably sum up the course pretty well. It's kind of a flowy sidewalk. If you see the mountains in the background, the course does not include any of those. So good visuals, but flat as pancake.
If you want to run mountains out here, come out here in January when
that's our leader, Michael DeGeorge. If you're the bald head, no
the
hat.
cowboy hat, that's a good move on a course like this.
Solid one.
Yeah. But yeah, you're probably not super likely to see an 80-degree day in January for Coldwater. I guess it's possible.
And thanks, Jake Jackson.
Oh, we got. Oh, what was Jake saying?
Oh, just noticing Sage's strategy in the race, and handoff game has to be strong if you plan on doing well in 24-hour racing. Yeah, just those little stops add up.
Yeah. Sounds like Sandy's out here crewing Sage, and then also his dad.
Really hope he gets 145. Yeah, that standard and goal to make the team seems like there's a few guys and gals shooting just for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And right now we've got, biggest gap between Michael and Sage we've seen in a while. 50 seconds at the moment, starting this lap. And they're about to cross over the 50K mark. And it is they're at about 4 hours and 1 minute, 4 hours and 2 minutes. So
it's pretty quick.
That's the pace that they're running to put.
It's pretty
to
serious.
Conceptualize it.
Who's the guy in the black hat?
That's we've got Adam Dalton.
Adam Dalton. Okay.
And then Nick Budson are our men, 4th and 5th. They just passed by the tent, along with Caitlin Yonke, our F5. So those 3. No, that's Megan Alvarado. I'm sorry. Where is it? There's 3 of them running together. Nick and Adam for sure, and then we'll
do
see.
some bike cam maybe. Yeah, we're gonna get some bike cam on course here in a minute, so stay tuned for that. That's some exciting shots right there. Seems like a decent field has developed, for this race. Maybe not a ton of names that are super familiar, but hopefully after this weekend there'll be more so.
And then we're still Brittany Keeley has been making a move for the podium in the recent laps. She's gone up from like F7 to F4, and we'll see what her time is at this next lap. She's still going to be about 4 or 5 minutes behind third place, but she's slowly clawing it back. A lot of time to work with, though.
I'm seeing the ice bandanas, ice sloshing around on some of our athletes.
Lulu's looking solid. I don't know who that is either.
I think that was bib 32, which would be Jenna Maffey.
Jenna Maffey's looking strong right now.
Yeah.
That you can do very well.
It's fun because we are trackside, and we get to interact with the participants as they go by.
And
We got Bobby Keogh in the 48 hour just went past. He's been out at this event every year.
Yeah, so
It's a staple it across the years too. But yeah, for everyone in the chat, would love to hear where you're tuning in from. If you want to drop it in the chat comments, and maybe also let us know if you've ever done a fixed time event and which ones are your favorite.
Kiefer. Well, 12-hour update. Kiefer Gilbert looks like he could take the lead. There was a 12-hour that started yesterday. The lead time, Tristan Rice with 56 miles. But Kiefer Gilbert has 25 miles in the first 4 hours of running today.
All right, so we got people tuning in from O'Hare Airport. Chris Warden, shout out. Australia, Los Angeles, Minnesota, Austin, Texas, Nashville, Oklahoma. Nice.
Some UK, South Africa earlier. I know there was a Florida earlier.
We'll get back to that.
Someone says hi, Zach. Philadelphia.
We got Sage sighting here in front of the tent. Looks about the same as he did last lap. It's got,
He looks a little bit more smooth than Michael right now.
yeah. He probably needs a little more ice in his bandana.
Yeah,
It's looking
that's
a
been
little
good for
thin.
that.
Yeah, it's funny because some guys, it'll be like this big flopping mess around their neck. Yeah. We got Lisa Cabales going past now.
This is Georgia, Wisconsin.
Have you talked much about the new Mount to Coast Ultra Series yet today?
We have not.
I definitely-
Very briefly.
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that we give them a shout out. So Mount to Coast is kind of a new shoe brand onto the scene within about the last year, and they've really specialized their initial launch focusing on the road ultra scene. They have a couple shoes out now. I actually just got a pair of hybrids that came in yesterday that I got on my feet, but they are going to be moving into full trail. But I'm wearing one of their hybrid shoes. It's like a road trail. I think people are like kind of calling them like gravel. They're like now they've got this gravel shoe term it was floating around the running event this year, which is kind of interesting. But the Mount to Coast Ultra Series is launching at this year's Across the Years, and it's 4 100K road races. You'll have Across the Years in December. There's a program, if you want, you get a free pair of R1. It's their racing road shoe from Mount to Coast. You kind of it's a wear tester type program. So if you sign up, you can get a free pair of shoes if you participate in this program at our new ATY venue. And then we've got Jackpot 100K in February, the Lake Warramug on the East Coast in April, and then we'll be back here. We'll actually have a 100K distance at FADOX next year that'll be part of that series as well. So thank you to Mount to Coast for getting involved, and be more to come on that. But it should be kind of fun. We'll have not only these USATF national championship events we have the 100-mile that's at Jackpot, the 24-hour here at FADOX, but then we'll also have the 100K Mount to Coast to look forward to, which I think could bring its own level of competition. I'm trying to recruit Nick Curry to do the ATY 100K. So if you're there out in the chat, Nick, let's get you signed up. And then I was chatting with Ben Blankenship at TRE. He's a Mount to Coast athlete. He works with them, and we were hoping, he's not sure if he was going to say he's going to be ready for the 100K at ATY. He ran his first 100-mile earlier this year, and I think he's doing a timed mile. He's going for a sub 4-minute mile, like in January. Okay. So he wasn't sure he wanted to run 100K right before that. Maybe get that done first, and then maybe come to Jackpot and do the 100K there. So we'll have to see how that goes.
And then Mount to Coast, just to fill out on those shoes, they're designed for the ultra distance.
Yeah, like a super durable shoe. They have a dual lacing system, so kind of a traditional lacing system up top, and then it's like a bungee on the lower part of the shoe. So as your feet kind of swell, you can open it up a little bit.
Very nice.
You can see it right there.
Oh, yeah.
So you kind of open up the bottom.
Bungee more towards the toe with a little pull string, and then traditional lacing up top towards the ankle.
And some of their athletes, I know, like Meg Eckert ran in them at the Dome, 6 days in the Dome race. They've had some people running like.
Good now. All right.
Were we still on or no?
It was just mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Perfect.
Thanks, Chris.
He's keeping us honest there while he's transferring flights.
Yeah, remote producer. Oh, interesting fact from the chat. Thierry, our third place male right now, doesn't have a crew. He often runs without one. We were going to come this time, but our 11-year-old just got a concussion, so they're home in Austin, Texas. So hopefully your 11-year-old's healing up, but Thierry's out here killing it. And Adam Dalton looks like he's split up from. Oh no, there's Nick right there. They've been running together for a while.
Is that him right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's waiting for him.
But
It looks
now
like he's
Adam's
doing.
waiting for
he's
him.
walking backwards. I don't know if that's just for fun or if it's if he's in some sort of trouble.
Yeah,
So
Adam.
we'll see here if he gets. Oh, yeah, he was just waiting up for him.
Just
looks like.
waiting for Nick.
Waiting for his
So,
buddy.
That's cool.
It's nice to be able to link up with people and run with them out here.
And then since that Janelle Stark took the lead from Kayla Straub, she's opened up 3.5-minute gap in just a few laps. So that's as significant of a move as we've seen today.
Taking a peek at our 48-hour race, which we are now 28 hours in. Our leader is Mark Sanderson, 114.6 miles in. And first woman is Diana Siegrist with 103. She's second overall currently. And we've got a total of 32 people out here logging miles in our 48-hour, including 88-year-old Joe Dana from Tucson area. He's a legend in the Arizona ultra scene for a long time.
Wow.
And he is at 48 miles currently.
I just want to be moving at that point in my
Yeah.
life, or alive.
Almost
Yeah.
90. There he is right there. He's coming by
Wow.
the booth right now.
Yeah, solid. Where are we with our... Yeah, Michael DeGeorge's got almost a limp going on now when he's coming by.
That blue tank right there,
Gray.
the gray.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's got KT tape on a knee. He's leading, but you can hear it before you can see it when he comes by. It's
His limp, or
like the t-t-t-t.
yeah. And it wasn't like that earlier.
No.
Okay. It's a little concerning. We'll
Yep.
have to keep an eye on that.
And on screen, those are our men's results right now. Still a long way to go. But they've got under 20 hours, so there's that. 19 hours and 42 minutes.
I believe we'll get a direction shift every 6
Every
hours,
six.
I think.
Yep.
So we'll be looking forward to that here in a couple hours.
Brittany Keeley, also without crew for this one. Aid station baby. And also had to stay home this time. That's good. Congrats if it's a new baby. Brittany has been solid all day, kind of moving up. Until just recently. She got up to 4th, and she's dropped down to 6th, but, you know, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. It could just be a stop for any number of reasons.
I got a question here in the chat from Hoppa Girl Ren. I'm sorry, I don't understand anything about this race. Do people try to run as many laps as possible to win? That's exactly what it is. You know, the fixed time division of the sport of ultra running is basically essentially that. You know, run, walk as many miles as you can in the allotted time. So whether that's at this race 6, 12, 24, or 48 hours, the clock doesn't stop. And you just log as many as you can.
I was just Alyssa Jones and Lisa.
We
they've
just
been
had
working together all
Yeah.
day.
Just had Alyssa say as she went by, I don't want to eat applesauce. It sounds like she's forcing herself to do that.
It's good that she's doing it, though.
Yeah.
Alyssa added a hat, too. But she's no stranger to the heat. Alyssa trains down in, Tempe Chandler area?
Yep. I mean, she's been preparing for this race for a long time. She's been out on this course before, done fixed time a lot, did a 100-miler in the Dome earlier this summer. So
She's got some training runs that are 50K at, mid-8s, low 8 pace.
Got what, about that 3.5 minute gap between our lead women right now. Got 3 women in the top 5 currently. Seems like there's a fair bit of jockeying of positions right now, though, in that top 10 overall.
Yeah.
I keep seeing like the women move up and down.
There's
how many are in the top 10, kind of cycles through a bit.
definitely starting to see more movement as probably the temperature gets up a little higher, and we're 4 hours in, so people could be taking, I wouldn't say breaks, but you're stopping for nutrition more often, bathroom,
Ice,
yeah.
cooling down.
Some outfit changes and stuff already too.
I don't know if I've seen the sponge buckets, but I would hope we have those available
I'm sure.
to keep wet out there.
It's just so funny how quick it was, because like earlier today it was the propane heaters and I'm in a puffy jacket and huddled around that. Now it's every runner's wearing gloves and winter clothes, and just a couple hours later it's summer.
Thank goodness we've got shade here, but
Yeah,
the sun's creeping towards us slowly. Well, hopefully we can stay out of it.
No, that doesn't look too promising.
You think it's gonna hit us, Jordan? All right.
What time? When do I need my sunglasses? Between 2 and 4? Okay.
Got a question from someone in the chat. Where in California can I find a run like this? That's actually a really good question. I think one of the best resources, if you are on Facebook, is the Running Against Time Facebook group. It is all about fixed time enthusiasts. So certainly you can probably just search for 24-hour runs, 12-hour runs, 48-hour runs. That will likely get you to the right answer, but that some people in that group maintain a calendar of fixed time events that would be in your area. I'm trying to think of some of the big ones over there. Do you know much about that scene?
Fixed time racing. I'm more on the mountain side of things.
Yeah. I will do a quick search here myself and see what I can dig up for you, because we've got plenty of time to do that. So yeah, Running Against Time is the name of the Facebook group. It's pretty active.
But if you are interested in the mountain racing in Estrella Mountain Regional Park, there's a pretty great one called Coldwater Rumble in January, 5 miles to 100 mile, part of the Dirt Series and Sonoran Cup.
Yeah, it used to be staged right here in the turf area, but now we are back over on the other side of the park. You'll run over here, though, pretty close to this area.
Yeah, if that 100-miler that goes through the start-finish like crew zone 4 times throughout the race, so it's a great first one. Beautiful weather too. January in Phoenix, it was perfect last year. 50s, 30s at night. And again, we just had our 2 leaders go by, Michael and then Sage. Sage has closed that gap again, which has been kind of the theme all day. And then kind of gets to where they're running next to each other, and then Sage will take a stop for whatever reason. Nanny Goat, Beyond Limits, Run for Kids, all fixed-timed events in California. Thanks, Chris Warden.
So yeah, there is a calendar, Running Against Time race calendar. I don't know if I'll try and drop it in the chat real quick here. See if the links work. It's maybe too big.
Mr. Poles, is that a race?
So I'm just kind of going through it here. There's Elevate 12-hour. There's a 12-hour in Santa Maria, California. That one is in February. There's one called Silver Moon Race in Paso Robles that has a 6/12 24-hour. The San Diego Pirates Cove in Lake Cuyamaca has a 6:12 24-hour, March 21st. Run for Kids 48 Hour has 6 hours all the way up to 48 hours. That's in Corona, California, March 22nd. The Beyond Limits Ultra, put on by Ken Rubley, who was the founder of Jackpot Ultras. That has a 24, 48 hour, 72 hour in Mountain Center, California in April. That one got snow last year. It's kind of up in the mountains.
Crazy.
On a little bit of more of a trail gravel loop, not a sidewalk run like this one. There's the Silver Moon Race in Reedley, California with a 6:12 24-hour in April. So quite a few. The Wandering Idiot Festival is in Elk Creek, TBA, on the date, but a 6:12 24-hour. That sounds pretty nice.
What a great and
yeah,
perfect
that's a
name.
Great, that's fantastic. I might have to check that one out. We've got the Born to Run Ultramarathons, has a 3-day and maybe a 5-day? No, 4-day. 96 hours.
In the chat, we got not California, but Grapevine, Texas. Shouting out to Perpetual Motion.
Nice.
Pretty flat loop.
I think you mentioned Nanny Goat has a 6:12 24-hour in May. There's the SF Half Day in June with a 6 and 12 hour in San Francisco. There's the Orange Curtain Ultras with a 6:12 24-hour in Cerritos, California, June 20th. Sisu 24-hour in Monrovia in July with a 24-hour. Dirty Dozen with a 3/6 12-hour in Point Pignole in July. Bonita, California, it says there's a 7-hour, 12-hour, and 24-hour.
Interesting.
That's in August. I might have to click on that. Let's see what that's all about.
Did just notice
Maybe
Abby Horvath added a bunch of KT tape to both knees. That's our 22-year-old competitor sitting in. She is F10 right now. She looks strong all day, but little things you notice.
so that South Bay 24 hours put on by Endurance Race Series. There's one called Bountiful Endurance runs in October in Hemet, California with the 3/6/12 24-hour. Mile Madness in Rockland in October, 6-hour up to 72 hours. And let's see if there's any this time of year. We've got the Tierra Redonda Mountain Trail runs with a 24 48-hour. Curious what that course looks like. Trail running on a private cattle ranch. And then there's the New Year's One Day in San Jose with a 6/12 24-hour to end the year. So it's a little recap of the fixed time scene in California, which we had some questions in the chat for.
Ample choices.
Plenty of choices.
See, we might have a lead change. I think Sage might be in the lead this next lap.
Oh, they just went through like what, 2 seconds apart?
Yeah.
Basically together.
Yep. All right, so we've got those two. They're on lap 34. Going to be finishing lap 34 here soon. Janelle Stark is your only runner on lap 33. Kayla Straub, our second female, is on lap 32. Anna Haley is our third female on lap 31, along with Thierry Joffrain. Another lap down, Adam Dalton, Nick Budzen, Megan Alvarado, Caitlin Yonke, Isaiah Jensen. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, that's Kayla Straub right there. SIS has been her preferred method of fueling. Notice that. She also ate a cake pop from Starbucks.
I think I
drank
heard
a
you
Dr.
talking about.
Pepper, drank a Starbucks coffee, and it looks like they have a whole grocery stop on their table right now for her.
Yeah, they haven't even unpacked the Target bags.
Yeah.
Got the looks like mom out there crewing.
And then we've got, Alyssa Jones and Lisa Cabiles running together. They've just been joking the whole time. They're down in 11th and 12th, but I think
But it looks like there's
it's
like 6, 7, 8 people on the same lap, you know?
yeah,
It's very, very tight right now.
it's still early. So there was a lot of Alyssa Jones love in the chat earlier today. I wouldn't enter panic mode.
No. Too much race to go.
Yeah. Philip Sebastiani, our M9 right now, won Perpetual Motion last year with 130 miles. Oh, that's Michael DeGeorge.
Michael DeGeorge, Sage is
Right on his heels.
Yep.
And we've got I don't think we have a shot yet, but I do see our electric mountain bike
We got a bike cam shot.
heading out on course.
There it
There it
is.
is.
Here we go. Okay.
So
This
that
is gonna be
shirt
great.
is that's 4th and 5th right there on screen. That's Adam Dalton and Nick Budzen.
I think our bike narrowly avoided someone's little aid station.
And then that's Sage Canaday right there,
All
your
right.
M2.
Nice. So we got eyes on Sage and
And
just
then
ahead of him.
That's Michael right ahead of him in the dark tank top. And could we see a pass on the bike cam? That'd be magical. Action packed.
Hopefully this becomes a fixture of fixed time racing as the bike cam on these courses. I think we're going to deploy this similar setup at Jackpot in February, which I'm really excited about.
Talking about so different than last weekend in Arkansas with Jason Gerhardt on the mountain bike, trying to keep up with some elites in a 10K versus this nice smooth path.
Yeah, you can just chill with the e-bike.
Yeah. Right there. That's our leader right there on the women's side in the greenish sun
Thanks.
hoodie. That's Janelle Stark. She just came by us. Looking really strong. Yeah, and on the screen right now, those are the 2 leaders overall on the men's side. Michael DeGeorge, and then right behind him is Sage Canaday.
So yeah, this gives you a good eye, and we might lose it on the far side here for a second as the transmitter
right
gets
when
out
you
of range
serve,
for
right
a
as you
little
bring
bit
it up.
there.
Perfect.
It'll come back in maybe 30 seconds or so
Just on
stay
the
tuned.
opposite side of the course from us right now.
Yeah, but that does give you a kind of a nice first-person perspective of like, how does it feel? Is it crowded out there?
Yep.
Like those guys are certainly passing people, so they're kind of weaving more than most. But
For the most part,
overall,
I don't
it's
think
not
been
too
a
bad.
Huge
Yeah.
issue.
No. We've got a question here, Sarah Keeley in the chat. What's the meaning of the graph on the individual runner pages on the live tracker? So if you click on that, that is their lap times. So I believe
I think it's per half lap too. It's split
Yeah.
up per. So like the light blue is their first half of the loop. This dark blue is the second half of the loop. So you can see how long they stopped or slowed down, and or for some people you can see how fast they took off and when reality set in.
I believe the taller it is, the faster it's the faster lap.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you see like a short one, it means that they took longer, I believe, or it's like a break.
Correct. Yep. We got our bike cam back, and it looks like Sage doesn't want to pass, or
Maybe
he
he's
hasn't
just,
taken
he's
the lead
just
all
pacing
day.
off of him,
Yeah.
maybe.
This has happened a dozen times already, where he pulls it right behind him.
Doesn't want
and
to
just
pass.
doesn't make the pass. But yeah, true. I mean, it's with Sage, as accomplished of a runner as he is, this is kind of not a lot of experience at this length of time.
I think it's this is his first 24-hour race.
Yeah, 'cause he doesn't take that long to run 100.
No. Maybe except UTMB or something.
Right.
Yeah, it's cool to see him step into this realm, though. I'm excited to see how he does. Chris Warden's pointing out that Whitney Richmond might be faltering a little bit. She's had a couple slow laps here lately. And he notes that she had some issues with the dry air in the desert. So we'll see if that's an issue she can overcome.
We've got Brittany Keeley. I don't know what's looks like she's kind of dropped back a little bit. She's had a few slower laps in a row, and she was really making a move for the podium, and now has dropped to F9. And now F11. Do you know how to say his last name? Barkley, John Figueres.
Figverisy.
Figverisy. That's it. I always mess it
Barkley
up.
finisher.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
Which one is he doing out here today?
He's in the USATF.
He's in it.
Yep.
Watch out. Oh, and Jean Pommière's out here too. 60 years old, and he could be competitive with some of the top guys when it's all said and done. Super experienced.
Now you'll see, this is a good shot of like the crew zone and the main aid station. Sage dropping
row.
something on a
Nice.
table.
Aid station just to your right there. Got
And then
on-course restrooms.
Here's the start finish, and then that red tent is where we're located. And you got Sage not wanting to make the pass.
No, he's just tucking right in there.
You
Yeah,
hear that though?
It's a definite slapping sound.
Yeah, just on the left foot, which
Yeah.
is where that KT tape is.
So Michael, yeah, that's a long ways to go with something like that. But yeah, it seems like Sage is comfortable with this pace for the
Yep.
moment. Doesn't want
What was
to
that?
step it up at all.
I mean, that they're still knocking out sub 8 minutes per loop. So their last few 7:56, 7:33, 7:36, 7:39. So very consistent there. And Kayla making a
She just said she's having a heat stroke. I mean, she's not icing or cooling at all, which is a bit concerning.
and she just dropped the shirt. and stopped for the second time we've seen her
Seems
stop
like
today.
waiting for some stuff. She's going to at least grab a bottle. But I really want to see her using some cooling strategies here. I'm not sure if she just doesn't know about that or is just choosing not to.
She's
But
from Kansas, I wanted to say.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, if I were her, I would be hitting the sponges right now and getting ice down every couple laps, if not every lap, for the next few hours.
She just dropped the tank top she was in down to a sports bra, but sometimes that's not always the answer. You want to be covered up with...
You might want to actually keep a shirt on, wet it down, and then that's going to kind of absorb that water and not just instantly evaporate in the dry heat out here. Just casual observers from the far.
But those were her words, not ours. She went up to her table and said, "I'm having a heat stroke." So I don't know.
So those are the conditions right now out here. When I saw it was going to be flirting with 80 degrees, I'm thinking, man, that is not ideal. I'm also happy we're not under a couple inches of water, which we were the last 2 years. Much nicer, I think, in general for the event, but some cloud cover, maybe in the 60s would have been more ideal.
Definitely clouds always help.
Again, if you're just tuning in with us, this is the USATF 24-Hour Road National Championships out here at Estrella Mountain Regional Park. We're going to lose our feed here for about a minute from the bike cam. So we'll get you back over. This is near our start-finish. Your runner aid station's just to the left there. And we are 4 hours, 43 minutes in. We'll be live broadcasting the entire event. We'll have commentary for most of it. Through the night, we will likely shut down for a bit, and we'll be for sure back on with full commentary from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. tomorrow from hour 20 to 24, which is kind of the critical time.
It was a good dichotomy with our women's leader, Janelle Stark, with a sun hoodie on that's soaking wet right now.
Yeah. So got a nice side view here of men's leader, Michael DeGeorge.
That's the timing mats for the halfway point of the loop.
We've got someone in the chat here. Why didn't they make the surface asphalt instead of concrete? That's a great question.
Yeah.
I think... I don't know that they were thinking that this event would come here when the engineering plans were drawn up.
Right. If we could do that, though.
I mean...
If we get like a rubberized track surface, that would be...
But yeah, maybe something to think about for all of you park planners in the future. I think that most runners would probably prefer an asphalt surface to a concrete surface.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, you definitely can do high mileage on concrete. It's not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It is harder surface for sure.
Do they have to stay on the concrete? Can you run off to the side?
So I believe you can as long as it's on the exterior.
Yep.
Can't cut the course.
Right,
It is certified. So yeah, the outside would be fine, but not the inside.
Not a ton of great opportunities for that. It's like some crushed gravel, but it is pretty uneven.
Yeah. Like I'm looking out here, like you could probably do it on this
there.
curve, this little stretch here. Some of it's kind of uneven. Yeah. We just had someone comment on our 48-hour race. We now have, it sounds like the top 4 have surpassed 100 miles now.
Nice.
And our first direction switch will be coming up here in a little over an hour. So every 6 hours, we are going to change directions of the loop, kind of give that other side of the body a chance to make the inside curve, and just switch up the scenery a little bit, too.
Brand new course then.
Yeah.
There is a 100-mile distance, and we did have 3 finishers in that this morning.
That one started yesterday.
Yep. So 22:36, 23:43, and 24:07 taking the overall podium.
We still have some out there.
Oh, a whole bunch.
Quite a few.
Yep. So 1,800-mile runners.
Yep.
Andre Lee with 8 laps to go. Local legend.
Yeah, and that's the unique thing about this one. We have obviously the fixed time events, but we also added some fixed distance here too for people that they want that definitive finish line.
Yeah.
Count down the laps. That's the thing about fixed time. It's like you can run faster or harder, but it does not make the time speed up at all.
Oh, that's our F3 with a towel wrapped around her neck.
Almost like a scarf.
Anna Haley. And here comes Alyssa Jones with a smile on her face, moving up. And she's talking to her coach, Zach Bitter, right now, and she's moving up, and Zach told her that it's too early, that a lot of the women's field is faltering ahead of her, but it's too early to make a move. Coming from Zach Bitter, who definitely knows what he's doing.
Well, yeah, it can
Sage
maybe
with
be
another stop.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's see if we get
More
Oh,
ice.
yeah. Look at that. Getting a refill. There we go.
That was a quick one.
Nice. It's doing all the right things. Yeah, it can maybe be a little discouraging to be running in 10th position this early on, but you got to run your own race out here
Yeah.
and be smart, especially in the heat for the next couple hours. I mean, once we get through the heat of the day, it's going to be really nice tonight, and it won't heat back up in the morning. So,
And Alyssa's been super consistent in terms of lap times and right around that 9-minute mark for laps. So it's maybe, yeah, she's falling behind the field early on, but in terms of like proximity to the record, she's having a great day. So it's just people went out fast.
Jake Jackson's saying that 24-hour Worlds in Taipei was mostly concrete last year. So it's not uncommon for these sorts of races, and it's like anything. You just got to train for it.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Sage. She must have had a little restroom stop or something.
But yeah, that's the name of it. Yeah. He was running with Michael, and then he takes care of business and drops back and then slowly
Catches
reels him
back
in
up.
and doesn't pass him. And
Yeah. I mean, he's looking good, I would say.
Yeah, he looks
He looks
smooth
like
still.
it's the same as when he started, really.
Yep. You don't see like any like fatigue setting in terms of
Nah.
his gait or anything like that.
So you got Michael, our race leader, on camera right there, and Sage is falling back a little bit, but wouldn't be surprised if another lap he catches right back up
Yeah,
to him.
due to a stop, not pace. And then they've opened up a bit of a gap on 3. Thierry Jaffrain is it's like 3-ish laps down right now, but holding on to 3rd. And our buddies Nick Budson and Adam Dalton have been working together. They are a lap down from Thierry. Women's side, Janelle Stark putting the hammer down right now. She's on lap 35. Kayla's having a tough time right now, but holding on to the 2nd position. Behind her is Anna Haley, Megan Alvarado, and Caitlin Yonke. And here's Kayla coming back by her crew zone. And not stopping. Yeah, she is dry.
God.
Dry.
I almost want to just step in
And just pour
or
stuff
just
on her.
yeah, just like take a bucket of ice water and just dump it.
Yeah.
It's just not sure. Like maybe he's never encountered this sort of heat before in a race. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, let's she's got I think she has really impressive results, but there are a lot of 50 milers and 100 milers in Kansas. But 7-11 50 miler and 16 16.
Is that a Yeti trail runners race, I think? 7-Eleven?
Oh, yeah. Prairie Spirit Trail was the name of the race. And a 16, and at that same race in a previous year, she did the 100 and ran 16:28. So she's no slouch, but Kansas is different.
Well, we'll see how the two approaches play out, right?
Yeah.
Janelle versus Kayla. They're running. I guess Kayla's falling a little bit behind now. About 7 minutes back.
Yep, she's about to
Which
get
might be a
lapped.
lap. Yeah,
Yep.
it might end up being a lap type of a scenario.
But Janelle's got a sun hoodie on and is soaking wet. Kayla's running in just a sports bra and pretty dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's getting warm. It's crazy. 4 hours ago, I couldn't feel my toes. And that's men's leader Michael DeGeorge still on screen. Farther back in the race, you got Alyssa Jones and Lisa Caballos moving up a bit. Abby Horvath, Whitney Richmond, and Brittany Keeley are going in the wrong direction right now, but again, super early, heat of the day. Let's just survive and get to the night. I know Yanni Babiolakis has come up in the chat before. He's very consistent still. No faltering, just a nice evenly split day. About 50K into the race. Lana Hogberg, really consistent, holding together so far. Yeah, that's probably the story right now is the Janelle and Kayla different approaches to heat mitigation.
Yep. Seems like the top men are using ice, at least ice bandanas.
We got what percent of the race is tree covered? I'd venture to say about 0. There are trees near the course, but
There's a little bit. Like they have the zone right before you get to the crew area. There's actually a little bit of tree covered there to provide a tiny bit of shade, but
pretty exposed to the sun.
I think there's a section over on the far side where they've planted a bunch of trees, but they're not yet tall enough to provide much, but maybe in the coming years there will be more.
Sage doing Sage things and closing the gap to Michael again.
Yep.
Alyssa Jones smiling the whole time, and Lisa.
She's having way too much fun.
Oh,
out here.
yeah. They have so much energy. Those two have been running together like the whole time. Yeah, even just seeing some of the 6-hour runners, their gaits have changed throughout the day, and definitely can tell the heat is taking its toll on a number of people. Except Lulu Martinez, 6-hour runner, looking solid all day. That's Joe's wife.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howdy.
I'm gonna take over the drone, Jamal. Be flying it around.
Love it. Thanks, Enzo.
Some beautiful drone shots of all right, this is where probably you can see the most tree cover on course in this section, and
I used to call this the Navy area. I don't really remember why, but this is where they used to have camping all through this zone. They've kind of moved their camping area now that they have all these nice ramadas out here.
all right, we see Kayla's crew just got a bag of ice.
Now we're talking.
So another grocery store stop.
Yeah, the reinforcements have arrived. Ice team, hopefully.
Hopefully it's not just for the food. That's Kayla on screen right now. Adam Dalton, Nick Boudzen.
Oh, here comes Kayla. Oh, she is putting
Getting
water on her
wet.
face.
Her crew just came from the store. They've got popsicles and ice. Looks like they'll be getting that next lap.
Yep.
And then that's Janelle right behind her, so about to lap her.
We actually have a bike cam, I think, on them. There we
it
go.
is. Okay.
So it looks like we have a pass here.
So that in that turquoise or teal sun hoodie, that's your women's leader, Janelle Stark. Right ahead of her in the black sports bra is Kayla Straub, who's actually about to get lapped. So you've got your first place runner running next to your second place runner, but one lap ahead right now. And then the gray shirt is Adam Dalton, M4. And Adam is 2 laps down of Kayla, 3 laps down of Janelle. And it looks like the bike is going to stick with Kayla right now. We're just kind of curious to see her cooling strategy because she was really feeling the heat. But her crew's here with ice, and popsicles.
Ice and popsicles. Was there the pass?
Yeah, Janelle's
Just ahead.
now. Thanks. We've got some discussion in the chat. Jake Jackson boldly stating that people say that fixed time events are mentally harder than your typical mountain races. Women's leader Janelle Stark from Enumclaw, Washington. Stout runner. Yeah. Broken 100 miles in 12 hours. A lot of wins. A couple fixed distance races. Oh, there's Joe. Lulu's looking good. She's been steady all day. She was singing. Yeah. I talked about it. Do partial laps get counted at the ending?
Yes.
For
they can.
records and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Yep. So Jake, yes. If someone's going to set the record or if it comes down to like a tiebreaker or something like that, yes, partial laps will count if needed. I guess we'll say on an as needed basis. And we've got our bike cam on Kayla right now, who's on the far side of the course. Did just have Sage and Michael go by. Same story. Michael's in the lead. Sage is caught up and not making a pass. So Kayla was complaining about the heat, but she does look to be moving pretty well still. Not surprising.
She's got a popsicle to look forward to.
She's looking
this
forward to
lap.
ice and popsicles. No stranger to the distance. Not like she's going to unknown territory, but
Well, and everyone also
Enumclaw.
handles the heat a little bit differently, you know.
totally. I think it's time for sunglasses and less
For you?
clothes. Yeah.
Nice. Even less clothes?
Yeah, I got a
Gotta get
t-shirt
into a
underneath.
short.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron's going to step out. He might get a nice bandana himself. Who knows? Possibly. So you can see here, they get just little intermittent bits of shade here. Honestly, not going to make a huge difference to keeping yourself cool. You got to rely upon that external cooling factor. Again, this is our second place female, Kayla Straub on screen. We had Alyssa Jones just came by with her buddy Lisa. They've been running together. She is just so positive out here. I think I overheard she said she's allowed to start walking.
Yeah, that's what she said. Her coach said she can start walking. So that her coach
she seemed
is
very
Zach
excited
Bitter,
about that.
Yeah.
So maybe that's part of the strategy is like
heat of the
maybe
day,
a run walk strategy for a while potentially here.
Keep it easy till we start getting. Probably gonna start cooling down in 3.5 hours or so. 4:30. You kind of get the less direct sunlight. Fortunately, we got some foothills right to the west of us, so the sun technically sets in Phoenix around 5:20, but it might be about an hour earlier here, where you'll get a nice shadow from the mountains.
And our bike cam's coming right through the start finish here. We'll see Kayla coming across the start finish and see if she does any crew support here. Maybe that popsicle's
they're
ready.
Getting popsicles ready for her.
Oh yeah, water.
She wants water. She got water. Grabbed a bomb pop. Grabbed a water bottle.
There we go. Hopefully she uses some of that water to cool herself down with. That's what I want to see.
Got Adam Dalton with looks like some lube he's going to be putting on. And he's walking probably to wait for Nick. Oh, Janelle must have stopped.
She is keeping wet and cool.
And on the men's side, they'll be crossing over the 40-mile mark after the next lap. Do have Adam Dalton and Nick Budson catching Thierry Joffrain just a little bit. Hillary Thornton, ice bandanas for the broadcast team, long day in the booth. Definitely starting to feel the sun on the tent. I've gone from puffy jacket and pants to shorts and a t-shirt. I think you can tell just by the camera. I know this isn't all the USATF 24-hour, but there's some 48, 100-milers, all distances mixed in. But there's a lot more walking going on right now than there was this morning.
Yeah, I think people are feeling it,
Yep.
taking it easy. We got
Oh, Michael George put a hat on. That's the big news right now.
Sage is just biding
Stalking.
his time. Looks like he's been dumping water on himself. But yeah, he's not looking to pass right now.
Oh, just hanging out. And this gentleman he's lost his shirt. I think he's a 6-hour.
Yeah, headphones are not.
Yeah, not in the.
4 hour, and he's just got some big ones on. It's
Yeah.
funny.
Our two leaders, they've been consistent though. Their pace has not deviated at all.
Men's and women's leaders.
Men's for sure. Janelle has been. That last lap, she took a stop. But before that, yeah, she's been steady Eddie. Kayla's been fairly steady. Last couple laps, she's had some, but that's when we saw her saying she had heat stroke.
I have heat stroke.
Yeah.
The famous words. Thing I love about fixed time events is just such the community sort of an event. You know, your elite runners and everyone else are just all on that same course, kind of able to interact with one another as they go around. Looks like our mountain biker is like ducking under the trees,
Yeah.
kind of weaving in and out here. Interesting.
Looking at 74 degrees in Goodyear right now. Projected high at 77,
What are we at now?
74,
Okay, so almost, not quite high temps, but soon.
but getting there.
Just want to make mention, we also have live on Mountain Outpost right now, JFK 50 mile. We're into our second stream now. You can go back and rewatch that race. See course records were set by both the men's field and the women's field, David Sinclair and Rachel Drake. You can go ahead and catch that replay, or we have our finish line cam up right now as well. They're about 8 hours and 45 minutes in currently. Got broadcasts on both coasts today. Got some family from Michael DeGeorge tuning in, rooting him on.
Say so proud. He should be. He's killing it so far. And then we'll see Kayla coming through the main 8 area, approaching the start-finish line, and then her crew table is just to the left after she crosses the line here. You see that red tent is where we are, and she's right across from us. So we'll see if she grabs a water or a popsicle. She's getting herself wet right now.
Our bike cam is taking a quick break.
But yeah, she dumped some water on herself and she's going with nothing. And then Janelle Stark's right behind her, but
Are they still
technically a
one
lap
lap
ahead.
apart?
Yeah, Janelle took a little bit of a break, so she got
I guess almost
unlapped. but
almost a lap. There's
Yep.
yeah, 1 lap ahead, I guess.
And then on screen right now, this is your women's leader, Janelle Stark. Second place is actually Kayla. That's right in front of her, but about to be 1 lap down, or almost 1 lap down. So Janelle Stark from Enumclaw, Washington. But as some of the runners come by, you're definitely seeing salt built up on their shorts and everything. Definitely a toasty one. I'm not sure if you can tell from the video, but with Janelle Stark right here, she is soaking wet. She's been doing a good job of keeping that sun hoodie saturated the whole time. And moving nice and steady. She has re-lapped Kayla. So this is your women's leader who's 1 lap in front of second place now. Sage and Michael just came by, and they are about as close to side by side as they've been yet. Here's another beautiful drone shot.
Great showing of folks this year. But you can see how a lot of people parking close by, setting up little aid stations along the way there. Makes it for a nice festive atmosphere out here.
And the loop continues all the way to the far ramadas that you can see in the trailing end of your screen. Looks like we're going to get a... Oh, no. This is back to your women's leader, Janelle Stark. She's on the far side of the course, making her way towards us again. She's going to be crossing over the 40-mile mark in the next lap. Update on the other side of the men's race, still have Thierry Joffrain in third, but Adam Dalton and Nick Budzin, who've been running together for hours, they are closing the gap a little bit. They're within 4 minutes now on the same loop. And then you have Isaiah Jansen 1 lap down from them to round out the top 5. Janelle Stark, who's on screen, followed by Kayla Straub 1 lap down. Anna Haley still holding strong in third in the 40 to 44 age group. Third overall for the women. And Megan Alvarado, Caitlin Yonke, Lina Hoegberg, Alyssa Jones, Lisa Caballes, all running really close together.
69%. Yeah, F6, 7, and 8 are all within just a couple minutes of each other. The men are 2 laps ahead of the women's leader at the moment.
And about 5.5 hours into our races, yeah, Janelle Stark looking really strong. Super consistent. This is about what she's looked like for the last 15 or so laps. But that's kind of what it is. It's just she's holding serve right now. A lot of other runners are, I wouldn't say faltering in the heat, but feeling the heat. Janelle looks like she's managing it pretty well.
And this loop distance out here, for those of you wondering, it is a certified course, USATF, 0.988178 miles. So some of our courses, you get a little bonus each lap. This one you don't.
Lead men will be coming through at 41.5-ish this lap. And Janelle, women's leader, she'll be at 39.5, and she's about back to the start finish. So she'll be crossing that 40-mile barrier this coming lap.
Janelle's looking strong.
She's looking really good.
And if we can switch off our bike cam.
Yeah, that's our bike cam with the... There we go.
Thank you. This view you're looking at right now, you have our official aid station just to your left there, and you're kind of looking down the majority of crew row. A lot of them have set up in the shadier section.
Kayla, our second place female, getting some sunscreen and a handheld.
Maybe a salt pill or something too.
Yep.
Hope some of these crew are taking care of themselves too out in that sun.
Yeah,
No,
especially if you're not
no
from
pop-up
Arizona.
canopies.
Right.
They're just kind of out there roasting.
You're so fast. You're such a fast kid. Yeah, I don't even take my pants off. I just pull them to the side. Yeah. That's
like some of these things that we're being told don't need to be repeated.
Probably not on air. Just Alyssa Jones with some hot restroom takes.
Yeah.
Men's leaders coming by again. You guessed it. Michael DeGeorge, Sage Candidate.
Such an interesting strategy. I mean, I think it's
Really
it's
is.
got to be pretty smart. You know, he certainly is more than capable of taking the lead at this point.
At
He's
least
just
at some point today.
Yeah, just showing restraint
Yep.
at the moment and biding his time.
He's like almost refusing to even make a short little pass.
Yeah, like it seems like no issue for him to catch back up. So each time he takes a little bit more time.
Adam Dalton applying more sunscreen, sharing it with his buddy Nick.
These guys have been stride for stride most of the day, huh?
They're actively waiting for each other
Yeah.
too, which is really cool to see. I mean, Adams put it out there that he wants that 145 miles. There's our third female. That's
Different colored towel this time.
yeah,
The cooling towel.
Anna Haley.
Who's that?
I think that's 22. Yeah, Abigail Horvath, 22 years old. Yeah.
Time position. AJW saying it's going to be a double puffy night for him. He's coming in at 6 to lead the commentary from 6 to midnight.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell her to sponge bath.
Yeah, tell her to get wet.
She needs to get a lot more water on herself. She should be soaking.
Yeah. Just gotta do saturate. Cool. Yeah. 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 Yeah, appreciate it. That was our bike cameraman kind of giving us some insight on how our top two women have been feeling, and Kayla's taking a measured approach to the heat, just like actively slowing down during the day, and she's used to the flat being from Kansas, but wants to make a move as the sun goes down, or that's the plan. We'll see how the body responds. And then all reports on Janelle Starker that she's feeling really good and looking super strong out there. Rest of the men's field, we had Thierry Joffrain, Adam Dalton, Nick Boudzen. Thierry is about 4 minutes, holding about a 4-minute gap over those two. After the top 5, we're looking at Isaiah Jensen, lap down from those two. Another lap down, Jean Pommier, who's made a little bit of a move. And by make a move, he's remained steady, but he's definitely moved up in the field. He's no slouch. Show Gray, Philip Sebastiani, and then Yanni Babiolakis. On the women's side, we've mentioned Janelle and Kayla followed by Anna Haley and Megan Alvarado. Megan is 1 lap down from Anna. Another lap down, got Caitlin Yonke, Lana Hoogberg, Lisa Cabiles, and Alyssa Jones. That's a pretty tight pack right there. So 5 through 8, it's going to be about a 7-minute gap. And then Jenna Maffey and Abigail Horvath are going to round out your top 10. We've got then another big pack of women, Kaylee Friedrich, Whitney Richmond, and Brittany Keeley. Whitney and Brittany appear to be struggling at the moment, but again, long day, heat of the day, so it's going to get tough at some point. And hopefully they can pull it back together. While that Mountain Outpost streaming JFK and FADOX at the same time. Yeah, that was fun. We were in Arkansas last weekend. Drove the van up to Maryland. Thanks, Heidi, for that. And then we've got a whole different crew doing FADOX today. Taking over the world. And a lot of love for Michael DeGeorge in the chat. Rightfully so. Like some of these water tables and service stations near the aid station and crew zones are getting some good use right now. It is it's not warming up anymore. It is hot. It is a hot day out. Got Janelle Stark coming right by our tent. Taking, looks like a Morton gel and a handheld in her hand. And she's nice and sun hoodie, soaked down. Looks like she just got soaked down too. But any of those topical cooling strategies help at this time of day. Keeping the skin covered, keeping the clothing wet. '74 is hot. No, not particularly. Being from Phoenix, we're used to a lot warmer than this, but for this time of year and the direct sunlight, it does feel really toasty out there to run in. Just leaving the tent. It doesn't feel like a November fall day in Phoenix. It's pretty toasty. Maybe some thin wispy clouds moving in, but it's pretty direct sunlight. Interesting. Just had Sage come by, but I didn't see Michael, unless I missed him. That is our second place female on screen right now, Kayla Straub. Yeah, Sage looks like he stopped again for whatever reason, but dropped back from being neck and neck to another 30 seconds down. Probably just temporary, as has been all day.
Yeah, he should catch up pretty quick.
That's Sage on screen
Got
right
eyes
now.
on Sage here.
Oh, there's Lisa. It's the first time I've seen Lisa walk in a while.
She must be waiting up for Alyssa,
Waiting
huh?
for Alyssa again. Oh, there's Alyssa right there, as expected, smiling
All
and waving.
smiles.
New, looks like fresh
Lisa.
ice bandana.
Yep. Lisa's walking it.
Dancing now.
And there they go. We got a comment about Philip Sebastiani in the chat from Cody White saying that he is on a steady train. He'll move up slowly and steadily.
And someone else with Philip Sebastiani. There's a sleeping giant lurking out there. A lot of Philip love in the chat. Love to see it. He has been very steady. He's sitting in M8 right now, but really no deviation in pace all day.
We got some people asking, 74 Fahrenheit is hot.
Yeah, so I mentioned that. It was,
Yeah.
It's all about the sunlight and how it feels on your skin. And
There's a few wisps of clouds now, actually, that are kind of forming. But I don't know if doesn't seem like it's making an impact yet.
it feels warmer than 74 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're no stranger to the heat here. That raw number of 74 feels downright cold if it was the summer, but it's a warm
Not
day.
quite the mid-90s of Javelina, but
Right.
I think for an event like this, it is hot for late November.
Definitely. Maybe just keep an eye on Adam Dalton and Nick Budzen. They're slowly reeling in Thierry Joffrain. Nothing quick, but it's gone from like 4.5 minutes to 4 minutes. So who knows if that was a stop or they seem to be running a little bit quicker.
And there you can see our leaderboard. Top men. And here's your women's leaderboard. Lead woman is about 2 laps behind the lead men at the moment. And we are about 20 minutes away from our first direction change. We'll give the contestants something new to look at, a little change of scenery. And it'll mark the quarter way through the event. No, it's a wait.
Yeah, that direction change. I don't think there's a faster way on this course. There's no significant hill or anything, but definitely a mental breakup. It's nice.
There might be a favorite direction for one reason or another
Yeah.
from different
Oh, yeah.
people. They might prefer something, but yeah, it's not going to make a huge difference. When I'm doing this lap, there's only one, I think it's over there. There's like one little
Like
3
this little
foot hill or
bump or something
over,
like that. You
over
have
a couple hundred feet, yeah.
It does sound
This
so
is-
funny, like just a hill like that, but it's so true. It's like
Yeah, you feel it after maybe 12 or 14 hours. You start to notice where that is. But I'd say this is one of the flatter courses. I mean, Jackpot has some significant hills in terms of a 1 mile loop. The old Across the Years course
Yep,
had
I know
one
exactly
for
what
sure,
you're talking
Camelback
about
Mountain,
there, yeah.
which is, as we call it.
Yep.
And the new ATY course will have one as well, mostly around the new ball fields out at Peoria Sports Complex.
Do have Alyssa Jones and Lisa Caballos making a bit of a move. They're up to 7th and 8th. They were 5 minutes down on 6. Now they're only 2 minutes down on 6. So they're making their way through the field. But Alyssa's coach, Zach Bitter, is here, and they've seemed pretty dialed and aware of everything that's happening. And
It's interesting they're moving up after just a couple laps ago. She was delighting in the fact that she could take some walking breaks.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said for that pacing strategy.
there's Sage.
Did Michael already passed by?
I didn't.
Oh. Doesn't look like it. It looks like we might have had an official pass here. I see Sage came up 43.5 miles and Michael has
Yep,
not.
He is. We've got a new leader for the first time today. Michael took it out from the gun. And we'll I don't even see Michael yet. So pretty significant. It might have been a stop. Michael also, as far as I'm aware, hasn't stopped at all.
Yeah. So there is your official men's leaderboard.
There's Michael right here. So it's going to be about 30-ish seconds. No, a minute. 61 seconds now. Sage is in front. Oh, Michael's got a obvious limp happening right now, too. See what that last lap time was for both of them. Yeah, it looks like it was less of a move by Sage and more of either a stop or something from Michael. They've been pretty consistently in the 7:30 to 7:50 per lap, and that was an 8:50 for Michael. But he was still running when he came by, so that could easily just be an aid station stop, bathroom break, ice break, crew stop. Kayla Straub still on screen here. That's your F2. From what we've heard from our on-course videographer, that they're taking a measured approach to the heat and actively slowing down. So we'll see how Kayla approaches the afternoon, evening, and night. But she's about almost 10 minutes down total to Janelle Stark right now. Janelle's looking super steady. Just had Adam Dalton come by and say that he's, quote, happy that he's desert trash. He's from Nogales, Arizona, so I think that is just meaning that he doesn't mind the heat right now. He's used to it.
Ooh, a little bit of cloud cover now.
Yeah, I think I
Did you
just
see
had.
that?
I've.
Slight
my
dimming
eyes
of the
noticed it.
sun. Yeah,
There's just the most thin little wispy clouds coming in, but
I hope they build. That'd be great.
oh, you can feel that so much though too.
Such a difference, even just that little bit. It's like putting sunglasses on.
I got some Pringles. I don't know what happened. Nice. It was my idea. Okay.
God, Alyssa has so much positive energy.
Just all the time. Yeah, Javelina. Heidi and I went for like a midday run, doing just the long loop, and we didn't bring water, and it was super hot and stuff like that. But that exact thing happened. Like the thinnest little cloud came in, and both of us were just like, "Oh my gosh!" It feels like it just dropped 5 degrees. So definitely noticeable.
Looks like our bike cam is breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Just over 10 minutes till our direction
Oh,
change.
Nice drone shot
Oh
there.
yeah, beautiful.
That's going reverse of the course right now, so maybe a little preview of when we do the direction change. This is kind of
Yeah.
how the course is going to flow.
You can kind of see some of those clouds up there that are moving in.
Yeah.
And yeah, this park is great. I mean, all those hills that you see beyond there are filled with lots and lots of trails. Part of them are part of the Coldwater Rumble, which is held here in January. And then the Hypnosis Night Runs in June are also held at this park. One of many amazing Maricopa County regional parks. We want to shout them out. We have a great partnership with them, Aravipa and Maricopa County Parks, for a long, long time.
Yeah, races in 7 different parks.
Yep. And some of them even connect parks via the Maricopa Trail. The Cave Creek Thriller connects 3 different parks.
Yeah.
Lake Pleasant, Cave Creek. Well, actually, just those 2, right? But then Elephant Mountain connects
Oh, Spurcross.
Spur
Recreation
Cross
area.
and Cave Creek. Whoa, we got a
Like-
lot of energy coming in.
Probably
right now.
maybe a 100
Looks
mile
like
finisher.
100-mile finisher?
Oh, yeah. That was the winner on the women's side too.
Women's 100-mile winner. Who is it?
Is that right? No, it's got to be the next one. Maybe she's second. Was that Jenny Weaver? Holy cow. Yeah, that was Jenny Weaver taking the win in the 100 mile.
And Jonathan Dawson also finishing with her, alongside her.
Yep.
Just had our lead woman pass by.
She's looking strong.
Very strong. Janelle Stark running in 3rd overall currently. Kayla Straub in 4th overall. And here comes our race leader, Sage Canaday. Just cruising, looking good. No visible change in his stride.
Yeah, Janelle's been steady Eddie on the lap
Both
times.
of them are looking good.
Let's see what that gap is to Michael too. Michael was able to claw 10 seconds or so back in the last lap. That's a good point. A lot of these runners are starting their final lap in this direction. It's got to be exciting. Still waiting on Michael to come by.
It's a bit concerning.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he's not hurt, but he definitely had a...
It was not looking sustainable.
Right.
Definitely a decline. I think I see him now coming up.
Oh, here he is right
There
here.
he is. He's favoring a little bit still.
All right.
He's pressing on though.
Yep, he's definitely got a left
Quite a
leg something.
So you guys can't always see what we can see, but we're trying to describe what we see as it happens.
Get that to update, see the actual...
Jake's
Yes.
asking about the decision to switch directions for this race. I think the main one is like it predominantly does, curve to the left. So I think
Yeah.
it's not quite a track like that severe, but I think, you're certainly turning left more than you are right. So I think part of it is to balance it out. And I think part of it is just mental.
Yeah.
A little mental switch up.
All those intermediate checkpoints that
Yeah.
you can cross off in your brain.
It does make for a bit of a busy lap, and kind of having to dodge people a little bit.
So that gap to Sage is now 2 minutes and 1 second ahead of Michael. Yeah, Michael's fallen off pace just a touch here. Sage's last 2 laps, 7:32, 7:36. Michael's been running 8:50s.
Nice. Jake loves switching directions. Looks like we have our bike cam is waiting for someone. We'll see who he chooses to go with. He's going to follow race leader Sage Canaday on the next lap here.
He might be going the other direction, though. Okay.
Oh, so we're going to follow him. We're going to get a lap with the leader going the new direction here when he comes and switches. So we're just about 4 minutes away from our first direction change of the 24-hour champs.
So we still have Thierry Joffrain in third. Also, Thierry's he's having a great day so far. He's 48 years young. Taking it to the young guys. Adam Dalton finally breaking up with Nick Boodzen. 4 minutes down in 4th place. We're waiting on Nick to get through lap 40. Did have Alyssa Jones dropping Lisa for the first
Ooh.
time in quite some time.
Interesting. That's the thing, you know, like it's great when you can link up with someone, but at some point you got to run your own race if
That
you want to hit your
relationship
own
has
goals.
to end, yeah. It's good. She was dry as a bone earlier. Now she's
Caitlin Yonke.
yeah. All right. Cool.
We're bouncing back.
Okay. That's Kiefer Gilbert. Looks like he's going to be taking the win in the 12-hour. There's 2 heats for the 12-hour. One was yesterday. Leader Tristan Rice knocked out 56 miles. Kiefer's well ahead of pace of that, so we'll see how he holds on for the second half.
And maybe we can get eyes on the finish line here in a second for our switchover. So we're going to reposition our camera here so we can tune in to our switch, which is going to be happening in a minute. We got Sage making it through before the direction change here.
So Sage has got one more lap in this direction before he changes. A lot of the people in the next minute or so will get to go this direction, but right at 2 p.m. they'll stop them and make them go the other way.
Look, I see Jubilee getting ready with the cone there.
Be interesting. I'd like to see people come this way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be kind of nice.
Yep.
They're pretty obscured from where you're
Yeah, I
sitting,
can't
huh?
see them until they're pretty much right on top of us.
Yeah, that'll be nice. And we're about 5 seconds away. Here we go.
All right, that's on camera. That's Jubilee Page, our lovely race director for some decently large races that we have: Javelina 100, Black Canyon Ultras, Whiskey Basin.
And there we go. We are officially turned around. Maybe one lap of dodging people. We got eyes on Sage Candidate here, race leader. He made it through just before the switch.
And Michael hasn't yet, so
We also have a 6-hour starting. Nice. Maybe a couple people.
yeah,
Not a whole lot in the 6-hour, but
especially a 2 p.m. start.
Yeah.
You get to experience the heat of the day and some darkness.
Yeah. Which also means a 6-hour just ended.
Yeah. Oh, still no Michael. There's Michael. He just crossed right there on screen. So that's a significant gap now.
Dude, I am so proud of you. First place, baby.
The sharpest curve on the whole course right here. Ready? Very nice run.
We got Sage back on the screen here, just past the halfway point on the lap. And we'll probably start to see some of that head-on traffic coming back towards him as he navigates his way towards the turnaround point.
Looks like Sage is running about a minute per lap ahead of Michael. 3 minutes is the gap now. 3:05. But to put this all in perspective, Sage Canada is at mile 45.5. Ideally, Sage is probably going to be running 100 more miles today. So.
That is pretty wild to think about. I mean, he hopes so,
I hope
right?
so, yeah. He's going for that standard. So.
Just a nice 45-mile warm-up to
Yeah,
start
you
your
can
100
start your
miler.
100.
Imagine running 45 miles to the start line of a 100-mile race and then joining everyone. And then running a sub-18-hour 100, I guess.
Right. All you Alyssa Jones fans out there, she has moved up to F6. She looks great. She's all smiles, positive energy. But she's looked pretty measured all day. In control.
We got a nice hot seat over here in the sun.
Yeah. Sure.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah. Shoes on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we drumming?
Yeah.
We
Let's
are.
drum. And like, I think it's gonna be the new course.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like, we just need to figure out where to go.
Okay. That's
Like,
fine. I just need to tell my players
Yeah,
if
let's
we're
do
doing
it.
the day.
Absolutely do
Okay.
it. Yeah. Thank you.
So when you have time,
Yeah.
just let me know.
Yeah.
Cool.
About,
It's usually
Oh,
you guys
cool.
were like hosting again last
Yeah,
time.
bring him on over. I think we're gonna try to get a guest here in the tent. Caleb Steffens,
So
Alyssa Jones' boyfriend. No slouch to the ultra running Cocodona finisher. I think he's got some obscene number of miles run this year, probably 3,000-ish. But we're gonna try to get him into the tent, have a little conversation. Carl in the chat getting excited to run the 12 hour this evening. Good call there. I think you made the right decision. It is toasty out there right now, so your evening 12 hour should be perfect running weather. Here comes Sage for his turnaround.
yeah, I just think it's good for us to be towards the end. Yeah.
But like not in a neighborhood. That's the loudest you saw last year.
Since Jubilee's doing the turnaround, of course, Chappell Roan's playing. Probably can't hear it, but It is hot to go.
So actually, the start line of the half marathon is going to be where we finish before. Okay, we start the race at Biosphere. Okay, run down, then continue down the 77 past Willow Valley Marketplace.
Do you have Adam Dalton making a bit of a move to get onto the podium? He is within a minute of Thierry Joffrain, and he has dropped his buddy Nick Budzen.
Well, yeah, we rented it for the day. I think Steampunk's a great place because there's no residences around there. So yeah, that's the place to park. To at least
Not too bad. What's up?
for sure be an option. We're gonna have an aid station just
Is that mic on?
here as well. Mile 20.
Oh, you can, Eric. I think Jamel's going to be there. You want to sit down there, grab that hand mic? Is it hot?
Hey, do you have another one?
This parking lot, mile 24.
Alright, just probably hold it by the top, the bottom is like.
That might be a good one. You're across
Cool.
a busy road from like the center.
Stephens or Stevens?
Stevens.
Be off over here.
All right. We do have a special guest with us, Caleb Stevens, joining us. Whole long list of accolades, but kind of a staple in the Phoenix ultra running community. So thanks for hopping in for a bit. So first, why are you here?
Yeah, so I am crewing Alyssa Jones. So she is doing everything she can here to finish in that top spot and get that automatic qualifier for the U.S. national team. So
Okay.
it's been a super exciting day.
Yeah, definitely. Has she? She's obviously a fan favorite with being a local and everything. How's her day been going? I mean, I don't think we ever doubted her, but maybe was she nervous? Because I know she was running in F11 for a while, which not a lot of people expected to be that low, but she seemed controlled, measured the whole time.
Yeah, I think the thing about Alyssa is she had a plan and knew exactly what she was going to do coming into this and wasn't going to get rattled early. I think this race started super fast.
Oh, yeah.
And the females went out quite faster. I mean, that was record pace.
Everyone
so
was on like 200-mile pace.
yeah, so it was pretty awesome to just kind of see her settle into it and not get rattled with that, and just kind of continue to push along. So okay.
Okay. Sweet. So you can use this mic. It's fine. So yeah, Alyssa under control all day.
Yeah, she has been, and she's done a really good job of just staying on top of her nutrition, making sure that she just continues to fuel. This is the hottest part of the day, so if we can just kind of keep her kind of at that baseline, get through this, and then have her continue to push. I mean, this is a 24-hour race, not
Yeah.
a 22-hour race, right?
Yep.
So we just got to keep her moving, and she's doing a great job with it. We've done a lot of cooling techniques and all that kind of stuff, keeping her in this, so she just, Alyssa is somebody that just never stops smiling, no matter how tough it gets out there.
That was my next question. Like,
Yeah.
has she had a bad moment? Because if she has, you can't tell. I don't know if I've ever been able to tell.
Yeah, she's, I mean, you're always going to have those like onesie-twosie moments, but I would say like 95% of this race, I think she's just so thankful for everything that the sport and the community has to offer, right? And so
Perfect.
being out here and surrounded by so many awesome people just kind of keeps her high through those low moments. And so, yeah, she's weathered some early storms, and now I think she's just on that steady pace, just chugging along.
Oh, I think, yeah, she's up to F6 right now,
Mhm.
and I don't think she's going to be stopping there. She's been moving up pretty well. But yeah, we'll see how that. I saw she was with Lisa Caballos for a long time today. Was that did that just kind of come about, or do you know if that was planned or anything like that?
No, that definitely came about. I mean, she knows the pace that she wants to target through this, and I think regardless of who's going at what pace, she's going to stay there, which has been the best thing about it, right? So if somebody is running with her and they pick it up a little bit, she's okay hanging
Yeah,
back,
for
which
sure.
is great. And she's so disciplined in that, and then it helps too. So she's coached by Zach Bitter, and he's here today too. So that's been great, having that reassurance of
We've
this is
been
what we
seeing
trained for,
Zach around and kind of trying to overhear some of the insights he's been saying. So
Yeah.
we did hear that she got the approval to walk She seemed pretty happy about that. I haven't noticed her walking though. Has she been taking some walking breaks? Or?
Yeah, definitely off and on. And that was one of the things Zach was talking about earlier, is just that load that you put when you're running, right? It's about 8 times what it is when you're walking.
Sure.
So 1 to 2 times on that walk. So if we can incorporate a few just like short periods of that walk throughout this, that adds up without losing too much time, and then being able to maximize her time to eat, right, and
Yep.
fuel through those walks so that she can continue to push when she is running. It was definitely a part of the strategy.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then nutrition-wise, she's on top of it. I mean, I don't think she's come by without food in her hands. It seems
Yeah.
like every time she's got Pringles or something snacking on.
Yeah, I don't know how much she's loving all of the food, but it's one of those things, and like as a crew, that's our number one job, is to keep her in it. Let her just focus on running. That's her job today, is to run, and we need to be that pit crew that kind of keeps her fresh, keeps her fueled, keeps her cooled off. And so we have a pretty good tracker going on of where she's at from carbs, calories, and sodium, and being able to adjust that as the heat of the day gets warmer, and then as it starts to cool off, that'll look a little bit differently too.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. We're getting there. We're getting through the heat. But what's her crew look like? How many people you got over there?
So it changes. I mean, she has so much support in the community. So a lot of her friends were out earlier today. She's got her mom there. My mom and dad are in there as well. So they're kind of doing the ice runs for us and all that kind of stuff, which is super helpful.
I think I saw Brittany and Emily maybe.
Yeah,
I'm assuming they're here for hers. Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, and then Wendy, one of her friends as well, is just got here. So
oh boy, so she's got arguably the most support in the women's field, because especially I know our leaders are from Kansas, Washington, so it's there's definitely some benefits aside from being able to handle the heat of being a local. So.
Yeah, for sure. In those local races too. I mean, we're so fortunate with Aravaipa here. Of you can do any race that you want, any style, and so to be able to, if you live here, sleep in your own bed.
Right.
Foods that you're used
for sure.
to, and then knowing, like, when you're in the middle of that, that struggle fest later in the race, that hey, I actually get to go home and sleep in my own bed too.
That's always a good sign.
Awesome.
You don't need to fly home or get in a car for 10,
Right.
12, 15 hours or anything like that.
You're not shoving your legs in between airline seats, which
Right.
is a really good thing.
That's no one ever. Oh, we did have Adam Dalton catch Thierry, so we got a tie for third. They're literally holding hands right now, going across the finish line. Always good to see that fun stuff happening. Does Alyssa have any? Is she making a move at night? I'm assuming that's kind of planned when the weather cools down just a touch.
Yeah, I mean, her pace is pretty good right now, so it's just kind of really being steady. Obviously, that's going to slow a little bit as we get into those evening hours, but she has a goal, and she has a goal mileage, and if she hits that mileage, everything's going to take care of itself. And so it's one of those things where, like, don't get caught up in where the other people are, and trust the training that you've put into it, because there's a lot of people that can go and do great for 16 or 18 hours, but who's going to be at the end of this race crossing that finish line with more miles at 24?
Gotcha.
Right? And so, like, her whole strategy is based around the full 24-hour window, not just, can I run a fast 100?
Perfect. Right? And then training-wise, Joe Corcione and I were kind of stalking her Strava a little bit, and we both follow her, so she's had some pretty epic runs on there. But I guess, like, first-hand experiences, she come in feeling pretty good to this race, tapered, everything go well for her?
Yeah, she she had just a few very small setbacks, but with the mileage that she was running, the stuff that she was doing, I mean, all of that stuff is to be expected.
Right.
But yeah, she had a little bit of like a cold for a few weeks, but was able to kind of power through that and is feeling very, very good. Kind of shook that a few weeks ago. So she's really good there physically. She felt great. And she's just she's so steady. I mean, that's the thing from her pacing and just being able to kind of nail her workouts. I mean, when we go and run, it's like, I don't know. I'm a guy that it's like, if I have an hour and 15 run and it's like, oh, I hit a nice mileage and it's an hour 14, it's like, yeah. We're good.
Yep.
And she's like, no, it's 115.
Man, she's one of those.
Everything is to the exact number. And so that's really cool to see, because she's done that for every workout over the last, 16 weeks or so that she's been training for this. So really, really cool.
And then how's that been? Because you're more mountainy, right?
I'm much slower too. So I like to have an excuse, which is vert, or those rocks are treacherous. So I like to slow down a little bit. But so for us, we have. I mean, I was training for Javelina, so I was doing a little bit more of the road stuff and a little bit more of kind of like up-tempo stuff. So we were able to do a lot of that training together. We did a number of weekends as well, like up in Flagstaff, in Sedona, of just getting out on trails, because she would have, 4-hour, 5-hour long run, and it's like, well, we can just go chill on these for a little bit and break it up and make it a little bit easier to navigate mentally. So It was a lot of fun, and it was good. I mean, selfishly too, like running with her was so good for me because she's so disciplined. I'm not so much, and so like I might go out way too fast or whatever, and she was always just kind of like, this is the pace, I'm going, and it helped me a lot just seeing that, because that's such a skill,
Yeah.
You just
Oh, yeah.
that's requires so much skill to be able to do that.
Oh, they're back together again. Speak of the devil.
Yeah.
Melissa Jones and Lisa Caballo's coming back up. We can see them approaching the tent.
Yeah, she
They
looks
split up
good.
a little bit, but yeah, she's just been super happy. She pretty much waves every time she comes by. We'll see if that
Yeah.
happens again. And this is
Yeah.
her mom right here, I'm assuming. Oh yeah.
You're doing great. Yeah, this is the first loop that I haven't been there to help her.
Okay.
I was very stern with the crew of, are you guys ready for this? Like, everybody needs to be ready. So there's going to be I'm going to be studying what they're doing over there,
Alright.
making sure they're in it. My parents have been forced to crew me in some big races. They were at Cocodona this year. and,
Okay.
I am also somebody, I'm a little organized, but not a lot, and I expect people to read my mind during races.
Oh,
so
sure.
they've seen the fire.
Yeah.
Where she's not like that, so it'll be good. Looks like she's got some potatoes that are going down, so that's good. Staying on top of that.
Okay.
It's good that she's able to get some whole foods in.
All right, sorry about that. We had a little bit of a downtime internet issue. We're back up though, so thanks for staying with us. If you're just joining, or you've been with us, we're out here at the 24-hour National Championship. We are 6 hours, 28 minutes in. We're out here at Estrella Mountain Regional Park in beautiful Goodyear, Arizona. It is a suburb of Phoenix. As you can see from this aerial view, this is our race headquarters. We are in just under a 1.1 mile loop, 0.98 miles. Foothills of the Sierra Estrella mountain range are in the background. One of the Maricopa County regional parks, where we're lucky and fortunate enough to have in our backyard here in the Phoenix area with beautiful mountain trails. And this park's unique. It has this, what they call the turf area. It's kind of a grass and treed zone with this sidewalk loop. So it's a consistent width around the entire park here. And this is our third year of hosting FatOx out here at this event. The FatOx name comes from a college thesis project by my younger brother Nathan Curry that he did in 2010. And we did a 50-miler back in the day, fat oxidation research study. And here we are, 2024. We've got some amazing athletes out here, athletes doing fixed time and fixed distance races all the way up to 48 hours. So the 48-hour folks are on their second day now. They are over 30 hours in. And I can take a quick look at those results. The leader in the 48-hour, Mark Sanderson, has 120.6 miles. And we have 4 athletes over 100 so far. in our USATF 24-hour. We have some of our leaderboards up there, but Sage Canaday is your race leader, 49 laps, 48.4 miles. Second place, Michael DeGeorge. Michael was leading most of the way through about 5.5 hours. And then on the women's side, they are first and second or third and fourth overall. Janelle Stark is leading Kayla Straub with 46 and 44 miles respectively. And we are intermittently getting a little bit of cloud cover that has been moving in over the course of the afternoon. I think these athletes have a couple more hours to get through in the heat of the day before we move into the night. We do plan to be live the entire time. We'll have commentary up until around midnight. Andy Jones-Wilkins will be coming in at 6 p.m., pulling the 6 p.m. to midnight shift. We'll have just a finish line cam from midnight until 4 a.m., and we'll close off the final 2 hours with AJW and Jimmy Brooks. They'll be both joining here in the booth. So stay tuned. Feel free to drop into the comments. Let us know what you're thinking. If you have any questions, we're here to help you out and answer those. We got Carl Meltzer's aid time dropping jokes in the chat.
I want to know the answer before I read the joke.
And we're also broadcasting the JFK 50 mile. We just reached the 10-hour mark over there. You can catch that also on our YouTube channel. We've got a finish line cam up there for what is, I think it's the largest ultra in the country. JFK 50 mile, historic, 62 years running. You can watch the rebroadcast of the entire elite field this morning. We saw course records from David Sinclair and Rachel Drake. So great. What a great year to have a live broadcast for the first time, seeing that level of competition. We definitely want to shout out and thank Ultra for making that coverage possible. And you can see in this aerial shot, you got the park in the foreground, and looking out to the north, you see Goodyear. And beyond that, the greater Phoenix metro area.
Yeah, once Sage Canaday hits the halfway point of this loop, he'll hit 50 miles. Good one to check off. So it's probably.
I was about to say halfway home, but that's not true. We're not halfway home till we hit 12 hours. We just had Michael DeGeorge, your second place runner, pass by us here at the live stream tent near the start finish, and has a little bit of a limp, but it's actually looking a little better. And, of course, our race leader, Janelle Stark, just passed by as well. She's just one lap behind Michael in third place overall.
Looks very strong.
Yes, I think could be catching him probably maybe in the next hour.
Sage Canaday looks like he's going to be covering 50 miles in about 6 hours and 35 minutes. Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Sage just hit that 50-mile mark.
Do we have split time on it?
6:35:16.
All right.
So yeah, with the course being 0.98 miles, he hit the 50-mile mark halfway through lap 50. Dawn Gwynn from friend of Aravaipa, volunteers all the time, runs a lot of the races. She's in the 6 hour, 57 years old, and she's knocking out low 8-minute miles for the start of her 6 hour. She's a
I was going to say, she
really
looked pretty
talented
fresh
runner.
there.
Yep.
I see Alyssa Jones coming back around here.
Not with Lisa this time.
They're still on the same lap?
Well, they were together. They were apart, and they were together.
Yeah.
Now,
Yep, still. Yeah, they were pretty close this last lap. There's a little bit of a gap developing. You need a chair, sir?
Huh?
You want a chair? Do it.
he wants it.
Yeah. Don't sit too long now. Huge contingent of women on lap 41 right now.
Yeah.
Got 6th, 7th, 8th.
Alyssa just hit lap 42. All right, now so did Lisa.
Hey, Bobby. I just had a burrito from Don Concho. Did you guys go this time? Yeah, I know. Alright. Don Concho's. Right now.
More love for Alyssa Jones in the chat.
I was here. I was home.
Do have Abigail Horvath has been looking pretty solid lately. 22-year-old. It's moving along well.
Yep, she'll be coming into view of the finish line here in the yellow tank. She's currently 11th female, 21st overall.
And those following along with Alyssa Jones. She's in 6, gone up from 11th to 6. She is 4.5 minutes down from 5th. And 5 minutes down from 4th. slowly making her way up the field, through the field. And we did have Adam Dalton pull away from Thierry Joffrain a bit to take over solo third place behind Sage and Michael DeGeorge. Looks like Nick Boudzen may catch up to Thierry as well. They're actually running together. Or, no, that's not him. I see Nick coming. Oh yeah, Janelle Stark is past Michael quite a bit to get up or
She's trying to catch up to him.
yeah, trying to catch up to him,
pass.
but she was a lap down. But
We'll be on the same lap now once
Yep.
she crosses the start line. She's currently running in third overall, but now on the same lap as second overall, Michael DeGeorge. So over 48 miles in now.
and then Kayla Straub coming up into view. She's just over 2 laps down right now. Again, I think different approaches in the heat. I think Janelle's been more or less steady, and Kayla, as far as we know, is taking a measured, I don't know if I'd call it a break, but keeping
Yeah.
the pace light.
Yeah, maybe trying to wait out the heat, but maybe we'll see a surge from her as the sun goes down.
This is Thierry in the blue coming up. It's going to be your 4th male. Still don't see Michael. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we got Sage will be close to going up a 2nd lap soon, if not next lap. That is likely going to happen. I don't see, with the change in direction, I actually have a good line of view about 100 yards down the course. I still don't see Michael DeGeorge coming in. He was with Janelle Stark at the start of the last lap. So either I missed him, or he took a break, or he's walking. All about equal chances of happening. All right, Michael DeGeorge just came into view. He's got to be close to a half lap ahead of Janelle Stark, but going the wrong direction. They were running together with him a lap up. But he's staying strong. Definitely admirable. He's definitely got a little bit of a hitch in the gait. You'll see he's going to come across the screen right now in the white hat and the dark tank top. But yeah, there's looks like some sort of left leg issue. Hopefully it's not an injury. And then I can see Sage now. So Sage is going to probably go 2 laps up on this next lap because Sage looks strong. Alyssa coming by, waving again. Hi. Sage just came by the timing tent, which means you'll see him on the screen. No, we're on the static cam right now. But he'll be starting that next loop right about now. Definitely some cloud cover coming in. Really, I mean, Arizona cloud cover, so really thin, wispy stuff, but it is off to the west, and the sun is heading to the west, and it's going to be setting soon. So the sun should be moving behind some of these clouds shortly. And then after that, it's going to move behind these foothills. And just for some context, Sage is not really deviated from the pace at all. He's right in that same range he's been all day. Michael DeGeorge having a little bit of trouble right now. Yeah, quite a bit. Last lap was 12 minutes. Janelle Stark motoring along. Kayla Strout, she'll probably be making the pass into second overall in the next bit here, the next 30 minutes or so. Maybe sooner. Alyssa Jones going to be catching up to 5th. She's 3.5 minutes down now, so she's pulling time back. Megan Alvarado had a little bit of a tough spot about 7 or 8 laps ago, but she looks to have righted the ship. So she's looking really strong, nice consistent laps lately. She is in 4th place right now. And then Philip Sebastiani, steady as ever. A lot of love for Philip in the chat. You should be making some headway here. He is in 8th at the moment. 2.5 minutes down from 7th. Let's check their lap times. And Philip is running about 30 seconds per lap faster than 7th. So maybe 4 or 5 more laps, he should be making that move into 7th. Isaiah Jansen and the 6th overall male. Solid pace so far. Still Philip Sebastiani's even a little bit faster than Isaiah. Really close though. And again, long ways to go. Not even a third into the race yet. Janelle Stark coming by the tent right now. She's in the teal hoodie, just entering your picture. Should be going over the line right now. She's motoring. She's going to catch Michael DeGeorge real quick here. It could be this lap. If not this lap, probably the next lap.
I just went to grab some water, and the cloud cover is noticeable.
Yeah, and with the sun going that way too, it should be headed right towards the clouds and the hills.
Right into our eyeballs
Yes.
here in seconds. Should find some sunglasses. We'd like to welcome Chris Warden to Cleveland. He's back in the chat.
Oh, is he back? Okay.
He's asking what he missed. The chat's been filling him in. Sage is now out front. He's got a couple lap lead now, and I guess we're looking ahead to Janelle.
She's
moving into second overall.
Yeah, it'll be this or next lap, I'm assuming. Michael, unfortunately, last lap was 12 minutes.
We kind of saw the writing on the wall
Yeah.
a couple hours in
Yep.
when he was all taped up and
A little bit of a left foot drop. It was audibly clapping. I know Chris, Sage hasn't really deviated pace at all.
it'd be great to see him have a good run here.
Yeah.
I know he's had some health struggles the past couple years.
Oh, right, with
Yep.
the lungs and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So I was curious how that would affect him. I mean, seems like not so much so far.
I wonder if we can get anyone to chat with his crew or him. See how
Oh,
he's
get someone
feeling.
from Sage's team over here, maybe?
Yeah, or to see
Yeah.
if things are going well for him or. USATF. Let's see. I can pull up the half splits. 2:45:51. So Janelle was about 4.5 minutes behind Michael at the start of this lap. And I don't have a half split for either of them yet.
Sounds like we're going to have Sierra DeGroff join us remotely for some commentary in about an hour. She was last year's champion, I believe.
She's well versed in this format, I think. And here's Sage again, looking steady as ever. Really waiting to see if Janelle or Michael hit that half split first. I think it's still going to be Michael this one. He did just hit the half split. But that was 8 minutes for a half lap. 2:53:53.
So yeah, Sierra won here last year, 112 miles. I think we're going to see higher performances this year. It's quite a small field.
Well,
I
last
think
year the weather too was.
weather was not good. I think it was I forget when we announced it, but it's there. I don't think there was a 24-hour national championship on the road for several years. It used to be North Coast, so I think sometimes it takes a couple years to get something
Sure.
kind of back going, but I think we've seen definitely a resurgence this year, and hopefully that continues next year as more people hear about this event and want to come and try their luck at this. Don Reichelt ran 127 miles last year to win the national championship. Just 4 out of the 9 runners went over 100 miles. Of course, this year we have over 30 athletes, so I think I'm anticipating we'll see higher winning mileages and many, many more people go over 100.
Chris Warden's goal is to get to his destination before the runners are done.
There we
I
go.
believe he's going to Spain. He's got a slew of trail runs over there planned. A little vacation. So yeah, it looks like Janelle started that lap 3.5 minutes down, and she's brought it down to 1 minute in a half a lap.
So
So it
she'll
should-
likely be first to arrive.
Yeah.
And in second place when we see her.
Yep. There's Alyssa again. Just
Choppy short stride and
and smiles and waves every
Yep.
time she comes by the tent.
just happy. AJW in the chat as well. Be hearing from him later. He'll be pulling a solo evening shift and then back on in the morning as well.
Boy. Oh, Michael DeGeorge and Adam Dalton running together. I think Adam's a couple laps down
Did she
yet.
come through already?
I didn't see her.
Maybe she did. Maybe we missed her. Her head's down. No, maybe not.
Nope, not quite yet. I see her coming though. And Janelle Stark just came into view as well.
Oh, we got Kayla is kind of walking with her crew over here.
Spraying a little bit of
It's
water.
looking like there's
Oh, she's doing a. They have a tongue depressor out?
something weird's going on.
Yeah, our second place female. Oh no, that's her phone.
Yeah. She's kind of taking a minute with her crew here. Maybe she's talking to someone. And you just saw, well, we're on a drone shot right now, but our lead woman just came through the start finish line. She is
258. Oh, he went through at 258.
Oh.
She went through at 259.23. Oh, my math was wrong before. Minute
Okay.
23 different.
all right. So this will be the lap that she passes
Yeah.
him most likely. Kayla is walking it out a little bit here.
Some love in the chat for Show.
Show Gray.
Yep. M10 right now, 40 laps in. Looks like going through a bit of a rough patch at the moment, but his last half lap, he picked it back up. Pulling
What's
it together.
interesting is F10 is ahead of M10
Yeah.
out here today.
Oh, in the beginning, we had like F13 above M8.
Yeah. Well, there's that pack between like 9th and 13th overall. 5 women all kind of grouped up there.
You can see the shadows from some of these ramadas that they're getting a little bit longer. So sun is making its way to the west.
Yeah, they're all going to almost get some Ramada shade
Yep.
here by next lap.
That is Janelle Stark on screen right now, the person that's running in that teal sun hoodie. Expecting her to be second overall at the end of this lap. We've got Thierry Joffrain right across from us taking a little bit of a break and snacking on some beef jerky at his table. Still looks fresh. Just looks like a planned stop to get some nutrition in and grab an ice bottle. Oh, no, some sort of nutrition bottle.
Some of these Ramadas are fairly new out here at this park. They're honestly a great amenity. You see like birthday parties and all kinds of people using these. Power and lights and everything. I think they put them in at the same time as they built the concrete pathway. Our production team's getting pretty slick. They got the finish line cam in the lower right-hand corner. I noticed you guys. Good job. Shout out to you.
So
And if you want to join us next year at this event, got to mention registration is open on Ultra Sign Up. Now I'm going to shout out anyone who's actually registered.
maybe something to note. I don't know if it was a stop, but Sage just took 6 minutes to go half a lap.
That's a slowdown.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be a break in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one signed up yet. If you sign up, we're going to shout you out. Let's play that game. And you can now sign up for the new Mount to Coast 100K. It's going to be part of their Mount to Coast Ultra Series. Man, she is cruising.
Yeah. That on screen, that's Dawn Gwynn. Really attacking the 6 hour. Just started the 6 hour at 2 o'clock, but she's this is going to be her 8th lap. She's running about 8 flat pace right now. Coming down from Colorado, 57 years old, friend of Aravipa. Here comes Sage. He looks fine. Must have taken a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he stopped because he's just carrying a bottle right now, so probably had a nutrition break and took one with him.
So I saw in the chat, Ryan W., do the top 6 winners make the world team? So let's talk about that. Have you guys gone over that at all yet today?
Way earlier.
So yeah, we'll talk it back in. So we're in the qualifying window right now for the 2025 IAU World 24-Hour Championships in Albi, France. It's going to be held October 25th, so Javelina weekend. And we will have a team from the United States. So this is a qualifying race. You can qualify all the way up until May 26th of 2025. So the winner of the men's and women's fields at today's event, today's race, the 24-hour national champs, will be an automatic selection as long as they reach a minimum distance of 145 miles for men or 130 for women. So, you know, that's a big reason why Sage is out here, I know. Yep. So if he wins the race, runs 145 miles minimum, he's got a guaranteed spot on the world team. So I guarantee you that is his goal. And the winner of actually the top 3 gold, silver, and bronze position at the 2023 IAU World Champs will be an automatic selection as long as they achieve those minimum distances as well. And then the rest of the slots to fill out the top 6 men, top 6 women will go to the highest qualifiers, male and female, in that qualifying window, as long as they hit at least 140 miles for men and 125 for women.
Did just have the pass into second place. You can see both Janelle Stark and Michael on screen right now. So Janelle, new second place overall.
Well, let's switch to the finish cam as our main feed if we can.
So this is going to be Janelle coming through right now. And then you'll see Michael just shortly behind her. But she has made up that gap. Janelle Stark, second place overall. But Michael DeGeorge, you can see, staying strong. A bit labored, but hanging tough right now. So depending how Michael DeGeorge holds on, could be looking at a pass, but it's going to be a while for Adam Dalton to make up. He's 4 laps down right now. So hours and hours, but Adam's looking pretty good right now. And we do still have hours and hours to go.
Plenty of hours to watch. If you're still tuning into the JFK stream, also on the Mountain Outpost channel, it's getting dark over there.
Oh boy.
Looks like it's 5 in the evening, and the sun is setting. Looks like some clouds are building too up there.
Andre's got to be pretty close to finishing.
Yeah, exactly. I meet you on the other side. But yeah.
Say Andre?
Yeah, he's doing the 100-mile. Lap and a half to go, or one more lap to go. No, this will be 99. 2 laps to go. 'Cause I did 101. 2? 2 to go for Andre.
And a question from Ryan W. in the chat. Do the runners take any sleep breaks typically or just food and hydration? I would say the leaders are not sleeping. But certainly probably your 48-hour runners are.
Yeah. There's some tan lines.
We got Sage coming through the start finish right here on your screen in that Hoka top. He's now over 54 miles in.
So next big milestone will be that 100K mark in about an hour.
Interesting seeing just some of the people walking just kind of falling in line.
Yep.
It's like a single file line.
Mm. This is Janelle Stark coming on in again. Still looking really strong for her. But again, she potentially has 80 miles to go. We should have a good time split for Alyssa Jones 2, who's slowly catching up to F5. Looks like the gap is going to be around 4 minutes right now. Someone in the chat asking what place Michael DeGeorge in. He is in second male, third overall right now. Going through a rough spat. Looks like left leg something. And then all our results are available live.rviperrunning.com.
I have a high top, and then I have just ones that are like the regular football.
Starting to get some good sun here in the studio.
Oh, yeah. And then if I put my sunglasses on, I can't see my screen. They're polarized.
Might need to set up a temporary shade sail. That'll be a solid hour
Oh, yeah.
of direct sunlight here.
Oh my gosh, it's like a brand new place. Oh yeah. We got some shade, folks. On the drone, you can see Jamil coming back in the tent. Gonna lose some visibility, but...
Still see out the side.
Oh yeah, side, a little bit of front.
Ooh, that's nice. You
Yeah.
can see the TV now again.
Yeah.
Got Sage on the drone. Little follow cam action into the village. Sage Canada leading the 2024 National Championship. Was that on your bingo card?
Not recently. No,
Yeah.
not for
Just that he
Pretty
would
stout
choose.
mountain runner.
Yeah, just that he would choose to come do this. I mean, I know his catchphrase is any surface, any distance. So
Yeah.
it definitely is in line, but
But yeah, I wouldn't say it's out of his wheelhouse, but definitely not expected.
yeah. Well, it's new. You know, he hasn't done something quite like this before.
Yeah. It looks like drone is going to be following Sage for a little bit as he goes in and out of the trees, but we did have Megan Alvarado move into third place on the women's side, passing Anna Haley. Megan's been pretty steady all day.
So this is over on the far side of the loop. What you're looking at right now, we've got a little follow shot of Sage leading the way. There is a timing mat line just ahead here. You'll see on screen a couple of blue mats across the way. You can see those split times on the live timing site, live.airviperunning.com. And there he's crossing the halfway mats right there.
Did have Philip Sebastiani, one of the fan favorites in the chat, make the pass into seventh. People have been warning all day that he's going to make a move overnight.
Alyssa Jones coming into view here on the finish line.
And then right behind her is Lisa Caballos, but Alyssa's actually a lap ahead now.
And then who's next there? Is that Caitlin Yonke?
I think so.
Question about temperature. Our overlay here says Litchfield Junction. That's interesting. Never heard of that place.
Where at? Oh, Litchfield Junction? Yeah.
It's a new one.
Yeah.
Heard of Litchfield Park. What does it say? 78 degrees. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Upper 70s out here. Sage just going around the Jester a few minutes ago, 30 seconds ago.
Oh, and pulling off to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, looks like maybe a little pit stop.
Shot off course.
Is this it for Andre?
I think he's got one more. One more? Yep. Andre Lee is going to be coming through, finishing up his 100 mile. This is his last lap. He's going to be starting right now. Just 1 mile to go for Andre.
Mike DeGeorge fans in the chat. He's sticking with it, I'll say that much.
Definitely. Admirable. It looks like the drone's following our F1 right now. Second overall, Janelle Stark. And she's running with third male, Adam Dalton. Janelle's actually 4 laps up on Adam.
I noticed the team put little lights out at some of the junctions. You see that on course? This course is unlit at night, but you will see as they go around, there's some little tripod lights out there.
Kayla Straub coming through in second on the women's side right now. On the finish line, Cam took a little break at her table. Asked for water right now and a Dr. Pepper next lap. Nice shot of Janelle Stark and Adam Dalton teaming up. Adam seems to enjoy running with others. It seems like he's hung out with everyone he's passed or been passed by for at least a little bit.
Quite a bit more shade on course too. You can see we're kind of getting to the last of the heat for this race.
And they're about to lap Michael DeGeorge. Janelle is. Adam's about to pull a lap back. Michael DeGeorge is going across the finish line right now. You can see those two are just behind him.
Wow. JC in the chat says Mike DeGeorge, the king of Strava, has been averaging 180-mile training weeks for the past year.
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
Yeah, we looked it up this morning.
Wow.
Kind of stalked everyone's Strava. It's like 31 hours a week he's been doing.
So that it may not matter what he looks like right now. He's just gonna keep
He's just
trucking.
used to it,
Like,
yeah.
It's not like he's gonna drop out. He's just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Right on through it. I'm gonna have to pull this up.
It's wild. I was confused when I thought it was like a...
It's like Anton Krupicka in his prime territory.
Because if you look at the bar graph too, it's just like level the whole time. There's no like deviation.
He did have an interesting, but it all went to like nothing leading into this. Or maybe
Yeah.
nothing is still 50 miles a week. No, it's like 30. Wonder if you think he came in injured or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The precipitous drop off.
A lot of biking still in the last couple weeks.
Does the biking include the mileage on there, or is that just running?
This is just like the blue graph is just running. But yeah, he's running like a marathon a day. A lot on Zwift and virtual.
So
but then,
just
yeah,
so does that mean it's a treadmill?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then looks like the last 4 weeks it's been still 18, 19, 21 hours a week, but 11 hours out of 18 biking,
Okay.
16 out of 19 biking, 17 out of 21 biking.
So he's basically running a marathon. He was running a marathon a day for weeks on end, essentially, because that's like
Yeah.
180-mile weeks.
And I don't know what this one is, but last December he did 399 miles. Oh yeah, because he ran, what the heck, crazy. Did he do 200s in a row? Oh no, that's just getting double counted. Okay. Looks like he has
He did like a 12-hour, 100-mile treadmill run.
treadmill run. Looks like it got double uploaded, but that sometimes happen if like if it's uploading from the treadmill or a foot pod and your watch or your phone.
Yeah, 399-mile week.
Yeah, that's
It's not right.
that wasn't a real thing.
Looks like, yeah. Looks like he had a lot of double up things that week.
But the other ones look legit. If you move just to like a typical 180-mile week, it's like legit a marathon every day, 26 point something. Savage.
They're saying his limp is his superpower.
Okay. Still a great shot following Janelle. And definitely getting more shade now.
Yeah, this is that little like Palo Verde forest that I think is going to be quite nice in a couple years.
That'd be cool. A little tree tunnel or something.
Yeah. Almost looks like an orchard.
Arizona orchard.
Yeah. I think there's supposed to be like a butterfly garden on one of the sides there. Maybe that's part of that.
And see Sage coming in again. He's looking the same as he's been, which is a good thing. And his pace is just not deviated. He's had one 10-minute lap. Looks like that was a bathroom break or something. But the rest have been right in that high 7 range.
Yeah, he's looking pretty comfortable right now. He'll be coming through the bottom right corner of your screen there, through the start-finish line. Coming into view right now.
And there's Andre Lee right behind him. Andre's going to be finishing his 100-mile.
Let's see, Jubilee, I think, greeting
Yep,
him there.
that's Jubilee. Another 100-miler done for Andre. Getting another
Air Viper
buckle.
race in the books.
Yeah, like 180 something, I think.
And Fox is also there to greet.
Oh yeah,
On the
there's
table
Fox
there.
on the table. Oh.
We got a lot of DeGeorge fans here
Yeah.
saying that his Strava is legit. He did a 12-hour treadmill run IRL,
That's
as opposed to one that's not.
and then like some of his Strava stuff, he's doing these marathons at like sub-7 pace. Like he's doing 45 marathons on back-to-back days.
Jeez.
Maybe he's just running too slow right now. Maybe his body's just used to being faster.
Used to being on a treadmill,
Yeah.
not concrete.
Looks like your fastest people on course right now are obviously going to be Sage Kennedy, and Janelle Stark, but Adam Dalton is your next fastest mover. Great shot of Janelle getting some hydration at the table there and making her way through the aid station and crew zone.
It's getting kind of shady now.
Definitely.
Getting kind of dark.
And it's still Sage Kennedy, Michael DeGeorge, Adam Dalton, Thierry Joffrain, and Nick Budzen on the men's side. Isaiah Jansen is in 6th, about 7 minutes back of 5th. And number 7 is Philip Sebastiani, a couple laps down. On the women's side, Janelle Stark, Kayla Straub is 3 laps down. Megan Alvarado, 2 laps down from her. On that same lap is Anna Haley, 1 more lap down. Lana Hogberg. Then we've got Alyssa Jones right around that 4-minute mark, back of 5th and 6th place. And then Jenna Maffey, Caitlin Yonke, Lisa Caballos, Kaylee Frederick rounding out the top 10. Kind of biggest movers right now are Alyssa. Megan Alvarado's looking strong right now. Adam Dalton's running a really strong race right now. And obviously our leaders are they're looking great at the moment.
We got a little disclaimer here, like info from Jake Jackson. He's suggesting that his treadmill might need to be recalibrated.
All his outdoor runs are over a minute per mile slower.
That is something that you don't think about, but
Yeah.
probably something we all should check into.
Or if he's just like really into Strava, just turns the treadmill on and sits on the couch, and stops it at 26 miles.
Got some nice side tracking shots here on the aerial.
Yep. I think we're past the heat of the day too. Looks like just with the shadows moving in, the sun getting a bit lower, tucking behind some clouds, it doesn't feel as oppressive as it did
Yeah,
a couple hours ago.
I think we've peaked officially. Zach, Sierra's gonna try and join in. All right. Do you have Video Ninja pulled up and director room, video and audio in there, or do you want me to come take a look?
Nice job, dude. Congrats.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right, we'll
Killed
see you
it.
next time.
shot of our women's leader here. I hear myself in there, which is not what we want.
Yeah, there was a little bit of reverb with me and Joe too.
Huh?
Just following Janelle Stark, leader on the women's side. Super impressive run from Janelle so far. Looking for Alyssa Jones update. She's kind of holding pat with Lana Hallberg right now, but both of them are making ground on third and fourth. So Anna Haley and Megan Alvarado both running great races. Lana and Alyssa running a tad faster at the moment. We are working on getting a remote commentator in. A little special guest. Sierra DeGroff's going to try to join us here. I think she's ready to go. We're working through it on our end. This is Janelle Stark going through the start finish for her 57th time.
How you doing?
Howdy.
Hey, how you doing? Do you know who's kind of in the lead of the women's?
Janelle Stark's in the lead right now.
What's the top three?
It's Janelle Stark, Kayla Straub, and Megan Alvarado right now.
That's the top three in the 24-hour?
Yes.
Nice, okay. Awesome.
We still got Sage Canaday leading the way on the men's side, followed by Michael DeGeorge and Adam Dalton.
That's crazy. How do I subscribe to y'all? Are you online?
Yeah, that's on YouTube right now.
It is? What's the name of it?
Mountain Outpost is the channel. And this is still a nice drone shot following our women's leader, Janelle Stark. looking for a Mike DeGeorge update. I personally haven't seen him walk one step today. He's been running every time he's come by the start-finish timing tent. I believe he's still running. He's slowed down a touch in the last 2 hours or so, but he's definitely grinding through. I don't know if it's his normal gait. Seems like he has some sort of left leg something going on, but there are people who run plenty fast. I know in the triathlon world, everyone knows Lionel Sanders has a little hitch in his step, gets the job done. Is Sierra here?
Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you a little bit. Welcome.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us. There you are.
Hello.
Hold on. Can you guys hear it over there? Yeah.
I'm on a computer. It should be okay, but if I need to put headphones in or something, let me know. Is that any better?
All right. Thanks for joining in, Sierra. And as
Yeah.
last year's winner at this event, got a pretty good idea what's going on here. A little bit different conditions today. I think last year was a little bit cold and rainy. I think heat's been the story today. But how would
Yeah.
you be attacking the heat today? What would you do in
I mean, what was the high? Like about 80?
right
Is that
around
what
there?
it?
Yeah, maybe just shy of 80, but Arizona with the direct sun and all.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously morning time was probably still pretty chilly. I live in Vegas, so it's fairly similar. And I did my run like around lunchtime. It was a little warm here too, but I would say just, typical cooling strategies. I mean, if you need a nice bandana or something or to cool down, I mean, this format makes it like super simple to keep on top of things because I mean you're literally coming around every mile, so you can't really get in a pinch because you have so many opportunities to course correct. So just staying on that.
That's great. And then you've run this course obviously for a couple loops. So is there anything specific to this course that you think people should hear right now or no? Just with the concrete path, is it twisty, turvy, anything like that? I don't think there's any major climbs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've done quite a few loop courses and road ultras at this point, and I would say this one actually is the hardest on the body out of all of them that I've done, which seems silly, but there's something about the concrete on this course that just hurt a lot more to me than like Jackpot, for example, or Badwater.
Sure.
Um, so yeah, that concrete's brutal.
What were your shoes last year, and did you switch them up or anything?
Yeah. So last year, I believe I started in the Saucony Endorphin Speeds, and I probably wore those for like maybe like 50, 60 miles. And then I think I switched over to the Kinvaras, and I might have worn those the rest of the race. Because at that point, I was still trying to find like a good shoe that I could do like a whole road ultra in. But they were okay. Concrete beating a ton.
I'm sorry, here comes Sage, and looks like Michael DeGeorge has kind of pulled it together a bit. He's running with Sage Canaday right now, although he's a couple laps down now, but they're back running side by side. So that's good to see. Michael coming back from it. Um, Back to last year's race. what was the toughest part? Was it overnight? I think it was like pretty terrible weather overnight. Do you think that's where the struggle was last year?
I mean, it was raining to start, so
Okay.
that was kind of rough. And it did, like, it was humid. Like for Arizona, I felt like it was fairly humid when it was getting warmer. And then it got like freezing overnight. Like I just, nighttime in the winter in the desert is kind of really cold in my
Oh yeah.
opinion. Um, and there just wasn't that many people. Like it got really lonely at night. Like during the day it was fun. Like we had a lot of energy and stuff, but nighttime it felt like, I mean, everybody was still there, but it just felt like so I don't know, like I felt alone a lot and then I started getting sleepy. So for
I
me,
kind of felt
there's
that
just
last year. I was just in the timing tent last year working the race,
yeah.
and I remember overnight. I don't know if people started camping or sleeping out the cold for a little bit. Do I remember? I do
Right.
remember it getting a little lonely out there.
Yeah, and like the far side of the course or like the loop, which is funny because it's just a mile, was I felt like it was so much darker. So that just made it even more, you know, just I don't know. I feed off of like other people's energy. So when there's not like a ton going on or a ton of people, I feel like I need to take a nap or something, you know.
Sure.
So
And that is a good point about where we're actually located in the really southwest corner of Phoenix here. You don't get as much of that ambient city light like you would downtown or some of the other metro areas where we're tucked away right next to the desert. So you get to the far side of the course and it is dark for sure. So there's some lights set up this year. We'll see how they were. I wasn't here last night, but we'll see how they are today. If it's a little bit more light over there or not.
mhm.
And then, have you been
Yeah.
tuning into today's race so far? Or?
Yeah, a little bit. I was watching JFK this morning, just like the finishes, because that was freaking awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
And then so I was a little preoccupied then, and then I did tune into this, and then I had to do a workout, and then I kind of tuned back in, but
Cool.
I've been kind of keeping track of everything.
Yeah. Anything surprising so far about the distances run, or who's up there, or who's not there?
I mean, honestly, like I kind of knew a lot of the women's field just from like racing with them and just, knowing people. I knew Sage was in for the men. I didn't really know a ton of the other men's names. So that other guy, I think you said Mike or Michael, I don't know what
Yeah,
he goes.
Mike DeGeorge. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I hadn't really heard of him a whole lot, so he's crushing. I mean, yeah, and that's probably just me. Like I don't know who everybody is just yet, but I try my best to pay
Sure.
attention.
And then, yeah, in the beginning here we had, I think like uh, F11 was ahead of men 8. A lot of the women went out pretty hot. I know they were all on. It was a really fast start. Everyone was going 200-mile pace for the first, I don't know, 10 laps or so. Do you think that's
Um,
pretty normal in a race like this, or just because it's a national championship, or a cool morning?
I mean, I can't really say a whole lot because I feel like I'm the one person who is out at like a screaming pace the first like 50K, and then I like have to like have a talk with myself like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
what are you doing? Like but no, I don't think that's uncommon. I mean, some people are patient, but it just kind of depends on how you race, right? Like if you think those other people are going to hold it the whole time, I mean, I guess you can go for it and see, but as long as you know like your limits, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, just don't overcook.
For sure. And then, being we just crossed the 8-hour mark, so we're a third of the way done. Um, how do you think people are feeling right now? Is it, or like feeling? Is it starting to hit? Has it already hit? Is it painful? Are you looking forward to the night at this point, or what's going through? What's your best guess? That's what's going through their head.
I think they're ready to be done with the heat, which I feel like it's only going to get colder at this point. Um, that's for sure. And then I don't know. I usually have my low point in the race right around this time, somewhere in there. So some people could be like having mental battles at this point. And yeah, it is kind of a trip because you're like, oh, I'm 8 hours in, but I still have to go, you
Yeah,
know,
Still have 4 hours to go until you get halfway done.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice because you switch the directions though, so that helps like break it up. But yeah, I mean, I feel like hopefully everybody's still in a good headspace at this point, unless, you're having your low, but it's fun during the day. I think everybody looks still jazzed and happy to be there.
Things get more real overnight, dark, lonely, and alone with your thoughts.
That's kind of why I prefer the 100 mile, to be honest, because I'm like, I just want to be done. I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
run fast and get done, and it gets lonely overnight.
And do you think that's like the biggest challenge with these, like this format, is the fact that it is fixed time, that you're not counting down miles, no matter how fast you run, the finish is always the same time away, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're out there just as long as everybody else that's doing the 24 is just how many miles can you cram into it, I guess. So it's just different. Like, I didn't start fixed time. I started with like the other format. So
Sure.
it just takes a different mindset. But
Yeah, and then how about for you personally? Chris Warden in the chat says that you had a ridiculous race schedule in the second half of 2023 and asked if you pulled things back a bit this year.
define pull things back. No, I did 600 milers / 24 hours races last year, and that was kind of a lot. I think, just by like Fat Ox and Solstice, I could have done a lot better, but I think I just like I had such big seasons, I like needed to probably cool it earlier on, but I can't say no to anything, and I want to be part of everything. And
Yeah, 600s, that's significant.
it's hard. It's like an addiction. So this year I did pull it back a little bit, which is still ridiculous. I did 4, and I'm done. No more hundreds this year. So Javelina didn't go according to plan, so that was kind of a bummer. But I actually am training for Tucson half marathon right now, and then I have across the years 12 hours. So we're doing a little bit shorter stuff. So that's
Okay,
kind of
just a
relief.
12 hour, so
Just a 12 hour.
a sprint in essence. So.
Yeah. So we're reeling it back a little bit. You got to make baby steps.
Yeah. And then do you have any particular goal for across the years? What kind of mileage you want to throw down in 12 hours?
So we're going to take it one at a time. Tucson, I have a pretty hefty goal that is it's a ridiculous goal, but I'd like to run as close to a 118 as possible. So
Oh,
we're going to
heck
see
yeah.
how that goes. And then for across the years, I'd like to be anywhere between 70 to 80 miles, and see how that goes.
That's a
So.
lot. That's great.
And then you're signed up for Jackpot in February.
Yeah, you just told the whole world. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I just pulled up your Ultra sign up too.
If there was only a way to hide on Ultra sign up
Yeah.
and go
I'm
stealth
kidding.
mode.
I don't care. No, yes, I did. I don't know. I have to do that race. It's like right in my backyard.
It's the hometown race to do.
Yeah, it's fun. It's the only time of year that I run at Cornerstone.
Nice. Not the normal stomping grounds for you, huh?
No, I live in Summerlin, so for me, it's kind of like a trek, I guess. But it will be fun. I saw there's a couple good names on the list so far, so we'll have a good time.
Yeah, I mean I'm just looking it up now for the first time. It's kind of the women's race is kind of stacked already, even though there's only 10 entrants total.
I saw Liza at Badwater this year, so that was fun. I got to meet her and connect with her a little bit. And I saw Kaylee's out here running today too. That's cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Youngest Badwater finisher you got running around.
That's
That's awesome.
It's funny because I'm friends with the old youngest Badwater finisher as well, Brianna Cornell. She actually was on my crew at Badwater the first year. So she was there the year that Kaylee took her record.
No kidding.
So she finished Badwater at what age? 21?
Kaylee, she was
Yeah.
18.
18. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I think about what I was doing when I was 18, and I'm like, no. No.
Yeah.
It was not Badwater 135.
Yeah, it was like I'm not running more than 10 miles at a time. Things change though, you know? So
Yep, for sure.
I'd be broken if I would have started at that age. I'm like 33 and I'm already, you know, I got stuff I deal with here and there. So
Yeah, it looks like jackpot. We got Devin Yanko signed up, Ashley Paulson, Liza Howard, and yourself. It's a good start.
That's pretty solid.
no, I'm excited. It'll be fun. I feel like I see Ashley all the time. Like we were both at St. George too. So I did that marathon, I think in September. So that was cool.
Nice. And then Lisa Kabat, I'm not too familiar with her, but she was 4th at Tunnel Hill 50.
Lisa, she got second at Jackpot 2 years ago too.
Right on. I think it's a different Lisa. Lisa. Kabiles, she's here, but Lisa Kabat is signed up for Jackpot. It's a different one.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Never mind.
No, it's all good. Yeah, she's out here right now. The other Lisa, the one that was at Jackpot, is out here today.
Yes. Okay. I got it.
And then we're still waiting for all of our 70-plus-year-olds, but we already got Ed Rousseau and David Harris back. Well, and Frank Ingales, so that's always a fun one to watch.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Jester is out, or Ed.
Yeah, I think he's trying to do a couple hundreds out here this weekend on his quest for the most 100-mile finishes in one calendar year.
He brought his buckles. I don't remember what race it was. I think it was Jackpot. He had all of his buckles on that thing, and I was like, man, that is insane.
Yeah, he's got him on a wire, some sort of a wire rack, and it's ridiculous.
Yep.
So 8 hours in, you're good. All right, Aaron Barber's going to check out. Thank you, Aaron. He's been out here for well over 8 hours, so go enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I got to scout some cold water stuff over there.
Oh, nice.
While I'm over here.
Yeah,
so.
Get it done.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. It's
Sweet,
been real.
Thanks. Sierra, so 8 hours in, kind of how do you break down a 24-hour when you are doing one of these events, or how did you do that for Jackpot? I know the conditions were quite a bit different last year, but how do you approach it?
I mean, I think at that point, like you guys were saying earlier, like everybody kind of started hot. You're kind of like evening out things. So like what you want your average pace to be, you're just kind of trying to keep as close to that. And for me, just like not taking too long of breaks, because I feel like about this point in the race is when you want to start taking the longer breaks, and you're like, oh, I could sit down and do this or do that. So just kind of being mindful of that. I mean, by no means do I want to call myself an expert at this format. I was lucky and everything and it went well, but I still feel like I have some work to do. Like I said, I'm just so on the 100-mile mindset where it's like, I just want to run fast and get done and be done. Like, so it's a patience thing, just being patient as well, so.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think 24 hours is likely one of the hardest race formats.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't, you can't just run faster and it gets over quicker.
Mm-mm.
It's all about pacing. And like you said, I think, yeah, you might be trying to find little reasons to take a longer break or a walking break, but you got to keep that consistency going.
Yep. Just keeping your head in it,
Yep, for for sure.
Like Solstice, I wish I could have stayed longer, but I was so ready to go to bed. And I think I was just still cooked from Fat Ox that I was like, I'm going to be done after 100 miles. But Scott Trayer had like really good energy out there. So I wish I could have stayed because that was like entertaining. But yeah, this year is going to be a fun year at Solstice, though, I feel like, based on the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got, I was going to take a look at the list real quick. Like, there's always some change ups as we approach it, of course. But yeah, I mean, Marissa Lysak, who's won it before outright. We've got Ashley Paulson. I know Scott Trayer is ready to rip it. It's his 5th time. We got Jake Jackson, Pam Smith, Gian Springer, Meg Eckert. She's having a phenomenal year. It's amazing she can keep going at this point.
Dude, have you looked at her mileage on Strava and like her race mileage? Like I'm friends with Megan. I love Megan, but like it's wild. Like I'm like, girl, you
I
run so
haven't,
much.
I don't think I've ever looked at her training. Does she just like
She
snap back and recover like quickly from everything?
she must. I mean, like I said, the older I get, and by no means am I old, like getting into my 30s, I have to really kind of be careful because doing the 100-mile weeks like nonstop, it really starts to take a toll. So I'm looking at her Strava right now, 4,823 miles for the year.
Wow.
Like that's a lot.
That is a lot.
I just hit 4, I think, and I'm like, all right, cool. We could just coast the rest of the year. uh, but
Well,
no, I mean, she'll crank that out in like a race though. Like, I mean, her dome, she had like, was it 526 and then bigs and then um she did like 2 other last man standings that were like 2 to 300 miles a piece too. So,
yeah, I mean, I think it was January, she did the Saguaro Showdown here in Arizona, 270 miles.
mm-hmm.
And then there was one in May, the Ure Backyard, 202 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, it was like a 526-mile week for her 6th day on Strava.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the backyard in Laz's backyard, 395-mile week.
Well, and
306.
then
Yeah,
she crushed AC 100 too. Like, I
that's
mean,
right.
she was out at Badwater with me, crewing and pacing me, and then not even a week later, she set, I don't know if she set the record. I don't remember. But it was like a 22-hour finish at AC, which that's not an easy course either.
She also ran Run Rabbit Run 100, was
Mm-hmm.
11th, and that was in the lead up to Biggs.
Yep.
It's pretty wild.
She had a really big year. So, and I'm happy for her. Like, she did really well.
Yeah, I mean, she did Biggs, and then it's like 1 week off, and then kind of build right back into training. Like an 82-mile
Mm-hmm.
week last week, 70 so far this week. It'll probably be close to 100. And then
Yeah.
on to Desert Solstice.
Right. Yeah, I was hoping I'd see her to cross the years because I think Mount to Coast is going to be out there and I'll be at Across the Years, but I don't know if she'll be there or not. So,
Wouldn't be surprising. We'll see what she has left.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe she could just come and jog the 100K real quick.
I'm doing the 12-hour because I wasn't like 100%. I didn't realize they were doing that 100K like series, but part of me wanted to do the 12 because I mean, I'll have 100K for sure in that time allotment. I don't know. I like the 12-hour for some reason. Like I did it at
Yeah,
Hotfoot and it was like the perfect like time distance amount, I feel like.
nice.
So,
I know you've been running in the Mount to Coast shoes.
yep.
You've been liking them.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm sponsored by them. So I did Badwater in them. I never changed them once. I did the R1 like the whole race. I did Javelina in the R1 as well. I mean, I think it's a super solid ultra running shoe.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see a company come in and target that Well, obviously, you're also using these road shoes a race like Javelina, that's totally doable, but to kind of approach and go after the road ultra market, I think is pretty interesting. Like it's a more of a niche. The trail has become so popular, but it seems like it is helping athletes perform at high levels on the road when maybe there wasn't a perfect solution for that.
I mean, like before, I would find myself changing shoes like 2 to 3 times in a race. Like I'd do Saucony mostly, but there wasn't like a shoe that I could like depend on for the whole race. But when you're running like that slower, like I don't want to say slower, but like, like you're not doing like a marathon or something, but you're running 100 miler and you're doing that sustained pace. I feel like it's like the perfect shoe because it has the perfect amount of cushioning. It's light enough. I mean, they really nailed it like on the first go around. Like I wouldn't run for a company that I didn't think the shoe was like solid because I have to run in it and race in it all the time.
It
So
seems like they also have that proven durability where these shoes are not breaking down after even a
exactly.
couple 100 miles. They just keep going and provide that.
Several hundred
Yeah.
miles. Yeah. And from a sustainability standpoint, I mean, that's really important too, because I go through shoes like you wouldn't believe, and it's annoying. So
Right. No, it's amazing, and it's great to have them on board initially for these fixed time events with across the years Jackpot and Fadox. So we're pretty excited about it. I
yeah.
actually just got a pair of the H1 hybrid shoes. Like
Oh, you did.
they just mailed me a pair like unannounced. It's pretty cool. I'm wearing them right now.
Did you
Have you
run in them yet?
I haven't run in them yet now. But they've got seems like a little bit more cushion, and they've got a little bit of traction on them too. It probably would be a great shoe for like a Javelina 100 actually.
Yeah, the trail one has like a lot more aggressive lugs. Like I feel like that would be like my go-to mountain racer, but the H one I think would be good for Javelina or like anything like Nevada, Arizona trails that aren't like super steep and technical.
Yeah, dirt roads, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Because I think that one's supposed to be like their road to trail is what they go by or whatever.
Yeah, kind of performs well on both generally.
But the R1, man, that does perfectly fine in the desert too. So
Yeah, what's the other one? They have a couple out right now. Is it the S one?
So they have the R1, the S1, and the P1.
What's the difference between those three?
So the P1 is more of their stability shoe. I have not tried that one because I don't really need stability, so that would be kind of silly to send it to me. But that one is good if you need, that thicker piece of stability in the inside of the shoe. And then the R1, that's like their go-to trainer racer shoe. I mean, that's my favorite personally. And then the S1 is just another trainer. To me, it like isn't as light as the R1 and snappy, so I just feel a little slower in it. But it looks cool. I mean, it's like all white and it's not bad. It's just the R1 would definitely be my pick if you're gonna get one to kind of like introduce yourself to the brand.
So you just kind of do most of your running in the R1 then, training and racing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, any ultra I've raced this year, I did hot foot in it too. Like since I've been with them, I've just been wearing that shoe. So,
Awesome.
and it's nice because I don't have to change it. And that's always less time spent on something.
Looking back at our race we have going on here, we're still looking at Sage Canaday out front. I was going to pull up our mileage. So he just actually just got past 100K, 8 hours, 21 minutes. And Janelle Stark is leading for the women. Looks like Adam Dalton has been moving up the field. He's now moved into 4th overall ahead of Kayla Straub. And looks like likely might be closing in on Michael DeGeorge, who we were talking about earlier, another MAF high mileage runner. I think a lot of his running on treadmills, but he's putting in close to 30 hours of training each week. It's pretty
Somebody
wild.
told me earlier he's doing like 180-mile weeks or something.
Yeah, that's what he's got on Strava. He did
That's
like
wild.
a 12 and a half hour 100-mile treadmill run earlier this
What?
year. Yeah.
I don't have time for that, but that's cool.
So yeah, he was leading for about the first 4 hours. Sage was kind of right on his heels, and then he was having kind of a limp, something going on. It hasn't stopped him. He keeps powering through, but Sage finally took the lead from him. So,
Where's Michael from?
he is from. That's a great question. Let me try and find that out.
Yeah, I gotta look that
New
up.
York, looks like Albany.
Oh, wow. Okay. Speaking of New York, I saw Ferdinand crushed it again at JFK earlier today.
Yeah, what did he run?
He got sixth, so that's pretty good. If he got sixth, he definitely went under 6 hours. So it was like five, because I know Rachel Drake went 5:57. So,
Yeah.
and I don't know, but he's just like back to back to back, like Javelina, New York City, and JFK. I'm like, you're wild.
Yeah, it looks like he ran a 5:35 just behind Eli. But Ryan Sullivan, also on the Aeroviper Racing team from Grand Junction, got second.
Yeah, second, yeah.
5:27. But what a huge gap for David Sinclair, 5:08. That's crazy.
The times this year are smoking. I mean, Mary and Rachel both went under course record too. I don't know how close third was to it. I don't remember, but
Third was 6:15 for the women.
And what was the
There's-
old course record? Like Sarah Beal had it. I know that. I need to run that race eventually. I had FOMO.
Yeah. It looks like 13 runners broke 6 hours.
Wow.
Which feels like a lot.
That's fast. Oh, that part looks familiar. It's all
Yep.
coming back to me.
Yep.
No.
Just a little less moisture. You guys had rain last year, right?
Yeah, it was like pouring at the start. I was not happy
Going
about
through
that.
puddles of water. It's like the first 2 years were like that.
Yeah. That concrete, I was saying earlier, I'm like, that concrete is rough. Like compared to any other loop course or road race I've done, I don't know why that one's like brutal.
Yeah, not sure. Maybe it's the way they packed it. Looks like Sarah Beal ran a 6:05. Yep. Yeah, so top two women under course record. Rachel Drake first to go sub 6. And then on the men's side, Hayden Hawks ran a 5:18. So the progression was like, Jim Walmsley had a 5:21, then Adam Peterman. Well, he was 5:19, but Hayden had run a 5:18, so it's a pretty big drop.
So insane times. And like even with myself, like I've been kind of just like frustrated when I don't have races go well, and I've been taking it upon myself to like get all this testing done and like fine tune everything. And I just did like a GI map. I don't know, like because I was having a lot of puking issues at races, and I actually found out I have to take antibiotics for something that was not going to go away if I didn't like figure all that out. And it's kind of good to know that there's like a solution for what's been happening. But yeah, just nutrition, hydration, training. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, did you see the video of Eli Hemming when he changed his shoes coming off
Yeah.
the AT?
Yeah, it was. I was like, did he even like make sure his shoes are on his feet? Like it just like slipped in and he's gone. Like
Yeah, it was like 5 seconds to change both shoes. Where like David Sinclair, I think actually took a second set down, swapped his shoes, and like obviously there's something to be said for a fast transition, but it didn't matter in the end for him as he was quite a bit off pace at that point. It's funny.
I
It's
don't
like you say he completely fell apart, and he still ran a 5:33.
It is funny though, because like something as little as like somebody helping you with the shoe change and not tying your shoe correctly can cost you like later on. Because if the shoe isn't on the foot right, that's like detrimental, So I
Yeah.
mean,
Like had he
that would be,
taken even 30 seconds to 60 seconds to make sure they were set a little bit better, would that have made a difference? Tough to say.
yeah. I don't like other people tying my shoes for that reason because they just don't know how you want it, So
Yeah. I think he was a triathlete, so it's probably maybe the shoes are designed for that. Who knows?
I think the Alpha Flies, like I know Ashley doesn't even have the laces in hers and she can just like slide her feet into them. So that would be easy.
Wow.
Looks like it's getting shady out there.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's nice and cool in the tent now. I hear Jubilee announcing something. I think we got 100-mile finishers from yesterday that are getting it done.
Yeah. Is it
Yeah.
windy there?
No, not at all.
It was really windy on my run earlier.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much been perfectly calm most of the day.
That's good.
I see Sage is going to be coming onto screen here in a second there, your race leader. And he's now over 63 miles in. And it looks like he's ducking off for a little pit stop. But as long as he holds on to the win here and surpasses 145 miles, he'll have an auto spot for Worlds next year. And then Janelle's going to need to hit 130 miles to secure that auto qualifier spot on her end. Sierra, you've had the one 24-hour race that you've done? Is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want to probably try another one because I definitely, like I said, I don't think I like left it all out there. But I want to get a faster 100-mile time first. I think that's like my main focal point right this minute. So there's time, I'll probably come back around and visit that at a later date, but I really want to do better in the 100 right now.
Having run at a race like across the years and doing 100 there as well as Jackpot, what are your opinions on like how fast of a course Jackpot is? I know I've spoken to some men looking to come there. Actually, I think it was Dakota Jones, and he was kind of looking at the course record times and wondering like the hills there, like does that slow you down, you think, versus maybe an ATY course? Like how fast do you think that course is?
I mean, I ran faster at Jackpot both times than across the years. I would say it's definitely a faster course. I mean, it is a hill, and by saying it's a hill, like the more you run around that circle, you hate it every time. You hate it more, but like it's not that big of a hill.
Yeah. Where do you feel it? Do you feel it coming into the start finish line, or do you feel it on that backside, or both? Yeah,
like yeah. So and then last year the lighting was a lot better, but the first year I remember it was kind of dark over there where that trail section was too, so I felt like I'd slow down on that too. But the hill where you're going up by those like apartments, like that feels pretty bad, like going from the bridge up to the apartments, and then the hill coming up to the start line. But the rest of it isn't too bad. I mean, I prefer Jackpot over this course, like Fat Ox, to be completely honest. Like,
Yep.
like I said, it's not as painful, and I don't hate hills. Like, I think it's good to have a little bit of a hill action so you're not just like flat, same muscle group, like running in a circle the whole time. Um, I don't know. I mean, I like jackpot a lot. So,
Nice. Well, yeah,
so
I
he,
mean, it's. Oh,
oh,
sorry. Go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, I was gonna say, so people were asking, like, is this the right race to do if I want to run like the fastest time or whatever?
Yeah, like I don't know. Let's say you want to run close, like I don't know, 11:30 or something. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, like is this the course to do that on?
I think so. I mean, I think Jackpot definitely is a PR course. I haven't done Tunnel Hill yet, and that's on the list for next year, but I feel like that's another really good one just based on the times and the
Yeah, it's a good.
course.
Yeah, that one maybe is arguably faster. Just the fact that I don't know, there's no turns or anything. Maybe I'm not sure.
Flat, and I think it's
Yeah,
like
super
crushed,
flat.
isn't it like crushed gravel or something too?
Yeah,
It's like a dirt path, so that's nice too because you're not
yeah.
running on hard surface.
Well, I guess that's the thing. I mean, there's obviously a lot of concrete on Jackpot as well, but there is like that asphalt section, and then there's a little gravel section, so that probably helps. You know,
Break
maybe
it
even
up.
if it's just a third of the loop, that's 30 miles maybe that you're not on concrete.
It's definitely faster than across the years. I will say that. Like, I haven't done the new across the years course, so I'll be curious to see how this year is. But the last one, I felt like it was a little slower than Jackpot.
Well, definitely a lot more turns involved in that one, so I could see that
Mhm.
for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say too, the loop at Jackpot's also just a little bit longer than this one as well, at like close to 1.2 miles.
Hmm.
I'm just taking a quick.
Hotfoot.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say Hotfoot was the most I don't even remember how long the loop was. It was like less than a mile. It was zero point 0.7
Hotfoot,
or something.
Hotfoot hamster.
Mm-hmm.
500 meters,
500 meters. Yeah. You're just looping
and
around.
it's like there's a lot of people at that race too. Like I feel like it's fairly crowded, or like I mean, which
People
is
dodging.
it's like fun for the vibe, but it's hard to have like a true top level performance at that event. Plus, it can be hot out too.
It was hot. It
Yeah.
was, yeah, it was hot this year.
Jake Jackson's chiming in the chat here. Running fast at Jackpot is dependent upon the weather as well.
Mm,
Saying
yeah.
that like there could be that's true. Like the wind can be absolutely insane there, like where you're getting blown around like crazy headwinds.
Mm-hmm.
Or he also says, the heat can still be a factor as well.
For that time of year, yeah, it can feel warm depending on where you're coming from. But the wind, that's no joke. Because the year I won it, I remember the next day I went back for awards and was hanging out, and the tents were like uplifting from the ground and like blowing into other stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think
So,
we were a little sheltered at the start finish, but the across the way it was like gale force winds blowing people
yeah.
sideways.
I don't dislike a lot of things about Vegas, but I do really dislike how windy it gets sometimes.
Yeah, so we have to kind of just cross our fingers and hope for the best.
Hmm.
So yeah, we're kind of in the final hour before sunset here. The night should be pretty nice though. It should be fairly mild, especially if you're moving. You're probably not going to need too many layers out there tonight.
What are the lows in Phoenix this time of year? Like 40s?
Yeah, something like that. I could check real quick, see what we're expecting.
I feel like it got really cold last year.
Yeah, I mean it can be a massive swing. Just depends on the week.
Low of 46. That's not that bad. That's almost 50.
Yep. Yeah, 46 tonight. No rain, little to
That's
no
good.
wind, so yeah, it should be pretty nice out. We've got Alyssa Jones coming by. She'll be on camera here, just continuing to look smiling and happy, and then followed by Lisa, whom was second at Jackpot a couple years ago. She's coming in right behind her in the yellow top.
Everybody looks good. I feel like everybody's pepping up a little bit because it's cooling down.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of people handling the heat well, using those cooling strategies. I think the one major one who wasn't was Kayla Straub, our second female. She, yeah, just mostly dry, like not really using ice or many cooling strategies. So who knows, how much that affected her. She was very close to Janelle most of the day and has kind of fallen off. So we'll see if she can recover once the sun goes down.
Where's Janelle from? She's from Janelle Stark.
I think she's from Washington. We have Sage coming into view here, your race leader. Janelle is from Unamclaw, Washington.
I don't know where that is. I know where Washington is, but I've never heard of that. Maybe I'm trying to think if it's more towards Seattle or Spokane or.
I'm going to look it up. Looks like it's in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Let's see here.
Yeah, I kind of checked everybody out ahead of time, and I got a lot of people reaching out to me that were like, "Are you running it?" And I'm like, "No, not this year."
It's due east of Tacoma, so southeast of Seattle, basically in between Seattle and Mount Rainier.
Okay. It's probably pretty.
Population 12,000.
Washington's beautiful. I loved Cascade Crest. Like, that was a really hard race, but it was so pretty.
Nice.
So they switch every 4 hours, or is it every 6? I don't remember.
Every 6 at this one. I think we were doing every 4 at across the years.
Okay.
Don't ask me why.
They kind of start to blend together after a little bit, and then some of them don't switch. So
Looks like we might have another 100-mile finisher here on camera.
nice.
All right, rounding out our men's podium, that was Richard Torres for the 50K.
Oh, that was actually a 50K finisher.
Oh.
Richard Torres.
71 years old and kicking butt.
71-year-old.
Wow.
Got on the podium. Look at that. Fat Ox
Nice.
50K.
Good job. Yeah, it looks like there might be more people this year than last year. I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's actually, I think maybe around 40 or 50 more people in total. So it's definitely feels livelier, especially with the weather. It's like pretty good spirits overall, I'd say. But yeah, we had close to almost 190 people registered.
Oh, nice. I'm sure the team thing like drew more people, this year too. So that's good.
Well, yeah, because there was no auto team last year, was there? That's a
Mm-mm.
big
I don't
fact.
think
That's a
so.
big motivator for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, there's like 32 this year. I think there was like 9 last year.
I know.
It's a little sad. So we've got our leaderboard up there. Sage Canaday, 64.2 miles. Michael and Adam now on the same lap. So it looks like Adam likely will be catching Michael here in the next little bit. And then on the women's side, Janelle Stark is on her 100K lap right now. Kayla Straub about 5 laps back. Megan Alvarado in third, with Anna Haley in fourth and Lana Hagberg in fifth. Alyssa Jones continues to move up in the field as well in sixth place, but it's still pretty close. I mean, we've just got kind of that third through 10th just within about 4 to 5 miles of each other.
Did I see Zach Bitters out there? Like,
Yeah. He might, I think he's coaching a couple athletes. Alyssa Jones for sure. I'm not sure
yeah,
who else he's coaching.
that's cool.
He probably would be someone great to pull onto the broadcast here at some point.
Yeah, you better go steal him.
Maybe I'll send him a text.
He's
Maybe
so nice.
maybe
I
he can
ran with
come.
Nicole a little bit at Javelina, and she's nice too. So, what are all the distances they have at this now? They have a 50K, they have
Oh
a
yeah, we got something for everyone out here.
everything.
Yeah, it's like obviously the fixed time is the base here, but we did add some fixed distances for folks that would prefer just to shoot for an exact distance, and we did certify all the points, so you'll actually start and do a partial lap, and then you complete
Mm,
the number of full laps to get a certified time. So
okay.
there's a 6, 12, 24, 48 hour. We, of course, have the USATF 24 champs. Then there's
Hmm.
a 50K, 50-mile, 100K, and 100-mile.
Okay.
And some of them are lightly attended at least for now.
Hmm.
But let's see, about 12 people in the 50K, 19 in the 100-mile, just 6 in the 100K, and 3 in the 50-miler.
Okay. That's cool. Do you see many people out there wearing Mount to Coast shoes? I like wasn't even thinking about it at first, but I'm not seeing it right off
That's
the
a
top of my head.
Yeah, that's a great question. I didn't notice too many of them. I saw someone wearing a Mount to Coast hat,
Mm,
but I will
mm.
keep an eye out and see what I can see. Still a relatively new brand. I think they might have launched about a year ago,
Yeah, I think a little under a year.
but it does feel like it is starting to catch on. I was chatting with Ben Blankenship, who's a Mount to Coast athlete, and he was maybe talking about coming to either ATY or Jackpot for one of the 100Ks.
Hmm.
He's
Yeah, he's
he's
super
like
cool.
he's an Olympian
Hmm.
at like short distance track and making his way into the ultra world. He was outpacing at Cocodona this year,
Oh.
and so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him toe the line at Cocodona in the next couple of years.
I
It's pretty wild
know.
to see that, like Olympian, like 1500-meter runner doing Cocodona.
He's got to build his way up to that, man.
I think he did his first 100-miler this year.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he paced a friend at Cocodona. Like they had someone drop out, and I think he did 130 miles pacing.
What?
Yeah.
You know what? I do not have the 200-mile bug. I don't know.
Really?
Like, nope, not at
Interesting.
all. Not at all. I don't know. I think it's a cool vibe. Like I definitely every year when Cocodona happens, I get that like itch where I'm like, oh, like I should do Sedona 125 or I want to go help or something. But there's something about being out there that long that I'm like, no, I don't.
We got eyes on the Jester in your screen right there. Man, some nice sunset vibes right now. Golden
Oh, yeah.
hour. This is looking beautiful.
It's pretty. This is like the best time.
Yeah, it's getting nice out. Great vibes on the course. People finishing, celebrating.
And I DNF'd. That's one of my 200-mile DNFs, actually. I think I tried it in 2021. And I had some health stuff going on that year, but yeah, I had some puking episodes and it was like mile 82. And I just was like, I don't want to do this last lap. Like my pacer was concerned and I hadn't done that many hundreds at that point either. So I'm like, oh, I think I'm in really bad shape. Like I better pull the plug. And I don't know. Me now would have finished it and just, walked it in or whatever, but I just wasn't feeling it. So, but I got a taste for it. Yeah.
Yeah, can't always get it done.
Mm-mm.
We got JC in the chat here saying that Sierra always wins the best hair award at every race she's at.
I try.
And it looks like Adam Dalton has now moved into second on the men's side and third overall, passing Michael DeGeorge. So I know we got some Adam Dalton fans. We got a lot of DeGeorge fans too in the chat.
Where's Adam from? I didn't look. Let me see. Adam Dalton.
He's from Nogales, Southern Arizona.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Border town.
I don't think I've been south of like Tucson yet.
Yeah, it's essentially due south from Tucson, border town right there.
That's cool. We'll be in Tucson next month for the half.
Yep.
That'll be a fun course. I like downhill races.
Yeah, net downhill is great.
Rip some fast times.
Heck yeah. And I'm just looking at the other results. We got that strong contingent of women. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth women moving into 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th place. It looks like they're all on the same lap within just a few minutes of each other. That's exciting.
Megan, Anna, and Lana.
And Alyssa.
Oh, and Alyssa, yeah.
Alyssa's, maybe one lap behind, but they're all pretty close there.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're just tuning in, we've got Sage Canada leads our 24-hour right now on 65 point. You've got Sage, Adam, and Michael. Our top three. And then on the women's side, Janelle, Kayla, Megan. Janelle now has surpassed the 100K mark. And that clock you're seeing it's actually time of day, like military time. We're not 16 hours in right now. We're 8 hours, 52 minutes in at the moment. And you will see our race leader, Janelle Stark, coming into view at the start-finish line. If we can go back to that real quick. She's in that long sleeve kind of teal sun hoodie shirt there, waving to the camera as she goes by. She can probably hear me. One thing that's kind of fun, I don't know if you can see it, Sierra, but in the center of the screen there, that giant video wall has like all the split times as people are passing by.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have that out at Jackpot as well, and ATY, I think.
Nice. You know, the guy that just came by. Okay, so before you said that, he had a white visor, Mount to Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, one of
I
the
didn't.
older.
I
think it
didn't
was
look
one
at
of
his shoes though.
I missed it as well. I'll have to keep an eye out. I haven't seen any yet, though.
Okay, I'm assuming he hopefully has or is wearing the shoes if he has the visor. I have the visor too, but they just gave me like a purple one with the across the years themed shoes, so those were fun.
Oh, has the
Did you see
across the years
those?
shoes? I haven't gotten a pair yet, but they sent one to Amy Clark, the editor of
Okay.
Ultra Running magazine. Actually, she's like, "What
Yeah.
are these?"
I'll have to send you a picture of mine. They're fun. They're like the R1, but they have like a bluish, like lilac sort of colored heel portion. So it's just more color, you know.
Yeah,
So
little color pop on those
mhm.
ones. Nice.
Nice little collab.
Yep.
You should have a pair.
I know. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty stoked to get these H ones though. Try out
They're
the
cool.
hybrid.
I think I'm gonna try mine tomorrow.
It's interesting. They sent me a 10.5. I'm normally an 11, but because I think they have that wider toe box, like they actually fit fine.
I actually have a smaller size too that I received because they're men's, and yeah, the trail ones worked fine. I just did a local race in the other trail ones like a month ago, and those were pretty solid. So same thing, like I had plenty of room.
Nice. We've got Sage Candidate coming into view, and I'll be honest, he looks really great. He
Mhm.
looks just about as good as he did when he started the race.
Yeah.
And we pretty much, I think the sun is essentially more or less set behind the clouds and the foothills over here. So the heat is gone.
It's gonna get cold.
Yeah, we're going to have to get the heaters out here pretty soon in the production tent.
We just had the Vegas marathon not too long ago, and it was so cold and windy that day. All the runners were like miserable.
Oh, man.
I had a sign that said Vegas likes it hot that I had made for another race, and they were all like, "It's not, but it's not hot." Like, I'm sorry, it's funny though.
We got a nice view of Sage here from the aerial shot as he heads into the night, right around 9 hours in. His last lap was 7:57, so that's right around an 8-minute per mile pace. She's been pretty consistent most of the day.
Has he done a 24-hour before? I know he's done other hundreds and stuff.
No, he hasn't. This is
Okay.
something new for him. Yeah, I'm
That's
trying.
cool.
I don't know that he's really even. Well, let's see. He's probably done some 100K road stuff, I would think, but nothing like this.
Mostly trail, right?
Yeah, like trail 100 milers, I think was kind of his specialty, or trail 100K.
Okay.
Obviously, he has an extensive road marathon background, but
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, it was kind of surprising to see him jump into this, but I mean, so far he's executing well.
Yeah. That's great.
We got someone in the chat hoping that we get into Western States this year. How many tickets do you have, Sierra?
I have 32.
Nice.
You know, I got confused though, because remember we had 2020 and I still did a Hard Rock and a Western qualifier that year. And I'm like, why don't I have more tickets? And then I was like, oh, because they didn't count that year,
Because there
you
was
know?
no lottery. It was a rollover.
I know, but I'd have like double the tickets at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fine. We'll get into Western Hard Rock
What's that?
eventually.
Yeah, sit down. We got Sierra DeGroff joining us remotely. So if you put the headphones on, we got Zach Bitter in studio.
Oh,
How's it going, Sierra?
good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, doing well.
Long time no see. No.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Same desert, different time. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Jamil told me earlier it was hot, and I was like,
It
"Oh
got
yeah."
toasty. Yeah.
But like compared to Javelina, no, I'm just kidding.
Not yeah, it's nowhere near Javelina, especially not this year. But what did it get to? Like maybe 80? Did it get that?
Yeah,
low?
I think it was like close to 80, but in full sun for sure.
Yeah.
It was toasty. Like on my run earlier, I will admit the sun felt strong. Like even in Vegas. So
Yeah, I wouldn't say it is world record producing temperatures, but we have a Janelle seems to be on world record pace here at the moment, right? Is she still in that?
She just
In that
passed
ballpark?
100K in like 8:44.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the night fares for her.
Yep.
Sage looks like he's churning out some pretty big miles so far.
Yeah. So tell us, why are you out here? You have multiple athletes. I know Alyssa Jones. Who else?
Yeah, Alyssa Jones is working with me right now, and then I've also got Philip Sebastiani,
Okay.
who's been working with me for a bit. So he was third at Sedona 125 this year,
Nice.
which was a fun event, and you know that as well as anyone.
Currently in 7th right now.
Yeah, and he's hitting his paces perfectly. So if he has a strong night, I think he could stay pretty consistent. He actually did his debut 24-hour last year when he was signed up for the Brazos 100-mile, and they had that unfortunate situation where the Parks Department pulled their permits due to weather issues like maybe 10 days before the race. So the race director sort of had like decision between two really bad choices, and it was, I think they ended up going with moving it 5 weeks later than it would have been normally. So Philip, rather than waiting, jumped in perpetual motion 24-hour, so completely different from kind of what he was preparing for, and ended up running, I think it was like just north of 130 miles. Was pretty solid during it too. So he's thinking that like with a little more specific training, a little more knowledge, experience, and that sort of thing, he can maybe peak above 140 and snag himself a qualifier for the 24-hour world team, depending on where that ends up, but at least have his name on the list for the time being.
Nice. And how's Alyssa doing? Seems like she's sitting in 6th place, has been just running happy.
Yep.
And just kind of biding her time. It's still, I mean, in
It's
a
so
24-hour,
early.
it's
Yeah.
so early right now.
Yeah. I would say like she's maybe a little anxious in the beginning because the women went out so fast, but she knew that it wouldn't be a good idea to go much faster than she did. So I would say she's maybe still a little too fast in the beginning, but she kind of pulled that back before the heat really came in, and now she's sitting in a really good spot. So yeah, if she can stay consistent, I think she'll get what she's looking for here. But I got to believe I'm the coach.
Absolutely.
he was asking me before the race too. She's like, "Any last words of advice?" And I'm like, "You're running 24 hours. You're not running a 100-miler.
Yes.
So just stay patient."
Yeah. It is funny how like just like when you reflect back on longer duration events, it's like you have all this urgency and kind of just anxiousness early on, and then as you get further on in it, that sort of like wanes, and then afterwards you're like, why was I so worried about that 3 seconds that I could have used in the aid station at hour 4 when there's 20 of them left? But yeah, patience I think will be the name of the game for these folks today. So it'll be fun to see what happens now that they're through the heat and into the night, or heading into the night, I should say.
Yeah.
What are some of your other observations so far from what you've seen as this race has unfolded?
Yeah, I mean, my first impression was that the women. Actually, my first impression was I don't know that I've seen a race where it felt like the women went out more aggressively than the men did, relative to what I think is probably feasible for a day like today. Hopefully, I'm proven wrong and they all crush it, and it was just like, oh, they were just doing what they should have been doing. But yeah, it seemed like there was a pretty good push amongst the women heading into the start of it. Versus, I mean, I think the men went out pretty fast too. It'll be interesting. I mean, like for some, Sage is obviously I think a really intriguing person out here because obviously his resume is a mile long and he's crushed tons of ultras, things that are as long as 24 hours. He hasn't really done anything that I think he would say, okay, I nailed something of that duration yet. So he's probably gonna have to do some learning today in terms of how he fares at the end of it. But he's got all the talent and the hard work and everything to put up a big number, I think. So it'll be really fun to see what he does with the second or the last 2/3 of the race, putting up. Was he through 60 about a little over 60 at 8 hours? So he's pacing for low 180 right now. Yeah, so I mean he's ahead of American record pace and clearly on pace for a world's qualifier and spot if he decides he wants to do that later next year. So that's kind of a fun one on my side. I'm not as familiar with what Janelle's done in the past. Has she run a 24-hour before?
That's a great question. I'm gonna just do my due diligence real quick.
I have hers pulled up. She did Salt Creek 24-hour in 2023
Okay.
and ran 103 miles. And then I think she did that one.
She did 70 miles at Dizzy Days 12-hour in Seattle.
Okay.
Earlier this year in March.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what she does because I mean, anytime someone is on pace to go further than Camille did, I worry a little bit for them because not many people have done that. One person has done that. So it's like, yeah, I think it'll be interesting. It's such a hard event, the 24-hour. I mean, I haven't solved it myself, so I sort of speak out of caution from my own experiences with some of the fast starting with this type of event. But, you never know. And the other thing I think I realized with this event too is I don't know that there's necessarily a perfect, everyone should follow this protocol to do it. When you look at just how some of the big numbers have been put up in the past, I mean, you see some where it's fairly consistent throughout. I mean, Nick, your brother, is probably the best example of ideal consistency with his American record, where it's basically just even across the board. But then you get Sorokin when he ran 198 and Camille when she ran 170, or was it 167? I'm sorry, right? 167? Am I remembering that right?
Yeah. 167.
That was a little more choppy, a little more okay, guns blazing in the beginning, and then figuring out what to do with that second half and with a big chunk of mileage kind of underneath you. And to some degree, I think it's maybe a personality thing almost, where you get someone like Camille, where I think she just thrives running the pace that she feels comfortable at. And for her to go oh, I'm just going to kind of settle in at this kind of gray area or slow pace doesn't really kind of mesh with what kind of gets her excited to be out there. So she has to kind of be in a situation where it's okay, I'm going to run a pace that's probably unsustainably fast, and I'll probably hit some roadblocks where I need to take a break, sit down, eat a taco, drink a beer, whatever it is she happens to do with that downtime, and then get back out there and then continue running that fast pace. And that's actually really fascinating to me because I don't respond well to that approach myself, where if I'm sitting down, I just want to avoid the chair at all costs. So thinking of a scenario where it's okay, I'm just gonna put my legs up for 20 minutes and get back out there and then still run fast is just a little bit of a foreign concept for my psyche. So to some degree, I think it's a little bit of what mental aspect of this 24-hour can you really tolerate and deal with that keeps you kind of motivated to keep staying out there and going for it. But yeah, I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, the funny thing about Sorokin's world record is I feel like that's maybe an outlier in how he's raced historically. He's always had positive splits, but when you look at his 100-mile, his 100K, and even some of his other 24s, they're not nearly as big of a positive split. But then his best performance, arguably his best performance of all of them, was when he had a really big positive split. So, could he have run 205 if he had slowed down a little bit in the beginning instead of 198? It's anyone's guess, and unfortunately we can't go back and rerun it. So
hopefully we'll see another chance in the future if he can get healthy and everything.
Yeah, it seems like he's back up in training. I think he's been putting up some miles again. But yeah, so. And it might just also depend a little bit on kind of how you prepare. I mean, that's the other interesting thing is we've got these these folks hitting it out of the park in the sport. Look at like David Roche's training approach versus Sorokin's approach to training. They couldn't be any different from one another, but both of them are putting up world-class results. And I mean, probably same on the women's side to some degree too, where, you know, I think Camille's always historically just done like similar to marathon training, not a lot of like hyper long runs and things like that, but got other people doing it a little differently than that. So
She does a lot of double runs, I think.
a lot of
you know.
doubles, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorokin's a mileage beast.
He is. Yeah. I remember I had him on my podcast after he broke the 24-hour world record the second time, and when he ran 198. And we just kind of unpacked, I think it was either on that episode or one I did independent of that, where I just kind of unpacking his training, because he had reported he had like 8 consecutive weeks where he was over 200 miles. And I think his peak week was like 240 or something like that. And I mean, I've done some 200-mile weeks in my day, and I haven't found them to be all that beneficial, at least in the context that I did them. But like, what was surprising about what he did to me was he wasn't just out there like slogging out these 200-mile weeks. He's running like, you know, like mid to low 6-minute pace on a lot of them, and he's taking like 50K at a time chunks out of it. And it's just like, to be able to do that, yeah, to be able to do that week after week. So you survive that, and I guess that's how you get 198 miles on race day. You just normalize the pace required for that.
That sounds just like you don't do anything besides run.
Right.
Like,
I don't think it
nothing
was
else.
anything but running, because he went out to like, I think he went out to Itten at that point and was training there for like 8 weeks or 12 weeks or something like that. So it literally was wake up, do a huge long run, take a nap, do some stretching, some mobility, go back and do like something around an hour or something in the afternoon, and then rinse and repeat, and basically do that for 8 weeks straight. So I think
Wow.
he had a pretty good opportunity to just be very one-dimensional at the time, which, you know, to some degree, I think you probably have to do that to be able to sustain that sort of mileage without getting hurt, or, you know, without getting
Right.
distracted with other things. So, you know, kudos for him for going monk mode.
Mhm.
You know, another interesting one was I talked to Harvey Lewis. This would have probably been a long time ago, about kind of some of those really big volume training blocks. And he said, I like his perspective because he's been around for so long, and he's also sort of like found his niche outside of what he maybe originally got into the sport with, and done quite well at it, obviously, with the backyard events. But he said, like, yeah, I've seen a lot of people kind of come in and do these 200-mile type training strategies, and he's like, it never works for them in the long run. So he talked me out of it.
It's like a longevity thing. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not even that old, and I'll be the first to tell you, like, if I go over like 100, 110 miles a week, I feel like I just have like junk miles,
Yeah,
you
you
know?
lose quality quick.
And
Yeah.
like for me, quality like matters. Like I need to get faster. Like I have to have good speed workouts. Like, you know,
Yeah.
so.
The way I look at it is I try to divide training into kind of two different kind of phases, if you can, if you have the timeline for it. And step 1 is always just global fitness, like just become a good runner, especially if you're trying to do like what you're doing, Sierra, or like Sorokin's doing, or like any of these runners who are like out there and they're just like running the majority of the race. Check that box first, because then if you get into some of this like more junk miles, like ultra specific intensity type stuff, you're working on that on top of ideal fitness. So like your input is going to be at a higher quality when you do it that way. So I think like pulsing in some of the ultra specific stuff can be useful, but I don't think you need that much of it. I think like what you're saying, like get fit, keep the quality there for most of the training, and then if you check those boxes early enough, you can do 4 to 6 weeks of some long run development that's specific to the race intensity, and maybe capitalize on dialing that stuff in. But yeah, it's interesting to see the variance out there.
Yeah.
What do you got coming up? You doing any racing yet this year, or waiting for next year to?
I have the Tucson half marathon. I think it's like the second weekend of December. So I'm going to try to PR in that for
Right on.
me. So try to go sub 120 we're gonna go for a 118, but who knows? We'll see.
Cool.
And then I have across the years 12-hour. So.
Okay, right on. That's fun. That's a fun end of the year. Yeah, well, the half
No more
marathon will be
hundreds.
no more hundreds. Yeah.
No more hundreds. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a certain number of hundreds you find to be kind of ideal in a calendar year, or is it sort of just depend on the setup?
Well, I haven't I guess I want to say I haven't really reached what I believe to be my full potential at this point. So I'm probably still overdoing it, if you want my honest opinion. I did 4 this year and I did 6 last year. So we're definitely cutting back. And one of the 4 was Badwater, which that
Okay.
one, just the training cycles for it and just the long runs for it are so brutal that I feel like it deserves more credit than like a normal 100-mile
It
race.
does. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I mean, I think I could be better if I would be willing to cut back, but I'm kind of like an addict too,
Yeah.
so I need to, make myself happy, but also, wean myself from doing too much, I guess too.
Yeah. It is tough because if you take like the more strategic approach and be like, okay, there's these 200 milers, I really want to optimize for them. If you kind of continue down that route, you're never going to get to all the events you want to do. so, so
Right.
there's this like kind of like give and take of like, do I really want to optimize and get every last drop out of myself at a very specific event or type of event, or do I want to kind of experience a bunch of different things? And um,
It's
it's tough.
hard.
But 4 to
In
6 is a lot.
lotteries,
Yeah,
like
lotteries too. Yeah.
lotteries, Western, Hard Rock, like not everything double dips. And then if you want to have like a PR, that's not always on one of those courses. So,
Right.
you're adding
Hmm.
them up right there. There's like 3 minimum.
Yeah, for
So,
sure. Yeah, yeah. I think maybe it'd be fun for you to take a year where you're like, okay, I'm just gonna do 200 milers and really just put your eggs in those baskets and then see what happens. And then if you just blow your old PRs out of the water, then maybe that'll tempt you to go that route, or maybe you get the same result and be like, well, I might as well do 4 to 6 then at that rate.
I really want to break 15, and I really think that I can if I set my mind to it and just like have the right race with the right competition and the
Mhm.
right course, like I was saying earlier, I have like a GI map thing that I had looked at because I have a lot of puking issues in
Okay.
races, and that's like a huge downfall that I have because like at Javelina, I'm puking the last 40 miles. Like you're trying to run with like negative in the tank,
Yeah.
and it's just
Hmm.
it's terrible. So I think once we get that figured out, and I'm just fine tuning a lot of things, and like you said, like reeling it in a little bit and just really focusing on the big events, I think we can do it. It's hard to like break old habits.
Yeah, 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 for sure. Have you you haven't done Tunnel Hill before, have you?
No,
Times. There was like this one year they got snow. And I mean, I think Raj still ran like a 5:03 50 miles. So it wasn't like tremendously slow or anything like that. It was just a little slower than normal. But it's usually like 40 to 60 degrees. It's like it's on this old like railroad bed that's just straight out and backs. And there's
Mhm.
like this canopy of trees on either side of you. So you don't really get sunlight hitting you at all during the day. If it's even a little windy, it kind of shelters you from that. And
Mhm.
there's a road that runs along the entire stretch of the 2 out and backs that make that course. So if you bring like one person to crew for you, they can literally just like follow you along really effortlessly, like help you at one aid station. They'll be at the next one easily 30 minutes before you get there. And yeah, it's set up really well. And then the small hill that they call the tunnel hill is you come down it at the end too. So if you're feeling good and you're like on pace for a PR and you're like ready to kind of empty the tank, you get this nice little downhill in the middle of that return. So I think that one, I don't think it's an underrated fast course because there's been tons of fast times, especially the last few years between Elov Olson breaking the 100-mile off-road world record. Camille's fastest time is still on that course, I think. And then the 250-mile world best were both set there on the men's and women's sides the last 2 years. So I think that one's starting to get identified as a fast track. And if it was paved, that would be the only thing to make it faster because it's like this crushed limestone that probably slows you a tiny bit, but everything else is so optimal that I don't think it really like makes as big of a difference as it could. So
So it's 2 out and backs for the 100.
yeah, you do an out and back that comes out to be roughly 26, 27 miles, and then another one that's like I think just 23 and a half or so, and then you repeat it. So
Oh, it's just 2 out and backs.
mhm.
Okay.
Yep, yeah. So the 50 milers will do each one once, and the 100 miles will do each one twice.
It's not bad. I
No,
mean,
it
that's
isn't. Yeah.
once you do loop courses, that's like, oh, I only have to do that 4
No
times.
kidding.
Okay, great.
No kidding. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually like very visually appealing compared to the track ultras and
Yeah.
so
Thinking about how many times we ran around that track last year.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I think if you're looking to PR on the 100 mile, I would definitely recommend Tunnel Hill, and that
I'm
gives you a
gonna
little
go
more time
next
too.
year.
Cool, right on. That'll be fun. It's always tough though because it is like